Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're all excited for our third and final day. We will be commencing the Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How's everyone feeling today? Great. I'm glad to hear. It's our third and final day. I hope you're all as excited as I am. I would like to begin by asking all of you a favor, if you don't mind. Everyone sitting at the back, can I ask you to come to the front? I want to see your beautiful faces. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, everyone. A very good morning to all of you, and welcome to the third and final day of Marketing 2.0 conference. My name is Noura Siddiq, and it has been a pleasure to be your host for the last 2 days, and I was really gonna miss all of you. I truly will. So I would like to give a heartfelt welcome to everyone, and I would also like to thank our bronze sponsor, Accelera, for their supports. So, over the past few days, we've learned a lot, and now we're really going to link it all together and really make sure that all the information that we have, how to apply it correctly. So, we have our first session titled as Walking the Tightrope, Balancing Innovation and Brand Heritage for Competitive Advantage. Everyone, please put your hands together in a huge round of applause to our moderator, Dr. Gregory Mournier, the CEO of Axon and Partners. Joining him, please allow me to welcome Doctor, please allow me to welcome Zuhair Zuhaid, the Managing Director of Sigil Plus Gale. Joining them, we have El Khaja Nizamuddin, the Vice President and Operational Excellence and CIP of RSA Global Misan Logistics. Last but finally not least, Dr. Dong Heng, Founder and Managing Director of Mirandi Global Consulting. Everyone, I leave it all to you, and I hope you enjoy this session.
Check. Testing. 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 Check.
Thank you.
Check.
This one? Great. Okay, thank you so much to be with us today. We're going to speak about this strange balance between the brand heritage and innovation. Let me, before we start, let me introduce my new friend. So maybe I just let you tell us who you are. Dawn, please.
Sure. Hi. Hi, everyone. Good morning. I'm Dawn Hing, founder of Mirandi Global Consulting and Great Well Global Consulting. So for us, right, our core expertise is management and strategy consulting. So for Mirandi Global Consulting, we dealt with go-to-market strategies as well as digital transformation and investment advisory. So for Great Well Global Consulting, we focuses more on healthcare and global wellness industry, and as well as So for both, we focus on the same consulting line of work. Yeah. Thank you.
Very good morning to everybody. This is Nizam. I come back the experience of 3 decades in operations. and I am in operations, finance, as well as audits. So here I am, and on to talk on the topic of the thin line between innovation and heritage. How is it going to balance? And here we are.
Thank you. Good morning, all. My name is Zohair Zouaihid. I'm the Managing Director for Siegel& Gale in the Middle East. A quick intro about Siegel & Gale. We're a global strategic branding and experience design firm. We've been around for, I think, 53 years now. And we've been founded on this philosophy of simplicity. So if you visit our website, you'll see the term simple is smart. So that's kind of our operating philosophy. And we've been based on that philosophy by our founders because we think there's lots of complexity in the world of branding and the world of business. And we come in to support brands, remove that complexity, and define what they stand for. And as our CEO would like to say, simple is smart because we're all going to die. So life is too short. Therefore, living it simply is a big plus, and that's what we try to do.
Great, thank you. I need to present myself also. So I'm Gregory Munier. I'm a doctor in psychology and in marketing, and I founded my global marketing agency in Europe 4 years ago. Especially in France and Switzerland, but I'm quite sure that my accent betrays me. Yeah? And maybe we can start with that. As a French, in France, we have a lot of brands. They rest on their brand heritage, the capitalism of the brand heritage. What is about in your country? Do you have brand? They have strong and a unique image. They can just capitalize on this brand heritage to improve the identity.
Okay. So I come from Singapore, right? So I think when I mention my country, there are a few brands that have a global image, but nonetheless, the heritage speaks for itself. Okay, so take for example, SIA. Singapore Airlines, right? So everyone can recognize SIA, right? Via our beautiful stewardess, right? So even their attire, right, matches what we call the kebaya heritage, right? So this is one part that I would like to bring out. Then, of course, via how how SIA presents itself, right? It also emphasizes a lot on our heritage to advocate our own homegrown brands in terms of even in the meals that they are presenting to the clients and the consumers that they are serving. So this is how they work with the Singapore Tourism Board to bring out even many other heritages of those homegrown brands.
Okay. When we talk about brands, I would like to bring up first, before getting into brands, I would like to bring up on our own self as a human. Why do we need brands when, as humans, we come up, when we are brought up with our families? Each of our families has a value that has been built into us by our families as heritage. And when we bring up our children's, so there is a difference. We accommodate the same heritage, same values, same principles, but at the same time, we evolve with the changing times, and we give them that education that that has been upgraded. Now, for instance, I would like to give you an example. How many of you in this room would say that you had to take permissions from your parents to put your children into a certain education center or a school? None. Okay. So in my case, I had to. So, I asked this question that how many of us on the floor here have taken our parents' permission to put our kids into a different education level or standards that we went through? Okay. So basically, what we are trying to highlight here is that culture, values, and principles are still the same, but the evolution of technology, evolution of the requirement in current days have been evolving, and we have to keep ourselves evolving with that. But at the same time, we can't tell that we have not put our children into schools. So there's a culture, there's a value that each one of us bring in on the table to lead our lives. So this is how this evolution, heritage has always been an evolution, has always been there in every one of us when we have evolved for the current requirements of the current day's requirements.
Yeah, thanks, Nizam. I think that there's a good analogy between personal growth and businesses and brand growth. So I think just building on that point, in terms of, we grow with heritage, right? So our parents are raised a certain way by their own parents, and then they raise us a certain way, and then we continue that journey with our own children. And there's heritage there that is continuous, but we evolve and develop in different ways with a different time. So there's always that connecting thread of maintaining where we come from and looking at where we are going to. I think businesses and brands kind of follow the same kind of route. And back to your question, Gregory, in terms of examples of brands that have gone through that process. Singapore Airlines is a good example. There is heritage there, but again, if you wanted to define where does that heritage lie in, it is in the art of service and hospitality that they provide to their customers, and that's what heritage for them means. And I think that's what is important in terms of brands, is to understand what that heritage and history represents and how it propels them forward. And a couple of examples, a couple of our clients at Siegel and Gale. I'll speak of a global one and then a more regional, local one. So if you look at big technology giants, the likes of HP, for example, we were responsible for their brand transformation a few years ago and then worked continuously after that with them. But back then, when I think in 2011 or 12, when we started working with them, their biggest challenge was a drainage of talent. And the research showed that 70% of HP employees didn't want to work at HP, and they wanted to work at one place, and that place was IBM. And the reason being is IBM, knew what it stood for. It had a very clear purpose. It's about a smarter world, and so they had a very defined proposition. Well, HP lost its way along the way. So, and then when we looked at the brand, we went back to their heritage and history and story, back to the days of Mr. Packard and Mr. Hewlett in their own garage, tinkering with technology and making it matter for people. And that was the essence of their heritage, going back 70, 80 years. And the proposition for HP that we developed was making technology matter for people. And that was the difference between HP and IBM. So IBM can speak about the world, HP can have the people that are on the world. And so that's kind of how you look at heritage and balance heritage with innovation, because that is the essence that will propel them forward. I think another good example is family businesses and family conglomerates that are at essence, that have gone, through different generations of the family business, third and fourth generation, and they're still there. Because at essence, when they started, they were innovators. You know, they were looking for solutions, and they brought those solutions forward. You know, they survive multiple generations, as I said. You know, a good example is where we are sitting right now. So this whole plot, this whole area, is all owned by Al Futtaim Group, if you know. And Al Futtaim Group is a long-standing family business in the UAE that has gone through multiple generations and has grown into a global brand, owning, you know, destinations here in Dubai, but also malls and businesses and franchises all over the world. So what does that, you know, it's not just because of heritage, it's define what that stands for and how that kind of propels things forward, as I said. So I think these are two good examples of brands that balance heritage with innovation. And it starts at the center of understanding what that means, what that heritage means. It's not about, you know, saying that we are the first, the pioneers, the biggest. It's because there'll always be a first, another bigger player. But what is a differentiating factor, and understanding what that actually represents.
Okay, great. I really love the analogy you do with you made with human and brand heritage. Obviously, for me, brand heritage is the core values of the brain, and the challenge is how can we create the future with the past, of course, with the brand heritage. Yesterday we spoke about self-brand connection in the Darius conference, and this kind of brand heritage, for me, is really impactful for the behaviors of consumers. Let me explain. I'm French, so I have some French brand like Louis Vuitton or Cartier or luxury brand like that. I know that I share something with this brand. I share values, my origin, okay? So, doesn't matter if I love the brand or not, I know that I share something, and it's really impactful with my behaviors. It's just not, I just want to just buy the brand or have a good opinion about this brand, but it's more I want to recommend the brand. I want to, I'm willingness to pay more for this brand, for the other brand, because I shared something. So for me, brand heritage is really a core values of the brand. That's why we're connected with some brands. And after the innovation is more the peripheral brands or peripheral values of the brand. If you have a strong values, if you have unique values of your brand heritage, you can just create the future with innovation and communicate about this innovation. Doesn't matter if Louis Vuitton communicate about the luxury brands. We know that. Everybody knows that it's a luxury brand. But they can communicate about how they are unique or how they innovate, because we know that we know the brand heritage of this brand. So yeah, it's really the most important for me is the connection with the brand and how this connection can create impactful behaviors for consumers. So we spoke about more brand heritage than innovation. How do you think about innovation, and how can we create the connection between brand heritage and innovation?
Okay, so thank you, Gregory. Yeah, so for me, let me take this forward with the innovation that I would like to start with would be co-creation with consumers, right? So take for example, for physical stores of Nike, right, and even Puma. Right now, the physical stores are integrating with digital elements to bring about phygital stores, and also bring in the theme of wellness and health and well-being. So that is how originally, right, when sports brands sell their products, right, they love to tie it with the sportsmanship and being a champion, being a winner. But right now, they are also bringing in the lifestyle element. right? So this is how we call bringing that innovation in because of the co-creation with consumers' needs. So that is my take. Yeah, thanks a lot, right? How about Nizam?
Yeah. Don, to add to your point, I would say when we talk about food industry across the globe, there are some brands where uh, food is something which each individual, when we cross borders, uh, ex, uh, look for food that we actually have been eating or have been following over a period of time. Now, when we talk about that, we find for those brands which we had locally when we were in a different country or place. Now, these brands have also gone cross borders as an opportunity, doing their research and purpose of being there. And they have moved, they have brought in investors to promote their brands, and they give you the same taste, same culture that belongs to that particular food, and they have been doing this across the globe. There have been a lot of brands which have moved from India to various parts of the world, US, UK, and other places. But they have still not, we cannot tell that because they have moved into different regions of the globe, the tastes have changed, or the ingredients that they use in that have changed. No, that's not the point. But the thing is, we get the same values, we get the same culture, we get the same taste, and that heritage of preparing that particular cuisine is being followed. To add on it?
Yes, thanks, Nizam. I think just from that perspective, in terms of culture, I think that's a big proponent of innovation in organizations that have a long-standing and history and heritage. And we conduct a global study called the World's Simplest Brands that focuses on simplicity and measures simplicity. Which are the simplest brands globally, and we rank them by globally, by region. And then we also, the research tells us a few things about simplicity in terms of, the research tells us a few things about simplicity in terms of, simplicity demands a premium by brands. So if you are in a certain sector, if your business and your proposition is much simpler, you can demand a certain premium by customers because you provide a simpler experience. But also, simplicity in the workplace promotes innovation. And I think that's a very big thing. And I think that's also at the heart of brands with heritage, because these brands usually start from scratch. They're quite agile, they're quite dynamic in how they make decisions and how they make business happen. And that has been at the heart. So if that is embedded within the culture, making things simpler for employees to provide ideas, having open doors, leading by example from leadership as well, then you promote an environment of innovation within the workplace as well, because then ideas can surface up and reach to a certain place and can be actioned. So in summary, what we're trying to say is, culture is an important part, and simplicity does help kind of promote innovation within these organizations. The more complex they are, the more rigid they are, the more obviously we know that these organizations become quite slow and progress much slower as well, and therefore become less successful.
Thank you guys for sharing this information. I would like to ask you something. I need to speak about the brand, Toyota. And I find in Toyota some funny paradox. They communicate about they are the first to create electricity car. Yeah, and if they do that, the consumer's brain just make a shortcut and say, okay, you are the first to create an electricity car, so you are the reference of electricity car. So you are legitimate. You are a reference about that. So you are the innovators. But they don't do that. They just say that they are the first. They don't do they are the best, just the first. And that's funny, how can we use brand heritage to create innovation like Toyota and speak about how they are the first, it's their heritage, and how they can create for our brand a shortcut to say that they are innovators. What do you think about that?
When we talk about automobile and engineering, the world is at a certain pace. Right? So now everybody wants to look at certain aspects apart from when you look at a product. And when we look at heritage, which comes with a brand, they also want efficiencies. They also want sustainability in it.
As when you say about watchmaker, maybe, or when it's the same, yeah.
Yeah. So the customer expectations are changing. So when we look at brands, the customer is also looking at brands not only with the comfort, but today they are looking at much more than comfort. So this also becomes a requirement of the customer because see there's something called a cost element to it. On when you talk about cost element, there are two types of costs basically. One is the fixed cost, which is when you purchase the equipment, you get that, and one is the recurring cost when you keep spending on it. So when things start, customers' expectation starts focusing on costs, daily running costs and efficiencies, things evolve, and with this evolution, some brands like Toyota and other people are actually working to keep that heritage and provide you with the expectation, today's customer expectation, a product that will reach the customer.
If I may on that point as well, I think it's an interesting example because, I mean, as we were just saying, is that, first, saying that you're the first can take you so far, right? And, I think first cars ever created, I think they were electric maybe 100 years ago, but, down the line in history, oil became the thing, and then they were all kind of gasoline fueled. So I don't think Toyota is the first, anyways. But I think it's what you're projecting, right? So the story of being the first, the pioneer, won't take you far enough, right? And that's why in the EV space, we see customers are more excited, and also investors are more excited about the propositions by Tesla or other emerging brands which have no history or no heritage in automotive manufacturing. So I think that's at core is a branding and storytelling challenge that needs to be addressed, and I think that needs to be kind of refocus on what you stand for as an organization. If it is Toyota, what is that core thing that is in your DNA that propels your business, and that should be the thing that you should be talking about, then demonstrate it in terms of how you develop your products. I think like we always like to say, I think there's a saying in advertising is that never say the outtake. I think you need to demonstrate versus declare what you're planning to do.
So allow me to add on, right, to this agenda as well. So in terms of coming back to our discussion topic, right, balancing innovation and brand heritage for competitive advantage. So for Toyota's heritage, right, speaks about comfort, speaks about efficiency, but in terms of being the first to create, the first brand that we thought of in terms of EVs, right, actually came about Tesla, right? So Tesla owns this brand heritage. So in other words, for Toyota, right, I would guess that even being the first, right, when they speak about being the first in creating certain, I would say, winning elements in the EV lines, right, it doesn't really make it a competitive advantage for them. So we have to be very careful in terms of what we select and what we propose and what we integrate that innovation with regards to the original brand heritage that consumers love them for. Yeah. Back to you, Gregory.
Okay, thank you. Maybe Nizam, I know that you want to share a lot of stuff with us. Do you want to lead the next question?
Maybe we can, Zubair can take us through brands that are related to, say, what do you call this, co-consumers related thing, where you can talk more about that somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, I can bring up a few more examples in terms of balancing innovation and heritage. I think the abundance of examples are around us. We spoke about big tech companies like the likes of HP and many others. They all come with heritage, but also family businesses all over the world. And there's a very exciting piece. I mean, it's an old piece in The Economist around family businesses. Are here to stay for the long term. They survive multiple generations. So I think the key components are defining what that heritage stands for. How do you promote that in the workplace? How does that translate into culture? And how do you make sure you survive the multiple generations that go into the business? I think that's a key component when it comes to heritage brands. You mentioned a few examples from France, right? Louis Vuitton, Hermès. There are lots of fashion houses that also have been around for a very long time, and yet they're still out there. They're still successful because they found ways to continue to innovate, building on their heritage, building on kind of their founding philosophy and founding principles. And have found ways to take that forward in what they do today in this day and age. So I think there's a consistent theme there in terms of making it work with heritage brands. I mean, back to the example of Toyota, and like you said, Don, I think there are certain traits that are known about Toyota. They're a global automotive manufacturer, right? And they are one of the biggest. I'm not sure if they are number one at the moment, or Volkswagen has surpassed them, but they're one of the top, maybe 2 or 3 in the world. And they will continue to be out there. But yes, they've lost the battle there in terms of to EV. Maybe they can make up ground. So that's another classical case of how should these brands balance their heritage, balance their history? I think heritage and history plays a certain part, but there's always that continuation of the past, the present, and the future, and how that is threaded throughout a brand's story, how it's brought to life, and how that manifests itself in an organization in terms of culture, because it all starts from the inside, and we like to believe that business and operations is very closely tied to brand. They're not two different things. They're one thing, right? And when brands that do well are the brands that do it well from the inside first, in terms of defining how they align to the business and how they operationalize that into everything that they do and bring it to life. And those are the ones that actually succeed.
And Zubair, as you mentioned, operationally, it strikes me because that's my forte. So when you take big brands in supply chain, there was a time when the brands still have their own purpose of being doing the business that they are into, and there is a line of expectation from the customer that actually becomes an innovation for the service provider to do things as per the customer's expectations. but keeping in mind his purpose of doing that business and ensuring that there is a balance between the expectation of the customer and he fulfills it to the core, and the customer doesn't uh, go out of him and he comes every time he does anything, the customer only thinks of that particular brand. If you take the Elo brand, you know globally what is Elo brand now. You don't need. I don't need to take any company's names here, but Elo is defined as a brand. So when you talk about say a movement of parcels, then you know what comes to your mind directly. Yeah. So brands are actually built, and they are becoming more versatile, keeping their processes and their operational requirements and customer expectations in mind, and ensuring that they lead the market basically. So
No, absolutely. I just want to reiterate on that. I think just this goes back to the core definition of brand. And I think all of us are marketing people here and brand people. And if you look at the textbooks, there are many definitions for what is branding, what is brand. And one definition that we like, or I like, is a brand is a memory refreshed at every engagement, right? So, and if that memory is consistent, right, and is delivered the right way, then that kind of grows the brand in the minds of people, and that's kind of how they propel things forward. Like you said, yellow, the yellow brand, DHL. If you're going to work with that brand, you're going to know that every time I'm going to use them, my product or my package is going to be picked up on time, delivered on time, without any hassle, and they will be done efficiently. So that promise is always refreshed every time you interact with that brand. So it boils down to operations, right? Because that's where the brand sits. That's where
right.
the business sits. So if the operations run smoothly, right, it's because of people behind it. And that stems from, okay, those people are living the brand that they're supposed to deliver. And therefore, that keeps it consistent and kind of creates these positive experiences that are refreshed every time and stay positive in the minds of their customers.
Yeah, just to add, it has to be also equipped with a very cohesive process line, because it's an integration of various things that gets needed in operation, and you don't have a second chance here. Every time you'll have to do it right the first time. It's not like we do it in, that's why we call, when I see from operations point of view, I call, I see my customers as all, I call them internal customers to myself, because they are my peers, they are my teammates, and they are my bosses. So I hardly interact with people outside. I might visit customers on a need base where I have to deliver some solutions to them. So it becomes, my interaction with direct customers are much lesser. But when it comes to brand heritage, I need to inherit it before I pass it on or before I speak about it to anybody. Yeah.
Okay, so coming back to where Zuhi, right, had mentioned something about past, present, future, right? So for us, speaking from our own consulting clients, right, the demand of growth in every business is essential, right? So for us, we also dealt with venture building, so investments, advisory is something that it's always demanded, right, from our end. So when I bring in this, walking the tightrope, I am bringing in the reporting requirement from the government, right, in terms of the ESG elements, right? So I know that everyone would definitely be I would say, knowing about this and coming forth with competitive advantage. So for Singapore, we are progressively pushing our SMEs, right, to quickly jump on board. But definitely for the listed companies, it is already a legislation, right, that they have to get everything prepared, right, all the way until level 3. Right, so this is a bit technical, right, but bear with me, right? So what I wanted to emphasize on is to consolidate on the fact that the future, right, if brands are not balancing, right, themselves with the elements of the ESG, right, certain innovations are actually being pushed, right, being motivated out of these requirements and legislation, right? They have to balance it naturally, right, with their brand heritage in order to make sure that this whole process can also be inherited and passed down to the next generation of leaders to continue this legacy of protecting the brand heritage, but at the same time, the innovation to also make sure that it is sustainable, right? Both, if we talk about consumers' brands, then that would mean that sustainable packaging, right? It is something that should stay, right? Then next comes digital transformation, right? The way that e-commerce is powering the whole growth, right? And drive the whole, I would say, sales revenue, right? And helping certain native brands, right? Local native brands to outreach to global markets, right? At a rate that no one can stop. So there are actually, I would say, positive motivation, right, behind as to why sometimes innovation was actually being pushed and being forced out of certain requirements as well. Yeah.
Okay, guys, thank you so much for all this panel discussion. We have just a few minutes left. Maybe I can just let you some words. Do you have any question for us? Yeah, Garrett.
Thank you. There's always one. So I wanted to ask, I mean, a very interesting topic, but there's many people with startups or new businesses, like our new friend Nia over here is starting a social media company and she's wanting to grow. She's got no heritage. How does she create that? Or what can she fall back on, for example, to grow her social media management company? Because if you have a look, there's so many amazing agencies out there which have enormous heritage. So what can be a competitive advantage for her?
I can start answering that question. I think it's a fair and good question. But even heritage companies, they were startups at one point. So I think, as we were saying earlier, I think heritage lies in the foundational principles of why the business was set up in the first place. So even if you have no heritage, if you know that, if you know yourself, what you stand for, why what's your point of view on the world and why you exist, and how that is different from others, then you are on the right track. That is the foundation for building your own heritage as you grow the business and develop. It starts. There is kind of that clear definition of what are the differentiating factors about your business. Why have you ventured in the first place on starting up your own business? I'm sure whoever starts up a new business is starting it because of he's found a gap in the market, and they're addressing that gap in a different way. So if that is clearly crystallized and articulated and understood within that business, then that propels the business forward and starts building their own heritage.
If I may add something, yeah, of course, if you can't capitalize on brand heritage, you can capitalize on innovation. Innovation is about uniqueness. How can we different. You say that. How can we be different? Or how can be unique? For me, there are two kinds of uniqueness. You can be different because you share the same values of your competitors, but you are better, so you are different. You're superior of that, or you don't share the same values of your competitors, so you are unique. So it's best for me is creating an image about how can you be unique. But the important is you can be unique, but you can't be just unique. I created a theory about that. It's funny. It's a penguin theory. I have to ask you, Garrett, if I ask you, a penguin, is it a bird? Can you say that?
Yes, it's a bird.
Yeah? Everybody knows that penguin is bird? Yeah, why? Now you say no? It's not? Okay. Yes, it's a bird. But the penguin is so much different than other birds that we don't know that if it's a bird or not. It's the same with brand. If a brand is really unique than competitors, consumers don't know if the brand can just find expectation and needs that they need for these sectors. So keep this theory. It's mine, but I can share it. It's really important. Just don't be a penguin, okay? Just don't create a penguin brand. Create a unique brand, but with maybe just values from your sectors or your core values.
Can I add on one last point would be start with the why, right? Because from my end, I founded my own consulting firms, right? So many, I would say many friends, right, ask me, right, why did you start so many different consulting brands, right? But every single consulting brand has its own why that we address, our own sets of partners, suppliers, consumers. So even venture builders that we work with, startups, right, that we fund, right, we always ask them, what is your why? Can you touch us, right? So yeah, so that is how I wanted to end off our panel discussion. Thank you so much for your time.
A quick thought.
Is another question.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sure.
Just a quick thought.
Sure.
I mean, I was just trying to envision both Simon Sinek doing a happy feet there. Zoher, the question was for you. I mean, you mentioned research on simplicity. I could not get the name of the research. Maybe, I mean, others might also be
Sure,
interested.
sure.
It's a good one.
The research piece we do is called the World's Simplest Brands. And it's been running since 2010. And now we do it, I think, biannually. But basically, it is a global study that covers the US, the UK, Sweden, Germany, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Tokyo, and China. And then we look at aggregating that into a global ranking of what are the simplest brands, which are the top ones. I think immediately to mind you'll guess some of these brands, the likes of Google, the likes of Samsung, for example, McDonald's as well lands in the top 10. But then they vary quite differently by region. But the study not only kind of identifies the simplest brands, but also identifies, based on research, the benefits of simplicity. So it also ranks the industries, financial services, entertainment, media, aviation, automotive, all of that, which are the simplest ones. And obviously you would guess the most complex one are financial services industries, right? So identifies, what are the benefits commercially and culturally in terms of adopting simplicity. So if you just visit our website, you can find it, but I'll be happy to speak about it even further after the session.
Awesome. And I think based on the topic, I mean, my understanding of the whole theme would be brand heritage is more about the core values of the organization, that is like trust, integrity, and all those things. Innovation is about adopting the newer technologies and taking the customers along on the newer, faster journey on digital transformation. I guess that's what we all are trying to do.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have time for one more question.
Dario is not here, so it's okay.
Hello, everyone. I
Hi.
think it's a most important topic. Sorry, I missed it. I came with the last part. So I had one question to ask. It's an open question to any one of you. Do you think, in general, innovation happens from the companies who don't have so much of heritage? In general, okay, because if you see, it required Apple to disrupt the watch industry. Innovation was not happening unless and until Apple did that first, right? You have Patek Philippe on one side. You have like a global heritage brand. They still live on heritage, classiness, craftsmanship. For them, they never adopted innovation. If you probably look at them, they won't even consider Apple as their competition at all, like in terms of watch, right? So do you think most of the companies with so much of heritage, there is an inertia to go all out and do innovation just because of the fear that their heritage might get diluted or affected?
I think it's an interesting question. Go ahead, Nizam.
Yeah, not really, because heritage are the, as Amit also said, it's core values that you have created your brand on. At a certain point, you feel, when the promoter feels that, yes, this time where I have to keep my heritage, and starts thinking out of the box to meet the market requirements. See, just having heritage doesn't hold you in the market. With the changing world, every day there's a change. And with this changing world, you have to adapt to new things. So unless and until you re-engineer it in such a fashion that it meets the customer's requirement, you are still on with your heritage.
I think that requires an open mindset from the
Exactly.
leadership
Exactly.
to be open to change. Right?
Yeah.
They say disrupt or get disrupted.
Then there's no end to it, basically.
I mean, just a quick answer to that. I think innovation is inevitable. So you cannot survive without innovating, without kind of reimagining what you're going to be and how you progress and develop yourself. Elsewise, you're a dinosaur. You're going to die.
Yeah.
And I think it's different for different companies. I mean, Apple is a great example because whether it's the Apple Watch or the smartwatch industry or the smartphone in the first place, because there were smartphones before Apple, right? So, but Apple kind of made it possible, made it easier for us to use, and made it successful, made it work actually. And in the technology space, they've made that work very, very well. And I think for them it's a big challenge because what does that mean going forward as well? Where is the next innovation going to come from Apple? And that's their biggest challenge. In different industries and different businesses, it's different, right? So we were speaking about family businesses and defining their heritage, and I think the heritage is more of a title of being there for a long time. But what does that actually mean? Where does that come from? Because when they started, then when they were startup 100 years ago, some family businesses, they were innovators. Because innovation isn't about creating stuff, right? It's about marrying two things that create a success. The two existing things, you bring them together and they make something new, and that provides a solution. And these people have been, these kinds of companies, the likes of Toyota, family businesses, tech companies, they've always been successful at that. But understanding how they do it is kind of at the crux of it, because, they have a history to share, but what propels them is what is that thing within the organization that defines who they are, and how do they deliver on that, right? So very, very quick, when we think of, sorry, we're taking so much time here, but when we think of family businesses, again, I like to refer to that example because they exist for many generations. And one good example is one of our clients is Abdul Latif Jamili Group in Saudi, the largest Toyota distributor in the world, owners of multiple businesses in multiple sectors in the region and abroad, in Europe and Japan. They even have manufacturing facilities and retail retail businesses in Japan themselves. But if you go back to their history, what is that connecting thread? And what we've seen is that they've been successful at partnerships, at finding the right partnership, bringing it in, and opening new doors. And that applies to everything that they do, whether they're bringing a new business in the region and kind of setting it up and partnering with them, or opening new doors for their employees, right? And they have a huge CSR program in terms of promoting and upskilling and advancing people. So that is what their heritage is about, right? And if they do continue to deliver on that, they will continue to be innovative. Sorry for the long answer.
And the risk factor that they willing to take, yeah.
Great. So I have a plane in a few hours, so I need to go. We maybe do have to stop now. Nora, I'll let you do next.
Yes.
Amazing. Thank you. Everyone, please put your hands together in a massive round of applause for our panelists. And please make sure you take a photo. All of their names are right there. And make sure to connect with them and their companies. A lot could happen. Thank you so much. Your insights were truly enlightening. And now, everyone, get ready to explore global marketing from our keynote speaker, Gareth Cameron, Chief Marketing Officer at Davies Consulting Division. Put your hands together in a massive round of applause, welcoming him on stage here to shed insight on the craft of global marketing.
I had to make sure I didn't trip like Joe Biden, but all worked out. Thank you. Cool. Hello, everyone. I'm Gareth Cameron from Davies Group. We are management consultants in the financial services space. So I took the topic of global marketing and I decided to do it a little bit differently today because we're all here, we're all esteemed marketers, so it's not about me coming to lecture you, it's about hopefully giving you some form of inspiration to go and do something better. So to start, I'm going to play a little game with you. I'm going to stand at the podium to start, if you don't mind. And then we'll go into the presentation. So we're going to do three things. Is this working? Yeah, okay. So we're going to do three things. Firstly, rub your hands together. Yeah, okay. Click your fingers. And bang the table. Okay. So my partner would say, more passion, more energy. Okay, so let's try it again. Okay, but we're going to do it. I want a bit more passion, a bit more energy. Okay, so rub your hands together. Okay, click your fingers. Okay, great. Okay, so now you all know what to do. So we're going to start from this side of the room, and we're going to follow my hand, and we're going to go rub your hands together, and then follow, and then click, and follow, and then bang the table. Okay, so start rubbing. Okay, you can stop. What just happened? Apart from making a noise and having fun, of course. Yeah. Three things happened. One, there was leadership. 2, there was teamwork and collaboration. And 3, we made it rain. Well, the sound of rain. And for those who know, the metaphor for making it rain is to be successful. You make it rain. So with good leadership comes great teamwork internally, collaboration externally. Well, that's stakeholder engagement, right? And with great stakeholder engagement, we'll make it rain, so we'll be successful. So I think that's a good way to start off the presentation. And then the next thing is, I'm dressed in a hoodie, yes, keynote speaker in a hoodie. Reason for that, 2 reasons. 1, it's got my brand on it. And, and 2 is because when it comes to global marketing, Anastasia spoke about it on the first day, was know your audience. Now, I know if I stand behind the podium in a suit, you're not going to be engaged. But if I'm here in a hoodie, got a bit of energy in me, you will engage. So know your audience. Cool. Next thing is we get confused as, well, most of our companies get confused. I suppose our colleagues get confused between marketing and advertising. So I spoke about this briefly yesterday, but I think it's important to note that advertising is not marketing, and it's a product of marketing. And most of our stakeholders at work, CEOs, financial managers, etc., well, everyone thinks they're a marketer, but what they actually think they think they're advertisers. So it's important to just note that advertising is a byproduct of marketing. Marketing is the strategic function in which advertising, or the visual side of it, brand, all that heritage comes from. So strategically, note that marketing is different to advertising, and that's we will go through in a bit more now. So in 2000 or 2001, around there, these 2 people, it's a South African book, Chantal Ilbury and Clem Santa. Clem Santa is an economist for Anglo America, which is a very famous mining company in South Africa. And they spoke about scenario planning in this book. And it was about creating the right scenarios for you in business and within economies, etc. And they wrote an open letter to George W. Bush when he became president in 2000. And they spoke about globalization being one of the scenarios. There were 5 scenarios that they put to him, but globalization being one of the scenarios that he has to consider in his presidency. And the reason for that is because they said we have more open markets than at any previous time in our history, and which means we are more interdependent, which means we are not reliant on ourselves anymore for our success, but we're reliant on everyone for our success. And what they were saying to the president was that for America to continue growing, the world economy has to continue growing. Now that makes sense, right, on a global and on a macro scale. So you can take that concept into anything that we do. So in order for our brands to continue growing globally, the world economy has to continue growing, or our markets have to continue growing. So that's the importance of global marketing, or global reach, rather, as your opportunities tend to grow. Then looking at this dynamic woman, Patty McCord, she revolutionized Netflix. She actually created in HR, it's called the Netflix model. Unbelievable woman, and I've watched her, over the last number of years. And the things that resonate from me with her is she says she loathes the term best practice. Because best practice based on what? On what somebody did 10 years ago? What works in a different company? It's not necessarily going to work for you. So find your own best practice, which is important. And the other thing that she spoke about, well, speaks about a lot, is start with the end in mind. So what is the end result? And when I was doing my thesis, I sort of used this as a topic in 2010 when I was doing my honors degree, was there are 2 types of people, and there's 2 types of companies. You get the doers, the plodders, and the grinders on the one side, and you get the innovators and the inventors on the other side. And there's only one difference between the two camps. It's the way they think. So doers and plodders and grinders are looking back at how things were done before and saying, how can we better it? Where the innovators and inventors are looking at the end in mind and saying, what do we need to do to get there? So it's just a little difference in thinking. So when looking at a global organization, a global brand, start with the end in mind and thinking, how do I get there? Then, this is also very important, is mindset. So I'm a firm believer that mindset is the requisite to success. So people say, oh, we've got this new technology. There's been a lot of talk around AI here this week. You know, how AI is helping companies grow and how AI is doing this for you and making sure that you can get things done quickly, etc. But is AI a competitive advantage? No, because if you've got it today, tomorrow I can get it, and the next day Nia can get it, and Ahmed can get it. So it's never going to be a competitive advantage. You've got to have an innovative mindset. There's no company in the world that will be innovative if the mindset fails to welcome innovative thinking. So it's important to understand that technology is there to help you, but it's not going to make you an innovative company. So what happens is, as marketers, I feel, we need to think of it, yes, some of you here today have your own companies, but some of you also work in companies. And it's important to note that when creating your marketing department or agency is to make sure that it's what the company that you always dreamed of. So think of it as your own. And then you'll find the more success and the more reward out of doing it. Then, so I suppose this leads to the next part of preparing yourselves for global marketing is to make sure you build the right team. So we spoke about it yesterday, was not necessarily to have the best people, but have the right people. So, you need to have people that you can trust and people who will deliver. And as a result, don't have as many rules. So break down the rules. The red tape and the bureaucracies are what sort of break down the inspiration within marketing. And I think when you look at that holistically, it can hurt what we're trying to do from a global perspective. So if you hire better people, you can have less rules, more autonomy. Then surround yourself with people who want to grow, who want to earn their growth, rather. So a lot of the time we interview people and they say, oh, what's my growth opportunity? Well, earn it first, So surround yourself with people who want to grow and who are willing to put in the time and the effort, because those are the people who will stick around. And I know yesterday there was a session about attracting and retaining top talent. So, attract those who have the same values within your organization and will help you deliver with what you want to achieve. So if we look back so far, we know that we're becoming more interdependent, so we're reliant on each other. We know that we need to start with the end in mind and create our own best practices. We know that we need to build the best teams, right? So then we say, right, what is global marketing? Okay, so we've got our core foundations set up as a team. So I've said localized marketing versus standardized marketing. Standardized marketing is probably the dumbed-down version of global marketing. And we spoke about this in the brand fails session in day one, is a centralized marketing function that covers the globe. So localized marketing is looking at a specific market and saying, right, what are the nuances, what are the cultures, etc., that are in that community, and how can we deliver the content or the product to that specific market. Standardized marketing is more of a global side of things. So it's taking one campaign and painting everything with the same brush. And that's the global side. So what's important here is to do your research, right? Because global marketing is not going to work for every single brand. And the two brands that I've got here, they do things differently, and I'll explain it now. But it's important to know your research, important to know your market, because not all globalized marketing will work. The Zara campaign that we used, for example, backfired because, the Zara campaign that we used on Tuesday, on day one, for example, is the campaign that they did made people feel that they were making fun of people dying in Gaza, which wasn't the case. But nevertheless, they didn't know their market when they launched that campaign. Yes, they had created the campaign months before it happened, but if they picked the right moments, they would have known that that moment wasn't the right moment for that campaign. So it's about doing your research. So these two brands that I've got here behind me, Red Bull, amazing standardized marketing, so global marketing. That's probably the best brand in the world in terms of a global marketing campaign, because what they've done is they've built their brand around extreme events. So in America, for example, I'm not using Americans as a case study, but just as an example, Americans think that Red Bull is an American brand. Why? Because they do all this extreme events and extreme sports in America. It's an Austrian brand. And they do it across Europe as well, where countries think that Red Bull is their brand. It's just purely because they've created a global footprint around extreme events. And then you look at McDonald's. McDonald's is incredible at localized marketing. And they sort of morphed the global marketing with localized in some respect. But what they've done is they've grown their markets in different areas of the world, the different countries, around their menu, which is incredible. So you'll see their menu changes from region to region. And but then they've kept the brand, as a global image. But nevertheless, the use of the two has been incredible. So let's look at some benefits of global marketing. So it's one campaign, which is much easier. Like we spoke about in the brand fails, H&M did one campaign, and unfortunately it backfired with them in South Africa because it became a racialistic thing. But it's a one campaign. So it's a lot of cost saving, a lot easier to manage, one centralized marketing function. And then from an analytics perspective for marketers, it helps us a lot because it makes us look better, right? We've got a wider audience, we've got better metrics, we create more awareness and more reputation. And what happens is we get better marketing insights from it that we can then plug and play across different markets. We can learn, we can get better findings and insights out of it, which is great. On the flip side, we get a few risks, but obviously there's risk and reward, right? There's balance on both sides. So on the risk is that with a centralized function is you lose insights into your specific markets. And that's where the Red Bull and McDonald's example comes into play, is McDonald's knows that in order for them to hit their market, they have to change their menu. So it's very important to understand the side of things that you're playing in, because global marketing is not going to work for every single brand. And I think that a lot of us sitting here today, that will ring true to what we're trying to achieve. Us as a management services, management consulting and financial services market, our delivery is very similar, but our nuances change because regulations change from market to market. So it's very important to understand the role in which you play in the global marketing function. So this, the concept of global marketing, it's important to understand that the world, when you look at the world as a single market, it's that's what you're wanting to do from a global marketing perspective. Is that is your market, the globe is your market, but it's not always that simple, and that's what I'm trying to say here. So, break down your marketing function. Obviously, I've put 4 bullet points there, but there's so much more, obviously. But I've just tried to simplify it for this discussion. So, understand what your brand is. And this, by the way, is marketing. So it's not advertising, just to let you know. So trying to bring it back to the beginning. So you got your brand personas, your tone of voice, your visual representation, etc. Now that will change from place to place. I've listened to some incredible speeches here over the last 2 days, and how people from different regions speak about marketing, speak about their target audience, and you can see the differences. So yesterday we spoke about automations, and if you were here yesterday, Theo was talking about how the landing pages are so important to the marketing campaigns which happen in India, because it's an expectation that those landing pages are there. Now, for me, in the more developed world, in the UK, stay away from landing pages. So, it's about knowing how your audience will receive your marketing communication. And then understanding your target market, right? So also, if you've got a luxury product, like the people we're speaking about earlier, Patek Philippe or a watch brand or Toyota, whatever it might be, there's a level of person who can afford those different brands, right, and afford those different products. So that goes without saying. But nevertheless, the way they communicate, the way they interact with brands, and the way that they expect that communication to happen will vary from place to place. So then also understand your product offering, and then most importantly for me is something that I'm very passionate about is customer experience. So what does that look like? And I spoke about it in the brand fails talk on day one, was what is that customer journey and the importance of that customer journey from start to finish. So to wrap it all up, and I hope that you can get some inspiration out of this, is what are our key objectives as marketing professionals going forward in a global marketing world? So it's important to understand our interdependence. We are reliant on each other. We're reliant on each other's markets if we are to grow. And for us to grow, the rest have to continue growing as well. I think that's very important to remember. Start with the end in mind. So look at your end goal, what you want to achieve, and go and get there. The path might not be known. It might be something new. You might have speed bumps along the way, but nevertheless, that's where you want to go, so go and get it. Build an amazing team. I can't stress this enough. It's so important because you can never do it alone. So get really good people around you who know more than you in certain things, and be okay with that, and let them thrive with not many rules. So reduce the amount of rules as much as possible. The red tape is what's going to damage the creativity and the passion. And also, what I've learned in corporate is, because the corporate wheel turns so slowly sometimes, is that you end up missing opportunities because you're too focused on the rules, not the opportunity. And then create an innovative mindset. Remember that you'll never be an innovative company if your mindset fails to welcome innovative thinking. Thank you very much. I suppose we can have questions if anyone's got questions. Don't all shout out at once. Okay, thank you so much. Cheers. Oh. There you go. There you go. There's my renter crowd here. They weren't here on day 1 and day 2, by the way. They left. So my claps were...
Okay. Gareth, absolutely amazing presentation. I think you've distilled what global marketing in like a half-an-hour session. So absolutely amazing. One view I would like to probably hear from you on, you said standardization and globalization, right? There are two different things, what Red Bull did and what McDonald's did. Right? So globalization, like you said, it's not possible for all the companies. So do you have any framework on this kind of category might probably do well in standardization? Like you said, fashion, it backfired in H&M, right? But Red Bull, it worked. I think there's a common thread that Red Bull identified across the world. Right? There's just one SKU, right? That's the only business with one SKU. They could do billions of dollars of business. But McDonald's or Pepsi, Coke, they have like multiple SKUs, right? So do you have anything that can easily identifiable for businesses that this sort of products are good for globalization, this one is good for standardization?
So, good question. But I think if your brand is one product, then it's easy. If your brand is multiple products, then it becomes difficult. So McDonald's probably sells 400 different products in a chain. So that has to change market to market. Pampers, for example, Pampers are nappies. Everyone needs nappies, right? So, anyone who has kids needs nappies. So, that can transcend across the globe. Red Bull is one product. It's an energy drink. So if you're a legal company or a medical professional, the laws are going to change, and what you can dispense as a medical professional. I know our esteemed hostess here. She's a pharmaceutical by trade. So the the rules and regulations are going to change country to country. I know in South Africa, we're very quick to dispense medicine, like it's, take whatever you need. Whereas now I live in London, like to get paracetamol, you need a prescription, So it's very difficult. So the nuances change from place to place, whereas Red Bull's one product. And I think that's the key. If you're selling many things, I think it's important to remember that you can't be everything to everybody. You need to be something to somebody, and that's probably the best advice that I could give.
So just a quick take. I mean, you mentioned stay away from landing pages. What exactly do you have in mind when you say that?
You weren't here yesterday. I'm just joking. You've been the most active person the whole conference. So for me in a customer journey is to take people to where you want them, do it as little clicks as possible. And a landing page in the UK and in America, a landing page is one click in between. It's like having a middleman. Why go through a middleman when you can go direct to the person, right? So I understand, Theo was speaking about it in the Indian market, and I understand it completely why it's relevant there. But from a marketing perspective, the analytics and getting people through the sales funnel and quickly into your CRM where you can target them more effectively, to land them on your website where you can have all of those call to actions there, I would advise that route. And I just found that a landing page just has never been as successful as if you land somebody directly on your website.
First of all, I came into your presentation probably towards the end. So if this question was already addressed, I apologize.
No, there's no need to apologize.
Let's say you're in a local market with some global reach and you want to extend your brand more globally. What are 3 things that you definitely should not do?
3 things that you should definitely not do. I think don't assume that everybody knows your product. I think that's one. Don't assume what works in your localized market is going to work. And probably don't spend too much money without testing first. Because a lot of people are like, let's just throw money at the digital marketing campaign and we'll get reach. Do a lot of research before you do that.
We have time for one more question.
Just to follow up on the questions that were asked before, it's easier for me. Well, it's easy for me to grasp the concept of global marketing, especially when you're looking at a product itself. What kind of mindset shift would be needed if you're going to look at a service provision company or brand and trying to reach the global market? So not necessarily a product, but the service itself. I do understand, like, you can look at your service as a product, but what kind of mindset shift or thinking would you say is needed for that to reach a global market with a service provision company? Yeah.
Well, that's my everyday battle. So, because we sell services, not products, right? So I think the most important thing is to understand the pain points in the different markets. People react and require different things in different places. So, there's a lot of rules, regulation changes. So, for example, one thing that we're working on now is the treasury clearing rules in America are changing. So every single bank, every single trading house, anybody who buys securities, etc., in the US, or trades in dollars, the way they trade, there are going to be new regulations in place in 2 years' time. So, we now have to position ourselves as a way to help our clients mitigate those pitfalls that are going to come and get them ready for those regulation changes. So it's understanding the need, understanding the pain points, and providing the solution. And sometimes, your solutions change and evolve, and that's what's happened to us with the treasury clearing thing, is that wasn't something that we had to focus on. But because the rules and regulations changed, so now that gives us an opportunity as well as a company to go and start selling consulting that will help our clients get past that change. So I think when it comes to, well, my belief is when it comes to a service, is know the pain points of that region, of that market, and how can you take your product and put it in that consumer space to solve those issues. And you might find that there are more opportunities for your service as you look at those pain points and solve. I hope that answers your question. Cool, I think that's it. That's time up. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you.
Everyone, can I please ask you to put your hands in another very well-deserved round of applause? All right. How are we feeling so far? How am I feeling? I need a Red Bull. I heard they were talking about Red Bull, and that's all I heard. Red Bull, yes. All right, everyone, we now have another exciting fireside chat. So allow me to introduce Shakira Singh, the investment advisor representative at Transamerica Financial Advisors, along with Harshal Patil, the CEO and founder of B2B Venture Group, here to discuss Self-Marketing 101, Become the Hero of Your Own Career Journey. Put your hands together for them in massive, massive round of applause.
Well, since we're standing, you guys all stand. Ready? Everybody up so we can get the energy up in the room. So that way we can, make sure that this fire chat is engaging and you guys are actually participating. So maybe we'll just take a couple, 3 deep breaths or something. So who wants to lead it? That's part of the delegation, huh? Okay. Okay, well, we can just take 3 deep breaths. Ready? 1. Okay, thank you. That was 3. Remember, we're keeping this engaging also, guys.
Yes, absolutely. I think the earlier 3 sessions have really created the fire around the energy, in the hall. So we would love to keep it interactive as well, because everyone here is a panelist for this particular fireside chat. And the topic is such that, there will be a lot of thoughts which will flow around actually. And before that, I would love to set the context, and maybe then you can also, support me. So the topic is actually how can you be real heroes actually in terms of yourself as well as in terms of your company. So I just want to start with one beautiful quote from Philip Kotler. Majority of you might know this quote, but it's a fundamental one. So what he says that if you are not a brand, you just become a commodity. And then pricing becomes the only competitive factor for you. So now, from this particular perspective, I think all the use cases that the fellow keynote speakers and panelists have discussed before, those brands are really great brands, not because of their messaging, not because of their cool website, not because of maybe the viral stunts that they have done. They are great brands because of the customer centricity actually. So one of the important aspects to project yourself or project your company is to create a customer centric brand. That's one of the key aspect of it. And in principle, if your product is cool, if your services are delivering great value, then customer-centric stories is something that are going to play a huge role in order to promote yourself or create yourself as a brand. I have one great example for this actually. So while working with India's #2 IT services company, I witnessed one beautiful thing on their company collateral. Traditionally, what company collateral or brochure has is what they do, how they do, what value that they have brought in, right? Or what is the competitive gain that their clients have got. So this company have added extra section into it, and that section was about what was the customer feedback, the negative feedback after implementing a solution. So over there, the customers were slightly vulnerable in order to expose that what went wrong while doing that particular implementation, and what could have been the better area to improve the solution that they have built. Due to this particular tactic, surprisingly, they have gained more number of customers because point one, they were very vulnerable about what exactly they have implemented and what flaws that they have seen. Having said that, authenticity was also built. I mean, if you Google it today, the top marketing firms in Dubai, you will find 100 of companies on the first 2 pages. Which one is the right one? There are so many, proclaimed brands who are claiming that, we are the #1 company in the world. But if you go around, there are 2,000 plus companies who are #1, claiming #1. So I think the first thing to build a great brand requires being vulnerable and being authentic. And it should revolve around the customer centricity. Would love to have your comments.
Yeah, so I'm gonna focus also on like the career and being your own hero, which also comes back into the brand play. So it must be the memo over here for financial services wearing the hoodie. I thought I was the only one, but I guess we're both wearing the hoodie. But going back to your brand, I mean, obviously I wore the hoodie today because it's the last day, and I wanted to make a memorable mark, and then also the Giants are from San Francisco, so it's like California. So you guys would remember, right, that speaker last day, fireside chat, California hoodie, distinctly different, right? That's marketing right there. No matter what I said, you could, relate to that. I think the same goes with your career or, however you market yourself. You have to see what's gonna separate you from the rest. And, I've been very blessed to be able to look at that since I started the banking and financial services industry since I was 16 years old. There was no room for, me not moving up in the world because I was constantly marketing myself. I didn't sit there waiting for the position to open up. I was already like, what do I need to do to get there? And just background, I started in financial services when I was 20 years old. So Wolf of Wall Street, that's been my background. And it wasn't until recently where, I started having my own business and talking to my employees where I started realizing that, conversations of ethnicity or color or age or different things like that were a factor. And, I'm going back to 2000 actually, I'm giving my age away, but 2000 when I started financial services, and I didn't really have those dialogues in mind because my conversation was that, I'm gonna get to what my goal is and to be the best. And, I had a great opportunity to really just make sure that I put myself in every position that was gonna have me shine. And fast forward today, I'm, very blessed to be able to represent, females, women of color, or, and being an entrepreneur and a CEO. And so I think wherever you go, you're self-marketing. If you're in the restroom talking to somebody, you're self-marketing. And you have to know that, you are in charge of your destiny to self-market, whether it's from the client standpoint, whether it's the individual or the company. And I actually look at that from all standpoints. And even coming here to Dubai, because, it's a 16-hour flight from LA, I came with an end goal in mind of what I wanted to really achieve from being here these last 3 days. Because tomorrow I'm back to LA, you know. So I think that, you know, when you're marketing yourself or going back to being the owner of your career, you have to see what is it that you want to stand out? What is going to separate you from everybody else? And how can you make that a lasting impression? Fortunately, I have a lasting impression in my financial services world. And, you know, that's what I had already created. And I was already thinking that as, you know, I was entering back in my career, and same thing that I'm doing here today. Like I'm already, you know, been thinking this morning, meditated, went to the sauna, really, you know, got connected to what am I gonna leave this conference as the marketing, as the brand, and being the owner of my destiny of whichever way we go. So that's kind of, you know, going back to what you were saying, I guess in a client-centric way too, that you have to stand out. That's gonna have you stand out to all areas, your clients, your employees, your other partnerships, whoever they could be.
Absolutely. I think in alignment what you have just mentioned, I think it is pretty important to craft a compelling story of yourself. I mean, company story is different, but as a leader, I think your story is also quite important and crucial. So I have one question. So how many of you know who is the CEO of Toyota? How many of you know the CEO of Tesla? Why everyone, you know, raise the hand when I ask this particular question? Because the brand representative, the leader who is representing the brand, have made some of the, you know, great controversial statements as well. Having said that, he is challenging the status quo every day. Even if you see the tweet proportion, every alternate day, you know, his one tweet is going to make the wave in the stock market. So I think creating that influence haven't happened just in 1 year. I mean, this is not something accidental as well. This was a purposeful one. There are a lot of, you know, efforts that were put in since 1998 or 2000 during that time. Because I went through one of the oldest video of Elon Musk, where, you know, he tried to craft his story of how we built PayPal, and then that video haven't went viral. So if you go to the oldest archives, the efforts have been quite old, but the efforts were consistent. And that is one of the reasons why the leaders, and nowadays what is happening is, you know, the companies have been recognized not by the logos. It's because of the people who are leading that particular company. And for that, I think one of the important aspect is we also need to really find out the ethical brand practice. Recently, you know, Asia's #1 healthcare company CEO tweeted that the Himalayan rock salt that they are selling is built from a rock salt which is 250 million year old. Okay, but on the same packet, the expiry date says that it is going to expire in 2024. It's a controversy. I mean, having said that, we reacted to that particular post. I mean, somebody else reacted to that particular post. Having said that, to get the buzz for the brand was enough, actually. So those are some of the tactics which leaders have been playing quite aggressively in order to promote themselves as a leader in the market. One beautiful example that I recently noticed is primarily when it comes to tech market. In India, the storage developers is a title which is pretty difficult to get, actually. There are very few number of people who work around the data storage. So the challenge that company was facing was to recruit right set of people. They posted everywhere. But because there was no employee advocacy, I mean, the brand haven't got the, you know, that reputation yet. So one of the tactics that they did was they did a little competitive analysis of how they want to portray themselves in the industry and to whom they want to portray it. So they figured out that in India there are two companies where, you know, number of storage developers are, you know, high. And the lunch break of that particular company starts between 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. So what they did is they hired one truck, and right against to their competitor, they put an ad of one of the beautiful women talking about how the company's culture of the other companies, fairly doing well. Within 2 days, they got more than 2,000 resumes and the job was done. And the marketing budget was less than 10,000 rupees. So over here, if we learn this particular example, one thing, they used employee advocacy to promote their company. Second thing, the timing was right. It was only for 1 hour because they know that people are going to be out in the lunch times. The third thing, the messaging was also appropriate. So I think timing is also pretty crucial when it comes to, doing the brand marketing or the self-marketing. Any thoughts?
I think going back to what you said, the ethics, that really stood out to me because going back to, being the hero of your career and self-marketing, I think like I was saying, that's a key thing, integrity that has stood out as whether I'm a leader or, business owner or financial services advisor, that stood out during my career. And if you have something consistent, going back to, like I said, integrity, people will remember you consistently, for what you've done. And if you deviate from that and aren't, in integrity or don't have a certain ethic, moral compass, anytime that comes up, it's gonna stand out. And I actually had a situation like that where, with my ex-husband, we had a business and there were some things out of integrity. However, because of me making sure my self-marketing in my career, in investment advising, it didn't stop anything for me to be able to sell our practice and business. Because at the end of the day, my marketing brand has always been consistent, whether it's with the ultra high net worth client space that I've been with, whether it was with my employees, whether it was with my colleagues, it's a consistent brand that I've always had. What I didn't have, and that's why I'm here in Dubai, is really a global understanding of how to really market myself and understand different demographics, different cultures, different ways, because obviously I've been brought up in the American system of how things are done, and it's very different in other parts of the world. So I think going back to self-marketing and your own career journey, it's like you have to do things that are going to be distinctly different, and this is one of them, by really making sure that I do things that are always innovative ahead of whatever it could be. Sometimes I'm like, all right, I don't even know why I'm doing some of this stuff, but it just makes sense, following my intuition. And one of the examples that I could say is, like, I went to all these Latin American countries, like Colombia, Nicaragua, El Salvador, Mexico, and I'm like, I don't even know why I'm going, but I'm just following that, intuitive path. And then all of a sudden I become marketing, for, a leader in like financial services to the Latinx community. And that just naturally, organically happened because some of my employees from my firm happened to be from different Latin American countries, but that was not something that I went and said that I'm gonna do, right? It just naturally, organically happened. So I think that's also another part is when it comes to marketing, some of it you can actually do yourself, but then some of it's kind of done with however the universe, I guess, arranges itself. Like, yeah, I was thinking about that. I'm like, oh, all of a sudden I'm like this leader to the Latinx community, which is pretty cool because I'm making impact at the end of the day, but I definitely didn't wake up saying that that's what I was gonna do, right? So I think that's also another thing too that you gotta look at is what are some of the marketing strategies that happen that are organically happening with your brand or with your company or how people are seeing you and viewing you. So me personally, taking the initiative, I wanted to understand more of a different demographic, like the Middle East and different parts of the world, so that way I could be better in marketing myself for the brand of who I am personally, as well as the individual, company that one of the companies that I have. So I think that going back to what you were saying, you have to look at both. And actually, he's being very humble because I spent some time going on his website and I got to see his employees that were giving their commentary. And to me, that was like, ooh, you know, that's really cool because I could see the inspiration when they were sharing, like, that they just came on board and what it was gonna do for them. And it was like a really small, like 2 or 3 minute video with some people coming on board. That to me was like, you know, said a lot about the brand of who he is, his company, and so forth, right? And I wanted to make sure that that stood out because, you know, I know you have the speech there that you have, but me personally, that was like a compelling story because I could see that the 300 employees that he had, 2 of these women that I saw the recent interviews, you can see that they represent his true brand of his company and who he is as an individual. How can you see that? Because you can see how inspired they are when they're sharing their story. You can see how authentic they are. And I was like, this is cool, you know, like I'm sharing the fireside chat with somebody who's, you know, huge in a lot of ways, but being humble of what he's sharing. But to me, that says everything about your brand because your employees are your brand. And I always look at that everywhere I go because that's really telling to me beyond what's being said.
Absolutely. Thank you for this actually. So in fact, one thing that I also noticed slightly different, I mean, yesterday and on day one, we really spoke a lot about storytelling, right? But if you actually go to the recent website of OpenAI, they don't have a single story on their website. I was really surprised to see their website. It's extremely plain, the messaging is pretty concrete, and they are selling nothing. But how they have created the influence is something that we really need to reflect and brainstorm upon. One study that I recently did on their marketing strategy was their segmentation was brilliant. They only had, 4 segments in their categories. One was the B2B brands and the independent marketers who can use it for the content. And being a marketer, you always go and tweet something. You always go and publish something. And that's what the real marketers did actually. Their target audience was only the marketers who want to use Gen AI for creating the content creation. And then it spread through the word of mouth. And they haven't put anything on their site because the purpose is way beyond, using Gen AI only for the content generation. So from that particular perspective, I think that was one of the great use case and maybe a controversial question that I would also love to, open up if you allow that, is storytelling really required? Because there is a other side to it that if we really sell, then, sales will not happen for sure. So if you have any comments or thoughts on this or if you want. Absolutely.
I'm so sorry. Do you mind repeating the question again to the audience?
It wasn't actually a question, but I'll paraphrase, okay? Basically, what I said was, OpenAI actually did have a storytelling process embedded in their operations, if you wish. And it was storytelling through a third-party entity, being the word of mouth spread that they initially used to get the word out to individuals about their platform. And then, as time progressed, they added additional add-ons into their platform, which actually helped word of mouth spread their activities compared to Bard, Perplexity, etc., even better. comments.
Yes, absolutely. So I think one thing that they also did, I mean, they are trying to do a consistent A/B test since 2017. And usually all we see, it outburst within just 1 year. So one strategy really worked well for them, which is, as you rightly said, storytelling through different, the integrators who are involved in the system actually.
So one thought I was like, definitely all great points, but I was like kind of looking at the topic that says self-marketing become the hero of your career journey. I was kind of hoping to get your insights more on self-branding, like what our Lady Sunflower, I have been calling Sharmil the sunflower of the group. So what are your thoughts on if we have to promote ourselves as a brand on these social platforms? I think that was my understanding of the topic. I think all the points are valid, but I think they move to the industry and corporate level. If you can share, like, Shakira, how you evolved as a brand yourself, on the social platforms and all those things, what you did, and of course, Harshal, like what you did. I mean, that would be interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think going back to what you were saying, that I started in banking and corporate, and I was going to school at the time, UC Santa Cruz in San Francisco State in California. And I had, like, obviously a lot of different obstacles or challenges, but for myself, I always made sure that I was super prepared and knew what it took to get myself to the next position, knew what it was gonna take when I was, in a room with predominantly males, Caucasian males, and I'm, one of the very few females there. I was like, okay, I know that I have to separate myself in a way that is gonna have the client be able to, sit down with me, because I didn't have a business background at the time. I was actually doing an undergrad in psychology, yet I couldn't, I was like, I can't do this. I can't do psychology because I was doing internships. Thank gosh I had, the banking and financial services career. So I was able to know what it takes to get, the position that I was aiming for. And then I would sit down with different people who are already successful and at their A game of whatever, career that it was. So for example, I wasn't looking at financial services. It kind of just came to me. I was thinking I was going to be in management. And then I will never forget, I mean, it was like one of those defining moments in your life where you're, young, ambitious in your 20s. And I was going to San Francisco State to get my MBA, which I didn't finish. But the regional manager said, where do you want to go in your career path? And I said, management, and one day I want to be a CEO. And he goes, you know what? He just laughed at me. And he goes, you should probably, kind of stay in your lane and like do what you're meant to do. And that was it. I was so upset when he said that. And I went to, it was San Mateo, California. It's near Apple. So give the little plug for California. But I went to the bathroom and I just cried. And then I wiped my tears out and I came outside and I told the financial advisor who was, trying to recruit me at the time, that's it. I'm coming to the other side. It was called the dark side. But in that moment, I only made that decision because somebody shot my dreams of saying I couldn't become a CEO. And, obviously he was projecting his own inner stuff on me, but I didn't know that at the time. So I really made it my mission behind the scenes in my head to make sure that nobody else had those moments like that. Because thank God I was strong, resilient, and that just fueled me to be at my my A game in financial services. But it was something like that if I had taken what he said for status of that's what it is, it would have had a whole different trajectory. And now fast forward, I'm able to be, an example for a lot of different people. I wouldn't just say women, but different ethnicities, different people who've come over different adversities to take the initiative to be able to have your own destiny. So I think that that's one, big aspect. Going back to social media, you asked, I think we talked about it yesterday, the selfies and things like that. Do you guys know who invented the selfies? Monkey? No. Paris Hilton. So, I'm from LA. Everybody, Kardashians, Paris Hilton's all from there. And, when I read her book that she invented the selfies, her and Brittany, I was like, wow, look at that. Like they're just on social media everywhere. People are watching them like every single move, and they're marketing for free, right? On all these platforms. I thought it was brilliant. And I actually did meet Paris last year. And it's funny because I was, resisting to take a selfie with her because I'm like, I'm not going to be that person. But after reading, her book, I was really compelled to see what she portrays in front of the media as Paris Hilton and who she really is. And one of the things that, really got me in her book was she talked about ADHD being your superpower. And I think a lot of, different leaders have ADHD. I know I've worked really hard to harness my ADHD to be able to be more present with people. But the other part that she put, was her sense of security meant that she had to own $100 billion company. That's her motivation. So think about it. She's marketing herself as one person because that's what, sells. That's what is people want. But when I read her book, I saw a whole different side of her that I was pretty surprised to see. So I think that's another part is, you have to see what is it that you're marketing yourself, for people to even, I guess, take the initiative to buy that book or to go deeper. So I think, that's something that we need to look at, because also what I'm seeing is that whatever is authentic, whatever is real, whatever is gonna like drive people on a certain feeling. I mean, that's why I took the selfie with her, by the way, because I'm like, okay, I gotta get over myself that I'm trying to be like anti whatever. But I only did that because in her book, there was a whole different market of her that I didn't know. And that's the other part. What is it that we have that we can market ourselves differently that's gonna speak to whichever audience it is? And I think that's, something we need to look at through social media, right? So I do all of them. I try the LinkedIn, the Facebook, and the IG. And then I kind of see like the algorithms and like what's going where. And then I kind of pivot to see, okay, this story is going to make more sense. But I think that's, I don't know about you guys, but I mean, I was invited to this conference through LinkedIn, and I was thinking about that. I'm like, oh my gosh, look at that. We would have never like met all these people if somebody didn't use LinkedIn as a marketing platform to create this, this conference.
So just to have what Shakira said, maybe I'll just skip that particular part. One thing that has helped me was to create a personal website, actually. So the brand website is different and my personal website is different, actually. And I always, update the feeds whenever, I go back home. Second thing, one interesting story that I have learned. So last year I had a chance to meet some of the great leaders, like the founder of Bharat Biotech, for example. So I met him, and then I took a photo with him, and then I tried to put the narrative of what all we spoke for 1 hour. And that story got a lot of attention. So going out on social media, if you're meeting great people and putting something about that particular conversation also helps a lot to, and in that particular post, I was not talking about me, I was talking about him, that what all incredible things that he did actually eventually. The third important thing that we are also doing is not to post too many things, actually. So monthly we are just putting one post, that's it. Because and then for that particular post we are putting a lot of energy into it. So instead of going haywire and producing one post every day, I think it's okay to produce less content, but the quality content with, the monthly frequency is what one of the things. And then in that we are taking a support to write informative articles, and we keep the marketing fundamentals aside actually. So we want to really talk about the real-time use cases, maybe one specific short problem, and then image of how it got resolved with some specific problem statements actually. So that is also one of the way using which it actually helped.
Thanks a lot. I think both the points are very valid, and you were kind of reminding me, Shakira, of Pursuit of Happiness and Will Smith telling his son, don't let them tell you what you can do. So I think it's time for you to meet your ex-boss and show them the dark side. Thanks.
I'm just going to add to that as well. I think it's that personal branding is no different to branding for an actual organization, right? So, and there are two ways to do it. Like generally, similar to, again, all of you are marketers, you would know that. Either you shout out, like, from the roofs what you're doing, or you let other people tell the story that, what you're doing, which is what you were talking about, what OpenAI did. So in that, and that builds credibility, right? When others are talking about you. And the way to do it is, it's not simple, but I think, and this is coming from, sorry if it's going to sound a bit more fluffy because this is, I've got a human resources hat on now. So you have to be really clear about what is your superpower. Like, what is it that you want to be known for? You could be doing so many different things, and you should be. I'm all in support for new skills and, that T-shaped skills that we are talking about today. But what is your vertical? Like, what is the thing that is going to, define you? And that is one thing that you should be constantly, to build consistency in the messaging. That is what you should be talking about, whether you want to be a thought leader on LinkedIn and you have to be very clear about that. You can't, today, talk about workforce, and then tomorrow, my role involves workforce, marketing, IT. But if I keep talking about all of these different things, there's going to be, no one will know who I am. I'm not actually cutting through the market that I want. So I have to be very clear about what I post on LinkedIn as well. Not that I post a lot, but I'm just wanting to, I think it's same what we've been talking about for the last 3 days. You need to know what is it that you stand for, and then be consistent with that message across the board.
In fact, on LinkedIn, now a few of the leaders are really tired to see, the good morning, good evening, or, airport check-in posts actually. So, as per one of the neuromarketing exercise that was recently published by one of the agency, those kind of posts are getting the traction from the employee level below manager. But the C-suite level engagement is happening only with the quality content, which could be, around rich insights about how, the problem has been solved. So one of it is, maybe posting a very focused and targeted blog with appropriate 5 or 6 hashtags actually. And I think the call to action in that blog is also going to play a big role. So some of them are also using the digital avatars in order to talk about that particular blog which is written. So the avatars can easily go there and talk about it. So the video engagement is also there. If you don't have time to go and shoot yourself, then in that case those digital avatars are supporting it as well.
Yeah, I think for me personally, going back to what you were saying about your brand, and being specific to that, I think it's hard if you're being an innovator or a trailblazer or redefining yourself, because I think for me personally, I'm known in a certain capacity, but I'm looking to shift that, right? I'm looking to expand and see what's beyond just what my current marketing is. So if you asked, my people back home, why are you in Dubai trying to, be a conscious leader, and how is that going to come into your financial services? So I think that for me personally, it's because, again, I get to say, right? I'm not gonna sit here and be pigeoned in a box of that's the only thing I do. I'm gonna go out and explore and see, because why? That wasn't fulfilling for me. I made a lot of money, I was very successful, but there was a gap. There was something missing that I was not able to get. So I think that, you know, maybe that's what sets me apart. Like, I'm constantly redefining myself. I'm constantly not doing what people think that, you know, we should be doing. And you know what? Okay, I can be the crazy one. Great, because guess what? Steve Jobs was crazy. A lot of different people who, you know, do things very differently are gonna stand out. So I think for me personally, those things don't kind of align, because I constantly feel that I'm recreating what my brand is. So if you said, how is financial services, you know, in from the California standpoint, gonna make sense here in Dubai? Well, kind of doesn't really, but it does in a way, because I'm looking to be, you know, a global conscious leader. I'm looking to expand and see what's bigger than what I know that doesn't exist within my current box. But if I expand my, you know, my mindset, who knows what's possible, right? So I think that's another part that we got to kind of look at. But that's kind of what I've always been known for, like this firecracker, or, you know, whatever words when I first started my career. But I just want to make sure that people know that, because that's how different leaders are born, when they're doing things that are outside the box and norm. But that's just, I guess, who I am as a brand, that I'm realizing over time, because I'm still inventing myself to be uniquely different. That's not just putting me in one particular position, but trying to bring all my skill set together, so that way it comes to an end goal that is going to make a bigger collective conscious difference in the world.
So I guess, yeah, we are, I think, over time now.
Was there questions?
Last question, or not last, but I have an issue online with how I can sort of brand myself. I do so many different things. Apparently, I do them so well. I can't put everything that I do on LinkedIn, because then it will just look like this person is losing their knob or something. I can't put it on Instagram, because the other stuff is way too serious for Instagram. And then at the same time, I'm either looking for investors in some of my ventures, or I'm looking for partners because I've started a business, and then I can't split myself in 7 different pieces to run them all. How can I sort of put myself out there in a way which would appreciate the many things that I'm doing without crowding the space and looking completely insane?
Yes. So my question is, what is your frequency of number of posts that usually goes out in a month?
So I have 7 businesses, a very bright social life, and I'm in Dubai. Okay. So that's a lot of content.
Okay. I think, you know, instead of, you know, I answering this right away, I would love to, you know, meet you in person for sure. Because I think there is a little due diligence which is also required in a way about that particular content for sure. So I would love to catch up with you outside for sure.
I'll be waiting. Who's going to run all of those accounts? Do I have to hire 7 different?
I think we have a lot of people here who can help you.
Oh, there you go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this is a really interesting topic, because I feel we're in a time where we have to be brave enough to look at ourselves as individuals and stop hiding in the crowd. And so I have a question for you, Shakira. When you talk about Steve Jobs was crazy, and it sort of triggered that, I just want to hear your response on this. It's one thing to see what other people are doing and that they're brave to do certain things and to feel that same fire on the inside, which clearly you have. But then we do need the people who will break out the system, because the systems are old, and we're definitely in the time where we have to evolve, to me, to be humanity 2.0, and it's individuals. So I really want to hear from you the sort of the psychology, because I feel like there's a lot more inside of you, and we should support you to get out what's inside of you. And I want to hear your answer, because you have to process this, find the fire, find the thing that ultimately moves us from, we know what we want to do, we know who we want to be, but we're still stuck. There are things that are not inside of us that are stopping us, because we have systems that don't support our individual brilliance. We have systems that make us be clones in a machine. So we have to break out of that. I'd really like to hear you talk to that. Thank you.
Well, I think one major part is, and I was having this discussion yesterday, is that I'm coming from like my previous very logical world. And as I've been doing a lot of inner growth and personal, reflection on life, what's my purpose, things like that, I realize I'm putting a lot more of my intuitiveness in the mix, and they're almost opposite. Actually, they are opposite, I feel. So my intuitive self says, do this, and then my logical self's like, how does that make sense? Like, what? And then it's like this battle of which one do you follow? But then I'm like, okay, every time I don't follow my intuition, it doesn't go well. So I think that, going back to what you were saying, it's like you have to be super confident of like, what is your driving factor of the why? What are you looking at? And for me, it's beyond me. It's something bigger that I know that I'm called to do, which is why my individual box role of like, being in wealth management wasn't big enough for me, right? And I felt I was dying inside. My soul was just suffering, and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna chase the next car, chase the next house, chase the next whatever. And finally I'm like, okay, I can't do it anymore. Like nothing's working. So then I had to really, go outside of myself and get a lot of different coaches. I paid a lot of money on personal development and paid for a lot of coaching. I don't know how it is, in other countries, but just the coaching really helped a lot. And I remember one particular coaching, strategic coach that's based out of Toronto. The ladies was like, you're an ideas person. And I'm like, oh, that sucks. And she's like, why does that suck? I'm like, because it's not sexy, it's not, whatever. And she's like, and so I was really bummed actually. And she's like, do you know what an ideas person is? I'm like, no. But I wasn't even willing to like listen to it, because everything that I was being told was like, you gotta be sexy, you gotta be this, you gotta be that, whatever. And then the ideas thing was just like, oh, okay, that sounds so dull. But then later on, she did say, the reason why you haven't been fulfilled is because you're a community innovator. So, you have to see how are you gonna put that together, and that's why you haven't been happy. So I think that's another part is, I'm here because I'm following my intuition. I'm here because there's something bigger that I know exists, and I don't know what it is, but I just have to keep going with it and then allow it to show up. I think that's the other part. When we put ourselves in a box, we're limiting what else is possible, what else can happen. And so that's why for me, I'm like, I can't limit myself no more, but it's only because I've done all the other sides of it, and it was killing my soul.
Thank you so much, Shakira. Everyone, please put your hands together in a massive, massive round of applause for our panelists. And again, as you see, please take this chance to look them up on LinkedIn, connect with them. I'm sure there's a lot more you can learn from them. Can you take a photo? Yeah, thank you. All right. That was a really phenomenal and engaging session. Please put your hands together one more time in a very well-deserved round of applause. We have another very interesting session coming up titled Body Positivity in Advertising and Challenging Conventional Beauty Norms. As you know, that brings a lot of attention in marketing. Please welcome with me on stage our speakers, Naila Kudri, the CEO of Nestle Communications Agency, and Nicola Middleton, the founder and president of God Brands. Put your hands together.
Good evening, everyone, and it's a pleasure to be here today with Nicola. Body positivity is something that is very important nowadays. It's a new era where diversity, but also inclusion is very important. So just before starting the panel, I have a question for all of you. By a raise of hand, how many times did you feel dissatisfied with your lifestyle or your appearance after watching a brand ad? All right. So the journey towards embracing body positivity challenges old age norms, but also invite us to envision a more inclusive ads into the marketing world. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, Nicola.
Thank you. This is a topic that is really close to my heart. I have a background in being a beauty queen and working for a number of years. I went into that industry and did really well. So it really promoted beauty, obviously outer beauty and also inner beauty. And I loved it. I found it was a fantastic thing for a young girl to grow herself, to grow confidence. So I'm a great supporter of it for what it does for the girls that are in the industry and what it did for me. But the place where I really want to start right now, sorry, can I just, well, that's a little bit ahead. Can I switch this off? Sorry, guys, this is not for now. Can we just switch it off? Thank you. I'll say when we start. The thing that I want to focus on just in terms of this topic, where we're talking about body positivity in advertising by way of introduction, is to really understand what is advertising. And if we talk about advertising, marketing, branding, the whole industry, if we look at what it does on the ground, you know, your question that you said at the beginning, you know, we look at something, how does it make us feel, is we are actually creating the world. We're creating reality. For young people, especially when you're older, you get wiser and you understand, okay, that's a created world through all this messaging that we're surrounded by. We are surrounded, and now with the digital age, we're saturated, we're drowning in all this stuff. And it's creating people's version of reality. And if it's not healthy, then we're making people unhealthy. And so we have to understand really the power that is in our hands. And that's really what I want to say as an introduction, because I know we've got various things that we want to go through in this topic. But I just felt that just to really hit home on that we cannot mess with this, because we're messing with human lives, which I'm very passionate about. So try to keep my emotions under control. But it's humanity, and it's all of us at the end of the day. It's us, it's our children, it's our loved ones. It's, you know, we just have to get this right. Thank you.
I totally agree with you, and I'm going to point something that you said is that it's not healthy, but brands right now are trying to define what is healthy for us, and the consumer as a human being is not able to say, okay, is this healthy for me or not healthy for me? They're just trying to be perfect, like all the models they're watching on these ads, or even the lifestyle. If I think, for example, as my sister, she's a mother, she has 2 beautiful kids, but today to be a mother, you have to be a businesswoman, a wife, and a mother, and sometimes it can be very overwhelming as a human. So we have segmented this topic into 3 segments, the first being body positivity and the state of advertising. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, Nicholas.
Thank you, Naila. And now I'd like, guys, if I can have the first slide up, thank you. So talking about the state of advertising, when I was younger at school, I thought history is not important. And then I've realized that history is so important because it actually shows us where we are. And if we want to shape the future, we have to also understand where we came from. And so in looking at this topic, what I did was look back, and because this is actually an industry that totally defined my reality, I was like, great, I can really talk with experience on this topic. Here on my right, we've got a picture of that is Twiggy. I don't know if any of you recognize Twiggy. And I purposely chose a picture not just of her, but one of her actually at work, being a model, being photographed. And what happens is pictures of Twiggy, and she is kind of iconic in terms of shaping an image of beauty. And I feel she shaped an image of beauty. Well, I cannot talk for the East, but I can talk for the West. I was in South Africa growing up in a tiny little village, you know, a little rural place. But the messaging, the images, and this was before internet and all of that, messages, the images, and the spirit of it came to me. I was obviously very open to this kind of imagery, but it shaped the image of beauty. So you had to be blonde and skinny. And, you know, for them, this is a UK culture, but I've watched some things of how that culture just exploded. And the UK had this amazing culture explosion of, you know, it was just around the hippie sort of era, and they would just be individuals that just had opportunity. It's like a wave that's hit you, and you can just be models and film and photography and advertising and all that wonderful stuff. So it was an amazing cultural thing. But it also then went out around the world, or a lot of the world, and was communicating, you should look like this. And that's our history, and that's the 1960s. And next to it, you have Mad Men. That's the main protagonist, I think it is, of Mad Men. And I haven't watched the series yet. I started, and I actually found it too hard to, because it was too, with all respect to the men in the room, but it was too male dominated. I can't watch this, you know. And I'm like, my daughter watched it and loved it, and she's gone into the media field. And I'm like, I've got to get to be able to watch this. So that was around the same time, because Mad Men is set between the 1960s and the 1970s, and it is our legacy today. Okay, let me go to the next slide. And here, I'm not going to take as long to talk about this, but here you have, for example, the supermodels from the 1980s. You have, that's Victoria's Secret girls. And just, you know, this is pop culture. This has shaped what we see and experience. And yeah, I don't know if you recognize those, but that's like the classic supermodels, the original ones. And yeah, it was like a real thing to be a Victoria's Secret girl, and the big Victoria's Secret runway, you know, annual experiences, and very, very exciting. I mean, loved all of it. I just drank all that stuff in. So I was very happy to be growing up with those influences. But of course, it's a certain kind of body shape. Okay, fast forward. What did we do? This is what we created. For the girls who were lucky enough to fit into those categories, and I happened to be fortunate enough, it worked. But there's all humanity. So if you look at this, a beautiful girl, she's not a happy girl, she's not emotionally, mentally healthy. And obviously all those words there, pain, body shaming, lifestyle, weight, you know, you're being criticized just for being who you are. And maybe you can't do certain things, and it's just who you are. It's what life made you to be. And you should not feel good about yourself. Like, we can't even live in a world like that. Okay, moving along. So, it gets better. Project Runway is on the left there. This is I'll talk a bit about Project Runway, but this is when was this? I think this is 2018. And now we see very different bodies are being celebrated. And I think we all know this, because certainly the media that I'm exposed to, and I'm not looking for it, it's just arriving, I'm seeing we're all accepted. And I'm with my girlfriends, and do you agree, Naila?
Totally agree.
In fact, I'd like you to just say something, because I don't want to, like, how do you feel things have changed?
Well, I think with social media, it changed a lot, because yes, we did have a lot of hate comment when people started to show their body, the real body, but we also got a lot of positivity from consumers. So brands today are increasingly incorporating body positivity in their ads. It's no longer a luxury or fancy to have body positivity incorporated into your ads. It's a must today. So brands, marketers, and professionals have understand that, and they have started to incorporate that in their strategic strategy, marketing strategy, but also in their relation public strategy also. So if I take another example, I totally agree with you on that for this example, but if we take Dove, for example, which is a skincare, body care, mass retail brand. They did a campaign of body positivity where they've shown women from all colors, all ages, all size, with different backgrounds, different abilities. We had mothers, daughters, black people, white people, Asian, Indians, Arab, and it was a way of showing the consumer that he's reflected in that brand and he's part of that brand, and it just created that inclusive community. So today, Dove is not just about a soap or a body wash. It's about body positivity. They branded themselves like that. If we think about Nike, which is the biggest retail of athletic shoes, they did the same thing with their brand, showing not the perfect athlete, that elite athlete, that it was really hard to be like him or her. But today they've showed many athletes with different backgrounds, but with different abilities also. So this is how we shape society. This is how we shape human society, right? So like I said, today it's no longer a luxury to be and act like this as a brand, but it's a must.
Thank you. Just the thing on Project Runway that I wanted to say is that in one of the seasons, they started using plus-size models. So I started noticing a totally different language arising. So this is in terms of how we're already, have moved away from our history, but we see our history. But for example, there was a plus-size designer, and she did an all plus-size runway collection at the very end and won, so there are these breakthroughs. And again, this is pop culture, which then it's very powerful, just like Shakira, gave examples of the Kardashians and of Paris Hilton. Pop culture just can achieve something, with our industry that just, it just takes it in a certain direction. So we see the power of that as well. These are some of the images that I just wanted to talk about that I see today. Is like Lizzo. I don't know if you know the celebrity Lizzo, but she, and I watched a documentary on her, and she said, you don't know how close this was to not being a thing, where she had to be that brave individual that's just doing what's on her heart to do. And she flaunts her body, she flaunts her size, and she's sexy, she's gorgeous, she's dynamic, she's sensational, she's just got that energy. Obviously that's a gift of hers, but I watched a documentary, and then I was walking in the airport, and there was somebody who actually looked like her, and she was, this beautiful body, full-bodied woman, and she was rocking it. And I'm like, wow, like, it just made me smile, it made me happy, because here's a person who feels amazing in their own body, and that's what their body looks like, that's who they are. This last picture that I wanted to talk to, this every day, every body, every generation, is from a store that I went into, and it's underwear, it's intimate wear. And I was thinking, it's so great that we're trying to be everything to all people, which sometimes we say we can't be, but this was like, okay, you want to be for everybody, every generation. And I think the generation thing is also important, not to feel I have to be young, I have to be this or that. It's not just a body size, that's not the only thing. Body shaming can be age as well. You're not young enough, you're not beautiful enough, you're past it or whatever. That's also body shaming. So it comes in many shapes and sizes. Over to you, Naila.
So this journey towards more inclusive content and more inclusive advertising comes with some complexities in our marketing industry. And today I wanted to speak about two that my agency have faced with our clients. The first being traditional metric limitations. So with the old way of doing marketing, we were being able to look at traditional metrics. What I mean by that is click-through rates, reach, engagement, or even conversion rate. So we're able to see if our ad was a successful ad or not. But incorporating body positivity, it's a little bit more complex than that. We're not able to see if the ad was a success inside each diverse group. And that's something that we have been facing as marketers. So to do so, our solution, and we're still, I wouldn't say it's a solution, like a perfect solution, but it's something that worked for us. It's doing, looking more at the comments, looking at the shares, looking at the saves on Instagram or TikTok, or even the tweets, just looking at the conversation our brand has created, our ad has created. And that's how we're able to see if the campaign was a success or not, and really understand each diverse group, what they want, how they feel heard, how they feel special. That's one of the challenges we have faced. And the second one, sorry about that. The second one would be producing authentically diverse content. So creating content in different groups involves a lot of budget. And it involves also not creating stereotypes. The goal here is not putting more people into boxes, but really open the boxes and just put everyone in one box. So that's something we have faced. We've worked a lot with influencers, but we really tried to be with them in every step when they create content for us, just to make sure that we don't create more stereotypes. How about you, Nicola? Did you face any challenges?
Yeah, so just in terms of this, the industry and the challenge that we face, where that took me to thinking about it, what are the challenges? I thought to myself, we can really do anything, but it's up to leadership. And I feel that the challenges, and certainly the way I look at the world, which is very much as a mother to humanity, I see us being, one global family. And what for me needs to happen is it comes down to love, okay? Which I think we're learning to bring that word into the business world. I've had those conversations already a few years back. How does love and business have anything to do with each other? But I believe in leadership, which is love leadership, that we have to really love. We have to shift, and for me this is an evolutionary shift, but we have to shift from first the bottom line or first the business success, and we do everything because we're thinking of, how do we get to the consumer? We stop actually seeing people and we see numbers, and we see, how can that person serve my business? And that has to flip. We have to really switch it over so that my business is a tool to love and serve humanity or the market, the individual, the groups that I need. And I see that as the challenge, is that because I also call myself a spiritual leader, and for me that journey is all about becoming love. It's our inner transformation. Is I would say that is the challenge, is to, maybe we have to slow down the clock a bit of business, that we're in this race, and I'm not sure exactly what this race is, because we're in a major rush, and I think living is quality living in the now, and we allow growth to happen over time, and it's holistic growth with business and your personal life, and we call it work-life balance. I just call it right living, because work-life balance still makes life as a reference to work, and I'm sorry, I think that's the wrong way around. So I think the major challenge that I see is that we've got to have the will, because when we have the desire and we have the will and we make a decision, we move. We move where we want to move to. We decide, it's like, I'm quitting that job, I'm going to train more, I'm going to lose some weight. It's up to us. It's a free will matter. So the challenge is that we embrace truly wanting to be a humanity that is pure and mature in our love. That's, for me, the greatest challenge.
Thank you. Now, in terms of opportunities, in every challenge, there's also opportunities in there. And in terms of marketing, strategic marketing, what we have noticed is that AI, VR, but also AR are tools that we can embrace and use in our marketing ads today. Let's take as an example, AR filters on Instagram or TikTok, where consumers can see right away how the makeup will look on them. So that's something we need to really understand. And as marketers, it's new. And I've seen a lot of people being scared that their job is going to go away because AI and VR and AR are here now, but it's not. These are just tools for us as marketers to use. They will not replace us. They will just be something that we can use to be more innovative and to be closer to our consumers and really to speak to them. Imagine, for example, just doing a campaign and your customer can see the campaign with their preference, with their personalized segments, what they like. So there is an opportunity in here, and I think we should educate ourselves and not be scared of it and really understand how these tools work to make them at our advantage. Do you see any other opportunity?
I absolutely agree with you that it's one thing to realize that we can't all be Twiggy, and why would we want to be one little skinny blonde girl? I don't want to live in a world like that. With all respect to Twiggy, I think she did an amazing job, and that was probably her calling for that time to open the world in that way. But we are in the world of today, of the year 2024, and we have AI and we have AR, and we have all of these tools which make it possible. I mean, I think earlier we were talking in day one about what it actually takes to do a photo shoot. I think when we were looking at the Alps and the Alps and the two dogs, the golden retrievers, and podcasting, and I don't know who saw it, but it was like that was probably never done as a photo shoot. That's just talk to AI and say, give me two dogs podcasting on the Swiss Alps. And so what it actually costs, we can say, well, we want to love everybody and we want to actually market to everybody and everyone should feel amazing with our product. It's not relevant, obviously, to every company and every product, but to the ones fashion and food and whatever else, so many different beauty products and stuff that are relevant. It's with AI we can do things, and with AR and where you can try on your own makeup, change your makeup, make it to your own avatar. I mean, that stuff is all here. This is now the world we're in. So I just feel that we're at the right time. We're like on time with what we know we need to get right, and the tools and the ability and the desire and the momentum. It's all here. So actually, I think this is a very exciting time to win, to win on this challenge.
Absolutely, and it's not just in the beauty industry. If we take, as an example, a company that does home decor, now you can use the app. I think, as an example, Wayfair, I don't know if you guys know about this brand, but they have an app where you can see in real time how does the table look in your living room. So it's amazing, and that's what people are looking for today. It's real-time, personalized content. So for our third segment is how are we going to shape the future and how are we going to use body positivity for the next 5-10 years. And I think that content is king today more than ever. We need to focus on personalized content that really speak to the audience, and content that is personalized for our audience. We can no longer launch a campaign with only one segment. We have to launch many campaigns with multiple segments, using multiple different content to really speak to each segment and each audience. And that involves a lot of budget, but like we said, with the tools that we have, AI, VR, and AR, but also us as marketers, it's something that we can do and we're able to do for the 5 and next 10 years.
So I actually just want to ask you a question on that, because, going to the futures, we know we want to make everybody happy. So everyone feels great in their own body and everyone can have great health, mental health and emotional health and all of that. But I just wanted to ask you, you've touched on it, we've got the tools and we must do this, but it does involve budget. But are we being realistic? Do you think we're being realistic? Because to throw that at us as marketers and then it's like, yeah, but I can't be all things to all people. It's like, I don't even know where to start. Or is it actually just happening quite naturally? The solutions are there, the pathways are there, or does it feel like an insurmountable challenge, like just overwhelming?
I think it's totally realistic, because today these technologies are no longer not accessible for everyone. Everyone has it. You know, you just open your computer and you do have access to ChatGPT. You don't have to pay millions to access that. So it is totally reasonable to think that with the next 5-10 years, we're going to be there. But what's going to be tricky, it's to do it the right way and not doing it awkwardly or just making it feel like it's fake. I think the challenge will be to make it feel genuine. So, but in terms of tools, I think it's totally realistic. In terms of not making it sound fake, you know, that's another story.
Yeah, so it's interesting. Actually, I don't know how you feel, but I feel really great about us being put together because we definitely come from different perspectives. And when you say about the part of it not being fake and, you know, being genuine, that for me goes back to a person who is genuine in themselves, a person who has a certain level of emotional maturity. And obviously the message I love to promote is the love message, because when you really choose to be a person who loves and who gives selfless love, all your thoughts, all your actions, everything is thinking truly of other people. And then whatever you create, whatever you do, it's just not as selfish for myself, for my bottom line, for me to look good, for my fame, my fortune, whatever. It's you know, I've delivered something beautiful and amazing, and it's when the customer out there is happy and feels great, that is actually the reward. For me, that's the reward of love, is I do something for you and it's not at all about me, and then you thriving and you blossoming is actually what gives me my joy and makes me smile and fills my heart up. So yeah, I think that we need to put both of these messages forward. Again, Shakira was saying that the intuitive side, you know, to the previous fireside chat, her intuitive side tells her one message and her reason tells her, you know, the opposite, so they seem to be in conflict. For me, the way I speak about it is that reason is in our mind and the intuition is in our heart, and 100% of us have both. You know, we have a mind and a heart, so we have to learn how to work with both, because there's a time to use our minds and reason and logic and be clinical. And the mind is like a computer, so use this amazing computer for what it's meant for. And the heart is actually where we live. It's the first thing a baby is, you know, we know that there's a mother's pregnant, there's a baby. It's the heartbeat. The last thing that happens when we die is our heart stops. We can be brain dead and actually still be alive. You can be in hospital attached to machines and be alive at, you know, quality, but your heart is still beating. So we have not given respect to our heart properly. It's kind of like it's just there, we take it for granted and off we go. We don't use this brain to think about the heart, and we really need to do that. And I also say we've been a hopping human at an evolutionary level, meaning we've only had one side of our thinking and of our sort of how we function developed, and that has come through the male side, and that's why it is more mind-led. And I say thank you to that, and I actually do want to honor all the men here, and I actually honor Mad Men as well, because they got an amazing industry going, which I love. So thank you for that, to the alpha man, for getting it going and building it and being single-minded and not getting all in the emotions and the messiness of the heart, because look at what we've got, look at the legacy that we can build on, and we can do the things we do today because of what has come before us. So we really do have to honor the journey. But it is time now to put that other leg forward, and I do spend time on helping female leadership, and I say it's not feminism, we're in the time past feminism, and we really have to bring forth what is a woman, and it's really important that we women have to stop looking to the men for reference, because no man is going to teach a woman how to be a woman. But when the women, we as a sisterhood get together and we figure out how to be a healthy sisterhood together, the men will applaud us, they will celebrate us, they will love us, they will uplift us. They are the most amazing partners to be with. But we really have to fill up our space now, because evolution does need us. And I think then we're going to have this thing really waxed on both sides, the authenticity, the genuineness, the heart in it, and all the amazing tools and all the fun we can have with this industry now.
Absolutely, I agree. And I think my last thought would be that we're all in here because we're selling something, selling a product, selling a brand, selling a service. But it's not just about selling, it's really about fostering that connection with your audience to build a real connection with them and to build something that is more than just, you know, a one-time sale. You want people to become your ambassadors. And all of this, of course, to uplift, celebrate, and really respect the human experience, of course. So, thank you.
I really like that. Respect the human experience. It's a beautiful line. Yeah, beautiful.
Perfect. I think we can
we do
have
have
questions.
time for questions. Absolutely. Does anyone have any questions?
I couldn't help by notice that you are talking about body shaming only about women. Why not men? They don't have any problems that we should talk about. I mean, if you look even in the fashion industry, you see a lot of plus sizes, H&M, Zara, to name a few. But I'm not seeing anything for men. Why?
Well, on my side, I did give an example for men, which is Nike, for athletes, and that was my way of bringing men into this topic. But of course, the topic goes for both women and men. Body shaming does exist a lot of men, especially in the health and the wellness industry, where you can see that this structure, body, muscle, that's what we're looking for. But of course, that's not the reality. But yeah, that was my way of bringing men into this topic by using Nike.
Thank you so much. That was an interesting question. Oh, I am very sorry. Please go ahead.
I just wanted to make a comment, is that I feel very strong about individuality, and I'm a woman and you're a woman, so I'm not ashamed to say that the way I chose to approach this topic is giving real, being authentic, giving myself. If there was a man sitting here, it would automatically have given a much better male perspective on the same topic, so welcome to put it on next year's Marketing 2.0 and make sure there's a man at this conversation. But when we say everybody, every generation, you know, this, it could be also every gender, and it should be every gender because we're many genders nowadays. We're anything we like. But I love your question because it's obviously the same. You know, it's for everyone.
Thank you so much. And I think women are substantially more affected by this problem than men, right? Right?
Well, I wouldn't agree totally with that. Men do have a lot of expectations that we have with them. It's just not in the same industry. We're expecting men to be more powerful, to provide, etc., etc. And I think that's something they face as body shaming or behavior shaming or whatever you want to call it.
Right.
But they have their own struggles.
Definitely, definitely. But when it comes to body shaming, I think, have you ever heard of dad bods?
I did.
Exactly. Like when men have dad bods, it's like, you know, made into this like fun sort of thing. But when women have mom bods, it's sort of looked down on.
Well, I do have an example for men. Let's talk about Tinder, for example, or Bumble. When you have girls swiping right or left, for men, the first thing they do look at is the height. So height is a way of body shaming men. And that's something that they do face a lot, that they start lying about it. And when you come to the first date, you can see that, you know, he's not 6'7". So that's something they are facing, because what we see, what girls see as male is really someone who's taller than them. So that's body shaming for male. Here's your example.
Absolutely, that is incredibly true.
I just wanted to say in our topic, it uses the word beauty. If we had used a different word, because I don't know, I don't put the word beauty with men. It would be handsome, or you'd have to kind of rephrase the actual title of the chat, because putting for me the word beauty in there, I do see that is really one of the strongest things in the essence of a woman is beauty. So to me, it's already a female title. That's just my, you know, how I take the word beauty.
That's true. Who else has a question? Here you go.
Thank you. So what an emotional, actually, you know, the conversations which you have put in. And I would want to start with a statement, you know, what you said about beauty. So the beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. So beauty has nothing to do with gender. I mean, of course, beauty comes from inside. It's irrespective of gender, color, caste, creed, whatever you call about. But yes, as Nicola, you mentioned that it's about beauty typically is aligned with women. And one of the questions which she asked, I was also hearing some things where in the last conversations part, if I've understood it correctly, you were also mentioning that a lot of perspectives from a man which needs to be changed from, from this body shaming or other things perspective. So the question which I want to understand or ask about it, from the fashion industry, because we see this often in the business environment as well, where women are looked at a certain point of view, and then men are also supposed to behave it in that manner. When it comes to the fashion industry, why, it's always been showcased as the men are kind of exploiting the women, and that expectations of from the men to become more comfortable, more making them more comfortable when it comes to women. But when it comes to reverse point of view, I understand that it's a female point of view here and no male point of view. It's just that I want to understand that, is it not that we ourselves are making it more gender biased versus making it gender neutral? And it happens in all the industry. We always say men are doing this, men are doing this. But there are so many women who are actually creating this body shaming for women as well. So my question is, how can we make it more gender neutral rather than making it gender specific?
I would say using UGC content in all your campaigns. That's something that can help reduce the bias. UGC content is very genuine, and it's something that, if you do it the right way, can really help reducing this. I totally agree with you that also women do body shaming towards other women. That's very true, just like men do the same thing for other men. But when it comes to sexualizing the woman on ads or sexualizing the man on ads, it's both ways. I would say UGC content can help reduce that because it's real people marketing your product, real people marketing your service. So that would be my opinion. I would pass to you, Nicola.
Well, for me, the sort of the strongest thing that I heard you say was about gender neutrality, and I just wanted to pick up on that and also say that I am personally not. I think we have to do so many things because we have to help the human journey, but I very much have vision for the future, and for me, we have lost the magic of this world and ourselves because we are very confused right now, and we have to get some clarity again. And I want to live in a world where the love story thrives. And part of that for me, and I'm not talking for every person and how everybody does their personal journey, but I want to be woman, beautiful woman, and celebrate my femininity and show up really feminine, really beautiful, and feel amazing in that. I don't want to be gender neutral because I'm going to feel like a robot or a clone or I came to this earth to be grey and dull and boxed in and lifeless. No, I absolutely am going to push, but we're on a spectrum, so I'm only talking for myself, but maybe I'm an outlier or maybe I represent some version of beauty or woman or whatever, I don't know. I'm not boxing myself in. I'm just here blossoming as me, but that's what I want. And I want to match me because however far I'm on this end of the spectrum, I want to have the man on that end of the spectrum because he's actually my counterpart. If I was somebody who wanted to have less extreme color, I would tone myself down. It's like, no, that's way too flamboyant. Like, I don't want to be, I don't want all that attention or whatever. I'm just, quietly here. I don't know if you know the word wallflower. I mean, maybe somebody's comfortable. It's like, I don't need all the light on me. Somebody give me the, lights, camera, action, and I'm happy. So we're different in our natures. And they would be like, oh, don't give me this, manly man. It's like, he's way too much for me. Like, I just want a nice guy and we can curl up and be comfortable. I'm just saying, there are all those stories. So if you talk gender neutrality, I'm like, that's not interesting. So it's like, I don't want that. But when I think with the hat of a leader and a marketer, I'm like, well, maybe that has to also be on the menu, you know? So that's how it is for me.
So thanks, Nicola and Naila, for your for your responses. And I understand from the marketing point of view, the contrasting views, creating, narrowing down the, from the target segments or the purpose around it. So I understand from that, and probably gender neutrality can also be one of the ways by which you can differentiate ourselves. My only point is, I'm not trying to, kind of go against men or pro women or pro men or against women. The idea here is that, and I'm from India, and India, we have that, a lot of history of women, but not just body shaming, but even keeping them down under the covers for a very long period of time. Even though we used to have women who used to be emperors of, empresses of the, of the countries and things like that. But because of the situations, everything changed. Things are changing in India, quite a bit change. But one big difference which we are finding it right now, that from that feminism support, towards it is becoming more of making it as a gender bias, it is becoming anti-men. And it's happening in various places. So I'm just trying to bring that factor, that rather than, till the time it is only supporting women, and from that perspective, it's absolutely fine. But from our psychology point of view, it should not go to the extreme, another side of it, where men starts feeling the same problems which women were feeling earlier. That was the only point I was wanting to share.
I totally agree with you, and I think one of the challenges we spoke about is about, creating that content that doesn't stereotypes men or women. So of course, the goal here is not putting women against men in our ads, but really doing something that feels comfortable for men and also comfortable for women, or any other type of gender.
All right. Just something to add to that. I think it's not anti-men. I think men perceive it as anti-men because they perceive certain things as their right to do. So if you're telling me not to do something, you're being anti-me. So, and you know what? The thing is, like, the biggest problems in the world, the perpetrators of those problems are men in the nicest way possible. In the nicest way possible. All the wars, men. Most criminals, men. I'm so sorry. In the nicest way possible.
It's just the history. I think it's just the history. Women had to fight for their rights while men they already had rights. So I think that's where it comes from. But once again, it's not anti-men or anti-women here, okay? We're all equal. Go ahead.
And we're in it together, so we're stuck with each other. We better find a way to make love and peace, not war and whatever.
Right, thank you guys. It's a very insightful conversation. And Nicola, you shared the history, and the context was so important to see how this evolution has come along. And I'm glad it has. It's so, like, I'm on the other side working in mental health. Well, when we see young girls and boys facing this every day and how they feel about their body. My question is for you, Naila, from a marketing perspective, I have seen brands adapt, right? Like, I have seen them introduce, smaller sizes and plus sizes, on both ends. But it's not done well. It's not authentic. It doesn't feel right. They have responded, but it feels like, is it for the numbers or just to kind of give the message that we're doing something about it?
Get that diversity quota, basically.
Exactly, and I just feel the tone is not right. It still doesn't feel, in some of the bigger brands as well. So what's the point? There is no authenticity. Like, what's the point of doing it and it is for them. There's a lot of pressure. They have to respond, I feel. So I think it's a paradox. Like, they need to do it, and I kind of think it's important, But if you're not doing it right, why do it?
That's a very good question, and I think only these brands can answer that, to be honest. But I'm going to give just my opinion on this. Sometimes it's better to do it than not doing it, because the reaction towards not doing it can harm the business. Instead of doing it and just having comments like, guys, you're not authentic, that's not genuine, you're just doing it for business. You're just doing it to get sales. But if they're not doing it, they can be anti-body positivity, and that can really harm the business. Now, we're all marketers in here, and it's our job to make sure that these companies do well their job. If we see they're not doing it well, it's an opportunity for us to contact them and provide our services, showing them why it's not working and how we can make it work. So that would be my opinion on this. Does that answer your question? Okay.
I just wanted to add something, if we're not doing it well, why do it at all, is one thing I've learned in life, we have to start. You have to start somewhere, and when you start, it's like a child learns to write. It's, it's messy, it's a scribble, and then it can become beautiful handwriting, or for some of us, never. But anyway, it's like there's a process, learning to ride a horse, whatever it is, learning a language. So we've started, and we're in the early days of it, really. So we'll get better at it. We'll get authentic, and then also just if you have a person, if you have a person in your marketing team who really identifies with that cause, has a passion for that, or has that same problem, and they don't want other people to suffer, that, to me, I would think that marketing would come out brilliantly in terms of authenticity and the heart behind it.
True that, and I mean, I did a lot of marketing campaigns, and a lot of them were a fail. That's okay. The goal is really to understand why it failed, why we didn't get the response we were looking for. So analyze the data that come from that marketing campaign and just improves it for the next one. So that's okay. If it doesn't feel genuine today, it will feel tomorrow.
Thank you so much, ladies. Everyone, put your hands in a massive round of applause. That was a fantastic, fantastic session. To all the men in the audience, all the love. I was kidding. I was just trying to wake you up. So don't come for me, please. But yes, ladies, let's take a photo. Thank you so much. Put your hands in another very well-deserved round of applause. And in the spirit of that, you talked about so many beautiful things and love, and it was really, really beautiful, but the human element of advertising. So thank you so much, ladies. And yeah, everyone, I hope you really enjoyed that session. And in the spirit, who here is single? In the spirit of love, who here is single? Show of hands. Oh my God, you're all married? From the mind. Speak from the heart, speak from the heart. Okay, so marketing, you guys get married fast. Okay, I get it now. This is the career I need to choose. Okay, all right, everyone. So now we are about to have another very exciting discussion. So please allow me to present So now, ladies, gentlemen, we will begin the recognition session, and then we will begin with our next session after that. I would like to invite on stage Mr. Anshav Jain, the chairman and MD of DYU NFT, the billion-dollar fund to fund the next 100 unicorns of India. Put your hands together in a massive round of applause. much, Mr. Anshab. I gotta say, I love your company name, Design Your Own Unicorn. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
So I am actually a person who has got forced into entrepreneurship, and I lost my high-paying job, and I just celebrated 10 years of job loss last year. And when I entered into entrepreneurship, I realized that it's not easy. I lost 7 businesses in 7 years with almost $500,000 of debt on myself. I didn't go for vacations for almost 7 years with my family. My family kept thinking, what am I doing? And when I finally left the job, the corporate world, I did not tell my parents that I've left my job. Even during the COVID, they were thinking I'm actually on job. And when I was leaving the corporate world in 2020, which 3rd January 2020 was my last day where I waved off goodbye to the corporate world, what I learned from my experience of building a $100 million global conglomerate today is what I wanted to convert and share and create a platform where entrepreneurs from all across the globe can take the benefits or can learn from the experiences of other entrepreneurs and even investors. That's where, so I come from a Lean Six Sigma background, so I'm a master black belt in that and a project management professional. What I realized was that there is a concept called design for Six Sigma, wherein you can actually design a Six Sigma level of efficiency and effectiveness product or a service even when it does not exist. And that is how the startup unicorns and everything was going very familiar at that point in time. India got 100 unicorns. And I said, this unicorn thing is coming up too good at this point in time. So the concept was that how can you design a unicorn or $1 billion company when it is just an idea stage? And that is how the Design Your Unicorn came up. That how can you transform your ideas into a $1 billion company in 3 to 5 years' time? And that's where we started building up an entire community of experts, entrepreneurs, and investors. We have a world record of reach in 158 countries today. We have around 50,000 plus experts supporting us to a community of 15,000 plus entrepreneurs and 3,000 plus angel investors. So recently we have launched a $1 billion fund to fund the next 100 unicorns of India. And it's a startups decentralized platform for investments in startups. It's a global platform, cross-border, cross-sector, to make sure that people who want to come into the entrepreneurship ecosystem, they might not be able to come, especially people who are in corporates. They may not have energy, or even they may have so many responsibilities right now so that they can come out and venture, leave their jobs. Or even existing businesses, they might be struggling on that. So at one side, we support startups and entrepreneurs or even MSMEs or small businesses to transform their ideas into a more of a $1 billion scalable and sustainable company so that they can raise good investments, they can generate huge amount of revenues. And on the other side, there are many aspirants of an entrepreneurship, but they're not able to leave their jobs. So what can they do? And that is where we have created this angel investing model where you can actually invest in startups, because India being the 3rd largest startup ecosystem and becoming the startups capital of the world. So this fund, $1 billion fund, is for India to fund the next 100 unicorns. But the idea here is how can you invest with lowest ticket size and with easy liquidity and guaranteed returns or principal protection
So
options.
it's all about chase your unicorn, everybody. Chase that Pegasus and make your dreams come true. Thank you so much. All right, please put your hands in a massive round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be beginning the honoring and recognition session. please allow me to introduce the Marketing Conference, Marketing 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award to Don Hang. Don Hang is the founder and managing director of Murday Global Consulting and Great Wall Global Consulting. She also serves as the honorary chairwoman for the Global Council for the Promotion of International Trade. Please put your hands together in another massive round of applause for her.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Yeah. So I would like to take the opportunity, right, to thank my grandmother, right, who's in heaven right now, and my parents, my supportive sisters, and my mentors who have been with me throughout the whole entrepreneurship journey. And last but not least, our kind and patient clients, partners, investors, right, who have been with us regardless whatever difficulties that we have met, we have overcome them, and they are still with us. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much.
Can I ask everyone a favor? Yeah? Cool. Can everyone sitting over there come over here? Thank you. All right, thank you so much. That would be great. Yes, please, please, get together, everyone. In the spirit of recognition and in the spirit of unity. All right. Sorry, I'm exercising a lot of you today. I am very sorry, but just to make it a little bit more, the audience a little bit more concise. Thank you, thank you. All right, we'll go for there. All right, everyone, day 3. I'm sure you all know what to do. All right. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Heartfelt congratulations, and truly thank you so much for that very touching speech. Up next, everyone, allow me to introduce the Outstanding Leadership Award to Ilyas Karam! Ilyas Karam is the strategy leader at Grey Group. He is not with us right now, but we honor and recognize him. Up next, everyone, allow me to introduce the Outstanding Leadership Award to Fredericks John! Fredericks John is the Executive Vice President and Site Head at Persona. He has won 16 awards nationally and internationally for his leadership, quality assurance, and giving back projects. Also, he is the founder and mentor of the Rotaract Club and the Toastmasters Club of Persona.
I'm receiving this award on behalf of more than 150 graphic designers who work with me to support advertising agencies across the world. Like everybody else, I could also claim that I'm one of the largest companies having so many graphic designers in one place supporting the marketing industry. I'm happy to be here today to receive this award on behalf of them. Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. On 1, 2, 3. A huge, heartfelt congratulations. All right, we are now going to go ahead and actually announce another Marketing 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award to Mayan Muhammad. Who is not here, but we honor and recognize her. Thank you, everyone. All right. Now, allow me to introduce the Marketing 2.0 Conference Influencer Award to Naila Quidri. She is the CEO at Tesla Communications Agency, fusing her academic background in neuropsychology and a deep-rooted fascination with human behavior. She revolutionizes marketing, transforming communication into an impetus for societal change.
Thank you so much, everyone. I would like to thank all my team, my family, and all the people who supported Nestle Communication Agency. It was really hard for me to come and build my own company, as everyone was judging me because I was too young to lead. But thanks God I listened to myself and I was able to do it. So thank you so much.
All right, everyone. Uno, dos. I don't know the third one. Okay. All right. 1, 2, 3. A huge, heartfelt congratulations. It's so interesting how we have so many neuropsychologists and psychologists in marketing. Do you provide therapy? You used to? I need severe help. Thank you. No, it's really amazing because marketing does require a lot of psychology, so it's truly, you are all truly brilliant-minded people. Up next, please allow me to introduce the Marketing 2.0 Conference Influencer Award to Ruvi Mibogore. She is an award-winning global visionary recognized for her exceptional dedication and intelligence. Her vibrant and wholesome personality outshines her numerous scholarships and accomplishments. With a goal to become a renowned barrister abroad, she has actively participated in various organizations, including the United Nations Eastern European Conference, ICMUN Academy, and Generation Success.
Hi, everyone. Oh, okay. That's fine. I would like to thank the organizers for organizing this entire experience for everyone, allowing everyone to dream big and to be recognized simply for being who they are. Being as young as I am and being recognized in this manner is quite a humbling experience, knowing that some people my age or even younger sometimes give up on their dreams, for their dreams being too hard or failing in between or experiencing hardships along the way. The journey to success isn't easy, but it's worthwhile. First of all, I'd like to congratulate each and every one of you here for being strong, courageous, and being the leaders that you are. Even if you're young or even if you're just starting, keep going. The world is your oyster. I must add that getting to the top isn't easy, but the results are worth it in the end. To all the younger generations, if you're here, keep pushing, and for the older generations, congratulations. Keep soaring, thank you. Sorry. Keep soaring higher, and keep making yourself, your family, and others proud. Continue to aspire, to inspire. Thank you, and be the person you ought to see tomorrow. Thank you.
A huge, heartfelt congratulations. You do look so young and youthful when you came on stage. So it's really beautiful to see such young people achieve such amazing milestones. Up next, everyone, allow me to introduce the Marketing 2.0 Conference Influencer Award to Wasim Asman! The marketing manager at Buna he is driven by a clear vision and employs aesthetic tools to guide teams towards shared goals. With exceptional communication skills, he promotes trust and collaboration among team members and clients alike. Put your hands together, everyone.
Thank you, everybody. My belief in marketing comes from believing that it is a mean and a way to build bridges of trust between people. Thank you so much for this. I really have so many thoughts in my mind. I cannot express how grateful and happy I am. I just forgot. Actually, in my belief, we are working always to build a greener and a better future for everybody. I would like to thank you for this once again. I used to be the person, the one behind the camera, documenting the success and the happy moments of others. But for the first time, among all of you, all these great minds, I'll be the one who is in front of the camera this time. So it means a lot of me. I would like to dedicate this recognition to my family who gave me love, unlimited love, unconditional love, and to everybody of you. Thank you so much once again. Thank you.
That is what unconditional love blossoms into, everyone, right? Put your hands together. My parents loved me conditionally. Okay, now. All right. Up next, everyone, allow me to introduce the next Marketing 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award to Megami Roberts. Megami Roberts is the president of Studio Ninco. She epitomizes leadership with her fearless approach to risk, disdain for traditional boundaries, and constant hustle for improvement, promoting innovation, creativity, and success. Put your hands together one more time.
Thank you, everyone. My company, Studio Nin. Ni means human in Japanese. You know, Japan, it's everything so delight. Like it's about gender bias. People even don't talk about it. So now I'm nearly 50 years old, 48 actually. I'm going to show the world a different way to live the woman colorfully. So my people, I don't call employee or staff, I call collaborators. They're very young people who cannot put you in a box. And I never, ever put people in a box. They can walk wherever, maybe beach or, I don't know, universe. So I like to create those company. Thank you so much. Thank you.
That was amazing. Thank you so much. And now, coming up next, allow me to introduce the Marketing 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award to Samuel Sarpong! With over 10 plus years of experience in online and offline marketing, Sam has developed and executed effective marketing strategies for various industries, including construction, electronics, travel, and more. He has a strong passion for marketing since day one, and he lives and breathes marketing. Put your hands together one more time.
Thank you so much, guys. I've had a great experience here, meeting like so many lovely people as yourselves, the speakers, even the camera guys, the people behind here, this wonderful lady as well. You've done a great job. You've done a great job. Yeah, I want to thank the Almighty God, because if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here. I want to thank my mum, who's rested in heaven, and also Ruth Wall as well. So she's the one who actually recruited me from the UK. So I was born and raised in the UK. Then I moved to Dubai 1.5 years ago. Yeah, so I love marketing, and I just wanted to let everyone know that life is too short. You should just go ahead and just do whatever you want to do, because tomorrow is not promised. Thank you, guys.
Okay, scream for Shakira, okay? 1, 2, 3. All right. So, everyone, it is now my absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for that wonderful, wonderful speech. Who here is also thinking of moving to Dubai? Yeah? You'll move to Dubai? Moving to Dubai? We'll see you here next year. You'll invite us to your housewarming? Fantastic. I'm waiting. All right. Everyone, now allow me to introduce the Outstanding Leadership Award to Dr. Khalil Rahman Aziz. Who is not here, but we honor and recognize him. And now, coming up next, the Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Ubaid Al-Suwaidi! Who is also not here, but we honor and recognize him. Don't worry, I will be taking the awards home and displaying them in my cabinet. I have so many accomplishments. Up next, everyone, allow me to introduce the Outstanding Leadership Award to Vivek Nigam! As the head of marketing at Desert Cart, he grows from a robust background in steering brand strategies, with a track record of elevating over 110 businesses in the past 5 years. His approach is deeply rooted in customization and results, and it has been pivotal in devising and rolling out digital marketing campaigns that resonate with target audiences. Put your hands together!
But I only came here for the free coffee. The truth is, I'm a very business-focused marketer. So for me, it is all about how to get that first 2.5 seconds of attention from a target audience. But being in this room since this morning was an eye-opening experience. I listened into the conversations which ranged from celebrating your body, how the AI is affecting the marketing here in today's times. Very, very good conversations, guys. So glad to be here, really grateful. And thanks to the organizers and the jury members for giving me this honor. Thanks a lot.
Unpackaging videos are very popular on YouTube. You're welcome. Okay, everyone, let's go ahead on scream like you're at a Beyonce concert. 1, 2, 3. Now, coming up next, allow me to introduce the Marketing 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award to me and Muhammad Fahd Ali! Mian Muhammad Fahd Ali is the Senior Marketing Executive at Ashwari Enterprises, LLC. He stands out as a marketing maestro and mentor with a wealth of knowledge and an extensive background in the marketing field. Put your hands together for him one more time.
Hi, I just want to thank Marketing 2.0 for giving me this honor, and I'm like very deeply feeling honored for this one. For me, this place as a marketing expert or meeting with other marketing colleagues is the best place. We will see you again next time. Thank you.
And I am sure we will definitely see a lot of you back here again next year. And now, everyone, we will be awarding some people virtually, but I want you to scream and clap for them just as hard. Coming up next, allow me to introduce the Outstanding Leadership Award to Rashid Dewan. Put your hands together. He is the co-founder and director of the Popcorn Media. Spanning over 15 years in business development and account management, he has a proven track record in key account and client management, alongside strong communication and presentation skills. We recognize and award you. And
hello everyone, my name is Rachit Dewan. I am the co-founder of the Popcorn Media, and I really appreciate the award. Thank you so much, Marketing 2.0. For considering this. I would like to thank my family and my team for trusting and continuously supporting me throughout. And I really want to apologize to each one of you. I couldn't meet you guys in person, but however, I will definitely would love to see you around whenever I'm there, or probably we can catch up on other works. And yeah, I wish you all lovely people to have a great, great evening in Dubai, and we'll hope to see you soon. Thank you so much.
Coming up next, allow me to introduce the Marketing 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award to Ahmed Munshi. He serves as the chairman of Sudasia Consultancy Management. He is a strategic, proactive, versatile, and outcome-driven professional with over 29 years of expertise spanning various industries.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Hi everyone, my name is Ahmed Omar Munshi. I'm a partner in Sudasia Management Consultancy Company. The mission of Sudasia is to develop and provide sustainable business strategies with execution skills, know-how, and governance, creating world-class value. Our competitive advantage: offering local market and customer insights, execution skills and know-how built on operational experiences, and develop and implement efficient governance process to reach testing. I would like to thank the Marketing 2.0 organization and the full team for recognizing me with the Outstanding Leadership Award for the contribution to the field of marketing and advertising. I dedicate this award to all my colleagues and team I have worked with in the past years for their full support and trust in me. We as marketeers, we have a mission to make the experience of customers enjoyable and engaging. With the future tech-led in all aspects of customer experiences, we as leaders and marketeers still have a competitive edge to the technology, is to bring out the touch and feel of the product essence to stand out in the crowd. We believe in our slogan, grow with no limit, and I wish you all fruitful conference and thank you.
Up next, allow me to award the Marketing 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award to Roberto Gumba Jr. As the head of marketing and communications at Upgrade InnoLab, he is a global-oriented leader obsessed with systems, strategies, and frameworks. Being a dedicated team player, he prioritizes efficiency, impact, and team synergy.
It's my great honor and privilege to have been chosen as one of the honorees in this year's marketing conference. I have never imagined to come this far. All I think of is to ensure the success of our company and deliver the best marketing services to the startups and impact enterprises that we serve. This recognition inspires humble marketers like me to continue what we do with the best of our abilities. This is definitely a boost to my motivation to help more startups and social enterprises reach their customers to scale up and create ripples of impact. I dedicate this award to my company, Upgrade InnoLab, and to the supportive team behind it for allowing me to explore, grow, and learn alongside our startup and enterprise founders through marketing and public relations. Next, to my family for supporting my endeavors, and also to the startups that I have helped for their trust and confidence in me. Finally, to Almighty God for showering me with gifts to be able to do all these things and actually contribute to our nation's progress. Thank you to the people behind this event, and may you continue these noble efforts. I hope there will be more great marketers that will be discovered in the next conferences. Thank you very much, Marketing Conference 2.0 Dubai.
All right. Coming up next, allow me to introduce the Marketing 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award to Tepi Akida, the founder of the what? Okay, the founder of JPAC Digital Marketing at Edwards Life Sciences, who is, I'm gonna do that all over again, okay? Never mind. Okay, so Tepi Akida is the director of JPAC Digital Marketing at Edwards Life Sciences and is a deeply passionate about digital marketing within the medical field, particularly focusing on digital health innovations. Put your hands together for them, and I think we have a video for them.
Hi everyone, I am Tepe. I am the director of JPAC Digital Marketing at Edwards Life Sciences. I'm deeply honored to receive this award, and I want to express my sincere gratitude to the awarding body. Now, on to a lighter note, why did the marketer break up with their emailing list? Because they were tired of getting ghosted. Success in digital marketing is based on empathy. Let's always remember to think from the customer's perspective. It's not just about selling products and services, it's about solving problems and adding value to people's lives. Thank you for this incredible honor. Let's continue to innovate, create, and always put our customers first together. Thank you very much.
Put your hands together for Tepe Akida one more time. And now, the last two awards. The Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Shaden Saud Al-Nizi. Shaden is a dynamic marketeer with a fervent passion for marketing with an innate ability to inspire and motivate. She navigates the marketing landscape with finesse, consistently delivering exceptional campaigns. Here's a few words from her.
Hello, all the way from Saudi Arabia. It's a great honor to receive this significant award, and I would like to express my sincere thanks to the respected conference organizers. My name is Shaden, and I am a dedicated marketing professional from Saudi Arabia. I am truly grateful for this recognition, which inspired me to continue my journey with even greater passion and commitment. Thank you all for this opportunity, and I would like to thank everyone who has supported me along the way.
And now, last but certainly not least, allow me to present the Outstanding Leadership Award to Mona Al-Badrai! Mona El-Bardai is the co-founder and communication director at Creative Marketing with over 18 years of marketing experience and various industries. She is also the chief marketing officer and member of the board at Mahasil. Put your hands together for her one more time, everyone. A huge, heartfelt congratulations to all the honorees and awardees. And now I invite all of you to come on stage together and take a group photo. All of our awardees, please. your award with you, that would be great. Our awardees on stage because you are all truly phenomenal people. I hope you enjoy your very well-deserved networking break. Enjoy your lunch and see you back here soon. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're all enjoying your lunch. We will be starting in the next 2 minutes, so everyone outside the conference hall, please come on in and join us. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. It was absolutely incredible seeing all of you interact out there and network. We will now beginning the next session. I hope you all exchanged cards during the lunch. Did you? All exchange cards, LinkedIn's, everything? Amazing, amazing. Keep connecting. That's really, really important and is definitely a part of marketing that we all prioritize. All right. Coming up next, we have a very interesting session. We will hear from a few of our experts how to be a content marketer in a world where everyone thinks they can write. Please welcome our panelists and our moderator, Gareth Cameron, Chief Marketing Officer at Davies Consulting Division, Yash Verma, co-founder of ClickBounty Global, and Amit Kapoor, the Senior Director and Global Head of Content and Social Media Marketing of Affinity Technologies on stage. They will be with us shortly. Until then, who knows some good knock-knock jokes? Knock, knock. Oh, I'm really bad at this. No. Oh, I'm really bad. Yes, yes, yes. They're going to do a wonderful job, though, I'm sure.
More energy, more energy, more footwork.
More footwork, more footwork.
More passion.
More passion, more energy, more energy. I will take it away, gentlemen. I'll give it over to you. Lovely people outside the conference hall, I see you. We have eyes everywhere. Please come and join us. I know that sounded like a threat, and it is.
Big Brother's watching you.
Okay. To those who are here, hope you had a good lunch. Please don't sleep, because I won't let you. Okay. So one thing actually I wanted to do when more of us were there, but considering you are here and you are giving us the respect of being heard too, I want all of you, I'm sitting, I won't ask you to jump and all, just raise your right hand, or if you're a left-hander, just raise your left hand. Just bring it to the back and pat your back. Guys, I mean, we all are here because we are somebody, and we have put in a lot of efforts, and we are being recognized for that, right? Okay, so the topic for us is a tad bit different from what we have been hearing for the last 2 days, but it is still aligned. We have heard a lot of discussions on AI. We have heard a lot of discussions on branding, marketing overall. But the one thing that I always feel that forms the base of any and every marketing activity is something that I felt we have not really discussed, and I'm lucky that I got that topic to discuss. The topic is how to be a content marketer in a world where everyone thinks that they can write. So if you have to promote your brand, you need somebody to write that punchline for you. If you need to promote your website, you need to have a writer who can write solid content for you, right? So with that thought, I would like to my fellow members on this August podium of Marketing 2.0 to introduce, or rather reintroduce. Go ahead.
Well, I think this is the 4th time I'm speaking, so it's just Gareth's conference. It's not Marketing 2.0. Welcome to Gareth. Anyway, I'm by no means a content writer by profession. It's a really unique skill. But as a marketing generalist, I understand the complexities and the need for good copywriting and just general writing. So I push for perfection with the team and our writers in the team. But so I know what good looks like, but I'm by no means a copywriter. I'm glad that I'm able to share my insights with you today.
Great. Yash?
My name is Yash. I think I've met most of the people around here by now. And so by profession, I'm in the niche of specifically affiliate marketing. So my agency is all about affiliate marketing. And we partner with international networks. And we are into different niches, for example, Nutra, e-com, and also now getting into D2C products. So copywriting and content writing basically is one of the things that we do almost every other day. But then there are a few challenges I'll be sharing from my end. Why did I get into this? As to how do we, every single day, how do we figure out as to, if I have to sell my product, what do I have to write? How do I have to write? And how do I have to make it more attractive to the customer who I don't even know where he or she is sitting, or what's the name of the person. I've not met them in person. So considering the fact that we have to write every single day and we have to convince somebody sitting in some other country, entirely different demographics. So that's what we're going to be discussing today, and I think we can definitely start. Yeah.
Awesome. A round of applause.
Thank you for all of us.
So a little bit of myself. A few of you who I have talked, I have been kind of saying that, I am like Wayne Industries running in the afternoon 9 to 6, and then I become a Batman when I reach home. The reason why I say that is because the last 2 to 3 years, I have been really working on myself. By profession, I am a global content and social media marketing head for a company called Signity Technologies based out of Hyderabad. I am from India, and I had biryani in Dubai also yesterday. So uh, content has been my passion, and it has been just writing for the last 23 plus years that I have been here. And like in short, like I have received the World Marketing Congress awards 4 times, a lot of Siksha awards, and multiple other awards. But thank you guys. And in addition to that, uh, my mother has been a teacher all her life. I think some of it rubbed down on me. I never did my MBA, but I am proud to say that till date, like I have given almost 40 sessions in a lot of reputed B schools and other institutes. And I love to interact with students and also like a lot of entrepreneurs who come up and who want to learn and do more in their business. With all that said, uh, my first initial 15 years of my career, I was a purebred technical writer. When somebody in the initial days used to ask me like, so what exactly is technical writing all about? I used to just tell them that if you have got a fridge, you would have got a manual. And we are the ones who kind of write those kind of manuals for you to make it life more easy for you to be able to operate those products better, in addition to all the technical guides that we used to write. Then 9 years back, I was, I am grateful that I got this opportunity to move into a totally different arena called content marketing. And it has been a fabulous journey. And I hope I have been able to, help my team and my company grow, right? Okay, so that's a little bit, I don't know more, but yeah, it's about me. So Yash, would you like to talk about your passion for writing, communication, and more?
Okay, so let's start step by step as to why did I get into content writing, which is not, so it's not purely content writing. It's based, because the business that I am into, the industry that I'm into, it requires content writing. So the interest got a couple of years back. I got introduced to the affiliate marketing. That there's something called the affiliate marketing, and like everybody else, of my age, I thought that it's a very small industry, very specific niche, specific industry, and not a lot of much money to make in. But then somehow I got introduced to certain companies, and then I figured out that there is good amount of potential into this. So the major factor was money, first of all. Okay, so that's why we're all working. Now comes in the content marketing and content writing part, wherein I thought that then definitely that product is supposed to sell because they'll be able to relate to it. So the very initial couple of months when I started, marketing the products, they did go. Some of them went well, some of them didn't even work. Pretty worse of them. But then I started changing the model a little bit, and then that's how it got into motion actually. And then we started getting clicks, we started getting the products, the sales, and everything. That is how I figured out that okay, why is content writing so important as compared to just pure media buying and marketing the product. I cannot just show posters or pictures, put it up on Google ads or somewhere like that, and then just sell the product. But there has to be a write-up, there has to be information about it. And then when I personally go into the market, or maybe you see the billboards across the roads and different advertisements. So there are a lot of ads you just come across and they pass by, we don't even notice. But then there are few ads, very few ads that you make sure that what is written. So that if you look across and then you stop by, you have a snapshot in your memory that I saw this ad today. It was pretty interesting. That is what content writing is, even if it is just 3 words, right? So a lot of us, a lot of people, they use these food delivery apps. So the most famous Zomato is there in India. So what one thing Zomato is famous for in India is that how do they send the push notifications? So for example, if Amit sir is sitting, in his office in the evening, he's pretty tired. So might be possible that Zomato will send a notification, a pop-up notification that, hey Amit, are you missing me? Do you want to have an ice cream with me? And that is the content. It is a very short content, very short form of content, but then he was all alone, probably sitting and working in late hours, right? Now he wants something, maybe, a push notification. And then that's how that emotion got touched. He must have, if he picks up the phone and he says, probably brings a smile to his face. And that is what the emotional touch will give you. So that is when I started getting into the content writing part, and it became pretty interesting. How can I convince people sitting across the globe, and then make them buy the product? That's the story.
So I haven't had a passion to go into writing, but I have a passion for good writing. So as a marketing generalist, it's very important for us to deliver campaigns that reach our customers. And a large part of that, to your point, is what resonates with them in the story. So I love clever content that's witty, that challenges the status quo, that stands out from the rest. So, for example, we're doing this whole brand campaign now for Davies Consulting Division, and one of the ads that we potentially going to run, it's not to say that we will, but that we're looking at says, if you don't want happier customers, don't click this. And it's all just about psyche and making things pop in different ways. So you can utilize clever copy to get messages across, and I love that. I think that it starts with the strategic intent of the campaign. So what is the campaign message, the creative strategy, etc. And so once you understand that, I think you can sort of build out really, really cool copy. And then also from a longer content perspective, so blogs, articles, white papers, etc. I think it's vitally important there to have incredible copy, incredible language, because you can see it. For example, myself, I'm not a good writer. I can think it, I can speak, but to put it on paper, I just can't put it on paper. But I love it when I read an article that is written beautifully. When SEO comes into it as well, the trick, and we were discussing earlier, the trick is to have a SEO-driven content that is still meaningful and impactful, because you can also read articles and you immediately say, that was written for SEO, it wasn't written for consumer, right? So I think it's very important to find that balance, but you can very easily pick up when something has been written beautifully or not. And that's a skill in itself, and I don't think that everybody can do it, and you'll probably find that some copywriters who write short-form content can't write long-form content, and vice versa. Because you'll get people who are very good storytellers, and you'll get those who are very good at sort of punctuating a tagline. And then I suppose you'll get those who can do both. But I think it's an incredible skill, and it's something that we don't focus on enough. And I think as we see society, a new society grow, younger generations come in, short form texting, etc. Our language is dumbed down, right? So, and that's a risk when we bring in AI as well. I think that our youth, and it scares me, because I think we're going to have a lot less intelligent youth. So, especially with generative AI. So, copywriting and long-form writing in general is so important to what we're wanting to achieve. And I just take my hats off to those who can write, because I certainly can't.
Let's connect. So it is a debatable quote, but that is what I have heard usually, that it is attributed to Hemingway. He said, there is nothing to writing. Okay, all you just need to do is to sit down at a typewriter and then bleed. So yeah, that's all we do. I mean, we bleed, right? Our thoughts into words.
You see, that's the challenge for me personally, is I can
you are
think
a blue-blooded fellow, man.
But even to put it into words sometimes, I have to take people on a long journey, because I can think it, but then to put it out on paper is a different thing.
I think you covered quite some interesting bits. before that, like I'll talk quickly about my passion for writing. So I kind of I belong to Lucknow. My birthplace is Calcutta. I belong to Lucknow. Is known to be a city for poems and shero-shairi kind of short verse. So I kind of started writing poetry when I was in class 8th and all. And like I am a published poet. I have like almost like 400, 500 more poems that can be published. But then from there to moving on to doing an MA English and then getting into the field of technical writing, all that happened because like for some reason I could not see myself doing anything more as impactful as creating writing, because it has become for me a way of doing a social service. I don't know how many of you would think of writing as a social service, but the way I see it as, if I am able to articulate some needs very clearly to the audience who's going to read it, and that reader is going to get helped in taking the decisions correctly, I think I have done some service to that person. To the organization also, to the person also. And so then additionally, I remember like making my first 500 rupees income for doing a punchline, writing for some advertising billboards. So, that's all, it all started, and then I guess, not able to stop as of now. You brought in the, generation of using the short form writing. Believe it or not, it is becoming a bit of a challenge to understand all the short forms and acronyms that are being used today. Okay, it was my birthday, and somebody sent me a message saying GBU. I'm like, what? I asked, like, can you explain what is GBU? He said, God bless you. I said, then you could have just said, God bless you. And I honestly, I mean, with no malice, but if somebody has to say thank you, they'll say TY, and the other option is a TX. So why? I mean, at least if you are being grateful, write it. How much time will it take? And this is all, I think, the Generation Z generation, the latest generation that we are talking about. I got an email with a subject saying NNTO. I'm like, what is NNTO now? It's like, no need to open. Why are you even sending it to me? You can just tell me, right? So on that same note, right? I mean, you guys also would have, hired people in your teams, right? So are there any, specific stories or good writers, or, I won't say bad writers, but yeah, people who did not have it in them? Gareth, maybe you can take.
Yeah, so I mean, I've just gone through that exercise. So when recruiting for writers, I think it's very, very important to give a task. And I'm not one for the task, because I've gone through them myself, and it's a debaucherous exercise. But nevertheless, I suppose it's important, because you don't know what you don't know, right? So you don't know, like a person's a writer, but you don't know whether it will fit. And I think it's very important to see their skill, to give them something to write about and measure it, because otherwise you're going to be in a situation where you don't get what you need. I think, to those who are incredible at their craft, they're able to adapt their writing to a specific tone of voice, specific guidelines. But not everybody can do that. So, I mean, you'll get some journalists who are great at writing about political journalism. Some will be great at writing about sport, but they won't be, they won't be able to cross over. So, it's very important, I suppose, as somebody hiring, to take that time with them. And what you could also find, I mean, is their responses might be okay, but you can see that their writing style is great. And then you can sort of hopefully teach them how to write for the tone of voice. So that's also something. But it's a very, very tricky one. The only way to actually know if somebody's writing style will fit your organization is if you test them before. That's my opinion, anyway.
So I have a very short, interesting story I want to share. So while I was, hiring for the content writers, and we put it on LinkedIn, and
always a pain.
Yeah, it's a very tedious task. So amongst that it was there on LinkedIn. We just posted on LinkedIn, but then there was one very young chap, and what she did was that she found the email. She found my email address, and she mailed me her resume. But then once I opened up the resume, the first thought that comes into your mind, there's going to be a photo, there's going to be the university, what you've done, what if in the previous occupation you've had and everything is going to be that sort of a resume. But that was not at all. There was just nothing but a conversation between the interviewer and the protagonist. So she portrayed herself as the protagonist, that what I would be saying, and me being the interviewer, as if she's sitting right in front of me. And I started reading all the lines. So at first, I could not. I thought that she sent me the wrong email. But then I started going down and down, and then it was there written in the email that she sent me. The body of the email said that this is the conversation that you and I are going to have once you hire me and once you call me in the office. Like I called one of my teammates that did we schedule any interview. She was like, no, I don't even know this person. So I started reading the entire email, and she used to work for a comic book. There was some comic publication she used to write for that, and it got in so interesting. So it was a 3-page resume, and all the lines and everything was written over there as to how, okay, what's your name? My name is this. Okay, where do you come from? This, everything was there in the introduction. Then comes in the comic part as to why should I hire you? Don't you need one content writer in your office? Why shouldn't you hire me? And then it got interesting, and I was sitting right in front of my screen. I started laughing, and that is when that got to me that this should be the person that should be given a chance, as to she can make me laugh sitting, sending me an email. She can make me laugh. That shows the passion that she's so passionate about it, because she can, if she's able to send me an email, she's able to see that interview from a second person's perspective as well as a third person's perspective. And that is when she's a very good teammate.
Storyteller.
Yeah, no, she's a storyteller. Once you give her any task and you give her any topic, she'll just start ranting about it, and then from a third person's perspective, and it gets way more interesting. So once we're all done with the office work and everything, so we usually call up for give us a story, take this bottle and just start telling us a story, and it gets very interesting. That's how I actually get to know that this particular person can write about almost anything.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'll share a couple of examples, over the years that I have experienced. When I was a technical writer per se, leading a team and trying to hire, and I also used to have the job of doing the editing for all the error messages that were being written, and to be a part of the whole application. So as writers, we become the first testers of the product, because we have to write about everything that a user can experience. So it was our job to try and make that product break down, so that we can write about it and then help the company improve on the product. So I was trying out something, and suddenly an error popped up. It said something has gone wrong somewhere. I was confused for a minute. I thought that maybe it's a system error or something. I retried the steps. The same error message popped up. Something has gone wrong somewhere. I was like, I called the developer, whoever was working on that module. I said, can you please explain this message to me? I mean, if I am a user and if I would have used these steps, and the message I see is something has gone wrong somewhere, what am I supposed to do next? Right? So what has gone wrong? Why has it gone wrong? If it is too technical, okay, just at least advise me, click this button so that you can move to the next screen. But please do not, write in a way that, it is like a, if we can use the word, bouncer of the, the reader who's trying to read that content. Apart from that, I was trying to hire. A lot of people claim to be writers. And when we, go ahead and, in fact, for hiring one candidate, I actually ended up trying to, review almost 70 plus candidates I had to, interview over a period of 6 months, not in one day, of course. But so one of them said, I am, and I said, okay, let me have an interview with you. And the person, in the initial sales time, can you write blogs and white papers and all those things? The person says, yes, I can able to. I said, what do you mean? I can able to? If you are saying in that language, I mean, honestly, with all due respect, I don't think I cannot be able to hire you. So, I mean, I did not say that, but naturally, that guy did not proceed in the interview further. So things like these. But then, after 70 interviews, odd and all, I got the, team, a dream team that is like sitting in Hyderabad and, churning out fantastic blogs and white papers, case studies, website content. And, I'm really so glad that they are there, forming, working and, as the backbone of my team. And, feels good that, you can depend on them. Right?
You could have sent another email to that person, NNTO.
Yeah, I guess. No, I did not know of NNTO till then. So.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I think we'll move on to the last question because I don't see the clock ticking by. What are your thoughts on, what or how can one become a successful content marketer? We have been talking about writing till now.
So I think two sides to the coin. There's one is know your customer, and then know your topic, right? Because great content is about taking your product or service and putting it in the consumer space and letting it live. And that's what everyone aspires to do, right? Some do it very well, and some do it okay, and some can't do it. So good content writers, good copywriters allow your product, service, or brand to have a space and live as a personality within your consumer space. And that's, I mean, I've just now partnered with an agency that's got an incredible content writing side of it, very, very clever minds. And the level of conversation that they're developing for us to take to market in the consumer space is probably the most advanced that we've ever had as a company, and I'm very excited to see how it works. But it's really going to challenge the market as well. So it's about understanding us as a company, understanding our products and services and solutions that we're delivering to market, and then understanding those who are going to read it or they're going to engage. I think that's the trick. And if you can sort of get that trifecta right, then you're halfway there.
Awesome. Yash?
Well, I want to add to this point that if anybody wants to become a good content marketer, and as well as a good content writer, what people have been doing is that they've been using the AI. They just write and give a prompt to the ChatGPT. But I mean, personally, I think that's okay, because not everybody can write about everything. I cannot write about almost everything. But what I can do is that I can have a backbone from the artificial intelligence. But once I have that script, once I have a few pointers from that script, I need to put in my head. So there has to be a collaboration of, the artificial intelligence or whatever tool anybody is using, not specifically ChatGPT. There's Bard, there's Google Bard as well now. So, but once I have that particular backbone of that, the content that I have to write about, I really have to think from a human's perspective to give it a personal touch. To if it's got to be a little bit of comic, it's got to be witty, it's got to be smooth, it's got to be emotional, because there are thousands of products out there. So the collaboration of both of these things would end up leaving us with a particular content that would itself market, so that it itself grows into the market. Anybody, anywhere, it should go, it should pop up. Everybody should be able to figure out that, okay, this is something that I want to read, this is something that I want to click, this is something that I want to see through. That's what I think.
Awesome. I made a few notes. I'll just rattle down a few very important characteristics, I feel, for anybody who is a writer and who wants to move into the field of content marketing as such. So first of them, I think Gareth already mentioned that the person has to understand the audience. Who is the person going to read it? So for example, at my organization, initially, we were open to all sorts of levels of organizations that we are targeting based on our blogs and white papers and all. Today, we are targeting more niche areas, type 4 and type 3 level companies. So while the initial phase of content for the first 4 years, 5 years, we used to research content, of course, and write it in a way that a manager, a senior manager level of person also would read it and reach out to us. But then when the company's vision changed, we changed our strategy to start reading about what the analysts are talking more. What are the agencies like HBR or Forbes, or we started reading more and more of that and started using the language and the keywords that these organizations use, because the CXOs eventually end up reading from those kind of platforms. Second is definitely every organization has their own unique tone. So that any content that comes out, it has to look like that there is only one writer and not 10 different writers in the organization. Only then there will be a clear message going across. Focus on quality. Naturally, I mean, we all are well aware that what spelling issues or grammar or punctuations, sometimes we don't focus on them, and the message really goes for a toss. And another thing is, consistency is one thing that I have firm faith in. Stick to the plan. And in fact, I like to say that if I were a key maker, right, I may want to name the brand Consistency, because consistency, my friends, is key, right? And apart from that, there are so many formats of content, right? Explore the formats that suit well with your organization. As you were mentioning, there may be a short form that can attract, there may be long form white papers. So who's the target audience? It all depends on that. And the blog formats also, we started with writing almost 1900 word blogs. And then today we have moved to almost 850 blogs, because people have moved to listening to blogs more, and we have added the feature to listen to the blog rather than just having to read through all of it. Nora, I know you're coming up very soon. And as we discussed, SEO optimization, promotion of content, that is what we have been talking about the last 2-3 days. The social media promotion is very, very critical. If we do not promote what we are producing, we are at a loss. And the timing is important. As a small tip, Mondays are not very good for promotion on social media. Wednesdays and Thursdays rock. Saturdays are very good for your, more friendly, family, employee engagement kind of posts. They really work well. And engage with them. If somebody has, added a comment to your post, please go ahead and, respond in person, not just from your company or, as a person. So that's where the whole connect will come in. And if you want to, be a writer, if you want to be a marketer, be open to support all the, existing teams that are there, whether it is like account-based marketing, whether it is, events, whether it is the PR team, whether, any webinar is coming up, whether it is a podcast, whether you have to create videos. The list is endless. So you have to have the knack of going on upskilling and relearning and learning further. Only then, you'll be able to sustain. I think, Gareth, you have a point.
Yeah, so I just, I know that time's up, but I just thought I'd just share a quick story on the importance of really good copywriting. It'll be 2 minutes. So I joined SMG Motor Retailer Group in South Africa in 2015. And a week after I joined, we won BMW Motor Dealer of the Year in South Africa. So the CEO, Sean McCarthy, who's actually one of my mentors, an amazing man, he said, can we do an article and put it in all the papers and put it in all the magazines, etc. So I did that. So I put the article together, I wrote it. It was sort of like I wore many hats at that company. Wrote it, put all the imagery together, got it designed and sent to the press. Well, I hadn't sent it to the press yet. I sent it to him for approval because it was a dealer of the year. He wanted to approve it first. And there was a little paragraph. He's like, it doesn't really work for him. And he said, but leave it with me. Come and speak to me tomorrow. He was going to speak to his wife, but he said the rest of it was good, but just one little paragraph he wasn't happy with. So I went to him the next morning. I asked him if he had done it. He said he forgot, but I must come to him in an hour. So I went to him, and we played around with it. And there was one word, just one word at the end, which he wasn't happy with. And he kept thinking, like, it needs to change. I said, well, why don't we change the sentence or something? He's like, no, I'm happy with the content. Just this word is not right. Can't remember what it was offhand. But he just wasn't happy with one word. And I said to him, okay, but Sean, we're on deadline. It needs to go. And he said to me, how much did it cost for the advertising? And in South Africa at that time, it was about 20,000 Rand, which is a lot of money. So he said, no, it's fine. Just tell them we'll book it again next week. Because brand, personality, his reputation of the brand is so important. And he was happy to spend 20,000 Rand again the next week over one word. So I think that's just something worth considering. So I think the moral of the story is don't settle for mediocrity.
Definitely. A very quick addition to all the points that I said. You have to be very clear when you are talking about the audience. It has to reflect in your writing also. If you are sending a PR, for example, for a US-based audience, the spellings have to have the Z's in them. But if the same has to go for the UK, it has to be the S, right? These are very small nuances that a writer has to keep in mind, because the whole game may flip. The client will not be happy if you are reaching out to them in Australia, for example, and all the spellings have the specialization with a Z instead of an S. So that really kills. And anybody who's a writer and then moved on to maybe becoming an editor role and all, you have to be very clear. Like, believe it or not, there was a almost a 25-page critical document that had to be published, and the first page said something like, we are excited, something we wanted to say, and the spelling of excited did not have C in it.
Exited.
It has exited. And time for us to exit?
Yes. Hint, hint.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Throw the brickbats. I think we have been throwing enough.
I just have one question for Gareth. What was the word?
As I said, I can't remember it offhand, but it just, like the way it described us winning Dealer of the Year, like he said it was right, but it wasn't amazing. Like, so we ended up changing the whole paragraph, like I told him, because like it was just a bit too difficult.
But that must drive you up the wall. I feel like if a client, that would drive me up the wall.
No, but the moral of the story there is how important copywriting is, right?
Yeah,
absolutely.
absolutely.
When you tell the story, when you put something out in the public domain, that is an extension of your brand. Extension of your company, extension of your product. And for him, and rightfully so, SMG is built on customer satisfaction and delivering the best service and delivering a product that is, it was BMW, like you can't get better. So in his mind, nothing less than perfection was allowed. And that's why copywriting is just so important. I remember I'd lie in bed and like at midnight, and he'll be, because he worked all the time, like he would send me a screenshot, like, Gareth, what's this? And he'll pick a big circle around it, like this wasn't good English. Like, so for that's what I learned from him, was the importance of delivering a good message. And his motto was never settle for mediocrity. And he's like, if you read it and you're not happy with it, don't let it be published. So copywriting is just, and that's why I know that I am not a copywriter. So in this headline, it's like when everybody thinks they can write, I can tell you I can't write. But I know what good looks like, at least.
I mean, to add on, definitely if copy is not right, I mean, we all have, at least the good writers, they would rewrite the article 5 times, 10 times, till the tonality, till the message, everything is correct and, as, planned to go to the readers. Otherwise, it won't work.
Absolutely.
In fact, so much so, when I did my MBA, my marketing professor phoned me, because the MBA classes are quite small, like the professor gets to know everyone. And there was like 12 of us in the class at that stage, because people had fallen out over the years. And she phoned me. And I was like, oh God, she's phoning me. That means I did badly in my exam, right? So she phoned me. She said to me, Gareth, if you never have to write again, don't. Yeah, that was, but yeah, I got a good mark. I think it's because she couldn't understand what I was saying. But
Awesome.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Everyone, put your hands in a massive round of applause for our experts. And as you can see, their names, their companies are up here. Take advantage of that. Take a picture and connect with them on LinkedIn.
And guys, I'm not speaking again. That was it done, I promise.
Do we have a time for a question? Yeah, 1 second. I'm being told that I'm getting fired. So
That's for the last 2 days.
yeah. In my earpiece right now, they're like, you're fired.
Take a picture. You have had enough pictures, I know, but you can have one with me. Answer question. No questions? Nora, really? Then we pass.
Exactly, please. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Truly, thank you for really sharing these expertise with us and sharing your precious time with us. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, we have a panel discussion about creating an innovative ecosystem, cultivating a culture of early adoption in marketing agencies. And I'm sure you all know how imperative that is. Allow me to introduce your moderator, Mr. Nitin Arora, the CEO of Grow More Media. Joined by Nihal Goradia, the co-founder of Enabler One. And the last but certainly not least, Gabe Karp, the managing director of 10Up. And you can now take it away, gentlemen. I hope you all enjoy this session.
So you ready to moderate the session?
That was.
You've been introduced
We
as the
started with the
moderator,
first
so
question,
yeah.
right?
No, I think we're gonna run this a little bit more like a conversation since there's only 3 of us, and talk a bit about kind of how we think about culture, how we create that space for innovation, for early adoption within our respective businesses, and what that looks like. Before we jump into it, we'll do some introductions. So I'm Gabe. I'm the managing director for 10Up. We're a digital agency that builds websites and does custom development for our clients, really across industries, including publishing as well as marketing. We build websites that really are focused on helping our clients create a lot of high volume, great content, and then displaying and turning that into great experiences on the other side. We're about a 400-person business globally, and a fully distributed, fully remote team. So we spend a lot of time thinking about how we create the right culture within our organization.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Neil, and I'm one of the co-founders of Enabler One. We are a go-to-market advisory firm, right? So we kind of craft GTM, route-to-market strategies and stories for our clients, and we only work in one industry, which is B2B technology, right? Our clients can address any industry vertical that they are further addressing, but we focus only in the B2B tech space. And as part of that whole go-to-market, route-to-market journey that we craft for them, we talk around brand strategies, impact marketing, growth marketing, pipeline impacts, right, and brand and everything. So that's the area where within the marketing space that we kind of work, right from CMO as a service down to tactical service execution as an agency kind of thing.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Here I am again. My name is Nitin Arora from India. I'm a project manager, and recently I've started an agency, digital media agency named Grow with Arora, where I help clients get more clients through traffic, website redevelopment, search engine optimization, and done for your services. So it's been a phenomenal journey for me, kind of a roller coaster ride, I must say that. And this is what I'll be discussing about the early challenges and the adoption I have created in my agency, strategize the things which is working for me, which is not working for me, learn from my mistakes. So this is what we discuss. Thank you.
Gabe, you want to get it kicked off with what you think are, you know, driving innovation and driving the whole change culture within, agencies to be an early adopter.
Yeah, so I think for us, there's two types of early adoption or innovation that we look at. One is how do we make our own business better? How do we improve our processes, make sure that we're getting better outcomes from our team, those types of kind of adopting new technologies or new services or new tools. The other kind of early adoption is how do we help our clients be ahead of the curve, right? And they're two different types of innovation or adoption that we think about. And so it starts with giving our teams the space to fail, to make mistakes, to learn from those mistakes, and to try new things. And we really try to make sure that as part of the day-to-day experience, we're giving everyone the space to do that. So whether that is using professional development budget, we set aside close to $3,000 a year for every single team member to take additional development courses and learn about new technologies, or whether that is saying, hey, I know you had 150 hours budgeted for that project, take 200 hours and find a different solution, or whether that is blocking off some time to allow someone to focus on a non-billable project for the next 2 months. We're always looking at how can we find those different opportunities, and how do we just ultimately create a culture where it's expected to be always trying new things and always doing that experimentation.
Brilliant. Well, kind of when we take this particular topic today, right, and at the fag end of this whole conference, I think this topic's been covered in each and every, topic before this over the last 2.5 days, right? We've spoken content, we've spoken AI, we've spoken tech, we've spoken data, almost every aspect that can, touch marketing as a function, marketing as an industry, marketing as a role, marketing as a business, right? I think has been spoken about over the last 2.5 days. So I'm not sure how much more. I think we are kind of just capturing what's been discussed over the last 2.5 days and putting it out, hopefully, in a succinct manner if possible, right? But when I look at innovation, right, and I'll talk a little bit from a different perspective. For a very large, majority percentage or majority of my career, I've been a consumer, right, of services, marketing services from marketing agencies, right? Not as a marketing head, but as a business head, right? So which means my marketing team was engaging with agencies for different activities, different aspects, and then bringing it back. And then, of course, you have the traditional clash between the marketing and sales organization internally, where sales doesn't think marketing does anything, marketing doesn't think sales does anything, right? I mean, you've got this perpetual clash that's always going on. But then when we moved to this side of us becoming a service provider, right? That was one of the first things we thought about is what wasn't working for us, right? Innovation, and if we try to talk about early adoption, right? We kind of tend to, these days at least, naturally look at tech being the differentiator. But it's actually not for me, if you ask me. It's about driving ideation differently, right? It's about understanding what you're trying to deliver, right? I mean, we were talking on content just in the previous panel, and unfortunately I couldn't ask a question. I wanted to actually ask, how important is subject matter expertise, right, for a content writer? And that's another layer of driving early adoption, building subject matter experts within the agency, right, and becoming experts for a particular vertical or a area that you can drive. Tech, yes, of course, advent of MarTech, right? It's what, gonna be about a $350 billion industry, just MarTech alone, within by 2027, that's what it's touted to be, right? So that means, of course, right from SMS marketing when mobile phones became prevalent, to email marketing, to what all of us do for our clients today, right? But the thing was, where is innovation really coming from for an agency? What are they? Are they early adopters because they're adopting tech, whether it's in UI, UX, whether it's in content, whether it's in tech, whether it's in processes, or is early adoption dependent on customers. So, there's so many layers that go behind it. And that's some of the things we hope to cover today. Sorry, I spoke a little bit more to get this started off, but yeah, nothing.
Thank you so much. But understanding your point, I really like the first idea that you have explained is to, in terms of layered option, is to elimination of the strategy which is actually not working for your agency or the business that you deal with the people. So I think it's more imperative, understandable is that you identify the things which is actually not working before you waste time, you put lots of efforts. Rather, as per my experience, what I usually do is to create a safer environment for my people, for my company, while serving the clients. Because what it gives me, it gives I'll come up with my own strategy rather than copy pasting someone's strategy, what is actually working for them. Not actually it will work for me, rather I invest time on the testing phase, give some time to the people or telling the agency, telling to my client that, okay, I need some time to understand what is working for me, and then build up my own strategy and then implementing. But this will not drive that this strategy will work for my other client too, because every time I have to come up with my own ways of working. And for me, I think it's an early adoption is to creating a safer environment.
I think that's right. I think it's also not focusing on what the solutions are, right? If your goal is just to always have the newest technology, that's not a very good goal, right? We try to solve the actual problem. Again, whether it's an internal problem that we define of, hey, code review is taking us X amount of time. Do we have an opportunity to make that process better and faster using AI? Yes, let's explore that. Or for our clients, hey, we're having trouble driving the correct actions. What can we do to personalize that website so that we're giving somebody the next best action for them, not for us as a business, right? And so we try to train our team that this isn't about using cool new technology, that it's about how can we be great consultants? How can we be great service providers? How can we help our team solve real, or our clients or our internal teams solve real problems that will make their businesses better? Because at the end of the day, that's really what they've hired us to do.
And absolutely, right? I mean, I think when we look at, I'm kind of take it from a different spin, right? From a B2C to B2B, which is my space more than anything else. I have absolutely zero knowledge from a B2C marketing standpoint, barring being the receiver of all the brilliant work all of you guys do in the market space, right? But when I look at it from a B2B standpoint and we look at why innovate, right? I mean, first and foremost, do you need innovation? That's one part, right? If it's working, if it's not broken, do you tweak it for the sake of tweaking it? And which a lot of people, I believe, do at times, which doesn't make sense.
Well, and it costs money.
Yeah, of course, right? And the thought that comes behind it is, are your customers also ready for you to be innovative, right? A lot of times, because of advent of new technology, advent of new experiences, we were talking about experiential marketing, I think yesterday, right? And we're talking about different layers that keep on coming up, right? Content, the different ways of content being disseminated these days, right? Just not the traditional outdoor, indoor, digital, and so on and so forth, right? Are your clients ready to be as agile to adopt new innovations, right? Whether it's in process, tech.
And are your clients' customers ready for it as well?
Are the clients' customers ready? It's, in our case, it's actually our clients' customers, right? Because whatever we do, it has to go to another entity, right? I mean, whether it's, because it's from a B2B standpoint, right? So when we look at early adoption, when we look at creating a culture, right? I mean, it's not safer environment, bang on, right? Customer thought process, bang on. It's also about how often do you ideate, right? It's not about saying that we have a culture, right? Yeah. But sometimes they say this you've got to ensure you've put time down by default just to ideate, to get into that disciplined practice to ideate, right? How often are you ideating? Whether it's to improve efficiency internally, improve results for your client, because that's what one of the key things we work on, right? Having been consumers ourselves, is objective or performance-driven outputs, right? We're not picking up any project where an output has not been defined on day one, that this is what I wish to hit. Maybe $5 million in pipeline, right? Maybe 30 new accounts as penetration into this country. Something has been pre-identified, and then you're working backwards. Ideation, in terms of our ripping it off from someone else, why not? I mean, you know, you said no, but I would say, why not? I mean, that's ideation for you, that's innovation for you. Why not? If somebody's done it, great. And it's also about collaborating. How often do we collaborate, not just internally, cross-functional team to get a new idea, but across different organizations, right? I mean, one of the key things I always talk about is there's no competitor in my business. Everybody that I meet is a collaborator. If not today, tomorrow morning, but there's no competitor. How can you work together, right? Because someone else is definitely doing something better than you somewhere else, right? So where do you get that early adoption or even the seed for something different in your own organization?
I think that's right. I think the other piece that we have to pay attention to as agencies is I think a lot of our clients expect us to be 5 steps ahead of the curve, right? And that maybe they don't want to use that new thing and be an early adopter themselves, but they expect us to have done that early adoption so that when it comes time for them, we're experts in that thing. And so there is a piece of this that is early adoption, innovation for the sake of it as an agency to help you create your own competitive advantage.
Chicken and egg story?
Something like that.
Completely agree. That brings to my second point of early adoption and embracing the technologies which are on the way. I mean, you raised the point of, identifying, solving the biggest problem, for the client that you're serving. I think how soon that you identify the biggest problem for the client and then coming up with your strategy that can actually solve the problem. Even sometimes, client doesn't know that what is actually causing their business for not getting more sales. Rather, if you approach them and solving the biggest problem, I think identifying and then solving the biggest problem, I think that is also, that you are actually adopting and know what you are doing by taking the leveraging of the technologies that can actually work for you, not only for your agents, not only for your company, but also providing the phenomenal results for the clients.
Perfect. I mean, I think I'm going to try and take it a little differently, right? Especially because of something that you said in your introduction. 400 plus team members, all remote, all globally. We're not that big as yet, maybe 30,
Nice.
40, 30, 35 people, but all remote, all across the world, right? And I had the privilege of listening to somebody yesterday talk about how your talent pool can be somewhere else, right? How does that impact in an agency's ability, right? And purely we're talking from an agency standpoint, but agency's ability to innovate, to get new skill set, because we are always going to have that chicken and egg story, right? You bring in a resource, they have to be billable, especially because we are an agency. If they're not billable, it's difficult to sustain them, which means something that you said, again, great, spending $3,000 per head from a personal development standpoint. Are they even able to use it? That's another metric to track.
They have to use some of that $3,000 to buy their time back. So,
otherwise, But then going and getting new talent because they've already trained themselves, skilled themselves somewhere else, and they bring that breath of fresh air internally. But how important is that talent pool, that diversified and remote talent pool?
So, our business has been around for about 12 years. I joined about 6 years ago. It's always been remote. And the reason it's always been remote is we founded the company based on a real kind of focus on using WordPress as our underlying technology platform. What we learned from WordPress, from the open source community, is the best talent is around the world, right? It's not sitting next to you at that desk. It's over there and there and there. And so we wanted the company to really be modeled after that. So we really believe that the best talent is everywhere, and that kind of diversity of background and even the educational systems that you go through, right? In the US, you go through a liberal arts education system. In other countries, it's more technically focused, right? That brings different backgrounds and opportunities to collaborate in different ways and to get to different solutions. The one thing I'll say, and this is a challenge for us from just kind of the economics of it, is we skew our hiring towards more senior people, because especially in a remote kind of agency, in a remote culture, you need people who have that type of ownership, who are self-motivated, self-managing. And so because we skew in that direction, I think we inherently have people who are thinking about problems from that standpoint of innovation, of how can I always provide a better service. I think it gets harder when you start to bring in more junior talent, and we've been really trying to figure out how to cultivate more junior talent. It's probably the nut we haven't cracked yet, but it's such an important part of this is what is that talent pool that you have.
I have a question for the room, right? Let me put it the other way around instead of you asking. Hiring experienced resources, what do you think is the impact that they bring on ideation or agility or ability to change, right? My personal belief is in line with you. I believe, right, that if you've got people who have the passion, the drive, no matter the age, they will deliver, right? They're willing to change, they're willing to adapt, learn new skills, learn new processes, right? But they also bring the experience of having delivered, right, in different environments. But what I'd love to hear is maybe, would you all agree with that, right? Just a show of hands, would you all agree that, it makes sense to have that resource pool of a certain experience level rather than looking at fresher talent, younger talent, so that you don't need to have them unlearn and relearn kind of talent, right? Kind of thing. What's just a show of hand? Okay. Minority, we are up here in the minority, right? But yeah, this is something we strongly do believe in, right? That, in fact, if you look at startup economy, the most successful startups are by people in their 40s and above.
Yeah, people who've already failed at a startup.
Yes.
A
The
few
most
times.
successful startups. In fact, the most failed startups are from people in their 20s, right, and early 30s. The most successful startups in the world have actually been, or in terms of percentage, right? We're not talking in number, revenue, but percentage of number of companies which have gone and become successful have been founded by people in the 40s and above. So which is why I was hoping to see a lot more hands, but I get where you're coming from. Sorry.
Thank you. So you already talked about the collaboration approach. Obviously, this is one of the most important thing which I include in the early adaptation. It's one of the important thing that you collaborate with your team and the other people to understand the new technologies they've been using, so that you can also take the leverage of those technologies, automation, and implement in your process. Not completely, but yeah, strategically, like not talking about chat GPT that you use in terms of, creating a content, but rather use your own analogy and do the testing, taking the reviews. And similarly, by collaborating with other part of the agencies, like your friends or whosoever you're associated with, so that you can get a new idea, different ways of working, what can actually bring the great value to the clients. And I also have, one interesting question to ask you, both of you. So how do we balance the need for early adoption with ensuring that new strategy align with overall goals and objective of our clients, or whatsoever the clients and the industry agency we are working with?
Sorry. It's a good question, honestly speaking, right? Because I'm going to actually address it with the same thing. You don't need to innovate just for the sake of innovating, right? But what you need to bear in mind is what the objective is, right? Why has the client reached out to you? What is it that you're bringing to the table, right? Are you bringing to the table the ability to deliver output, deliver story, deliver, brand deliver some impact in what they are trying to achieve, which they can also get it done from, like, today the number of agencies in the world are much more than 30 years ago kind of a scenario. But what we need to look at early adoption from that perspective is, if you ask me, in that scenario, is research.
Yeah.
Right? Subject matter expertise becomes very, very critical, because if you're picking up, even us, right, as I was saying, we only work within the B2B tech space. That by itself is a huge ocean, right? Because you've got players in cybersecurity, AI, data, cloud, infrastructure, and all of these. How you can't craft a story, you cannot create a campaign, you cannot create an objective, which is, in a cookie cutter approach. Your processes may remain the same, but you need to innovate in terms of who their target audience is. How do you plan to reach, right, that target audience, especially in today's day and age, post-COVID, right? Hybrid working, remote working, in-office working, nobody knows which working is working, right? How do you reach that persona where they're supposed to be reached, so that you're able to get a mind share from them in a world where they receive communication and messaging from all of us in this room, right? That's where the early adoption in terms of innovation needs to come, to identify what will work. Tweak, I would say early adoption. Tweak, 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 tweak. It's not necessary that what you went and told the client on day one, that this is how I'm going to execute, needs to continue to be the way you continue to execute on day 3 if it did not work on day 1 and day 2. Be upfront, go and tweak. And I think that's, as agencies, is the most powerful thing we can bring in from an early adoption into ourselves, to go and say, it's not working, I think it was wrong, now I know where it's going wrong, this is how I'm going to now deliver it, because output has not changed.
Yeah.
Indeed.
I think it's also understanding where the client is in their life cycle, right? And what innovation looks like to one client may look very different, and what early adoption levels of comfort there are is different from client to client. So I'll take one client I work with that's a big banking software organization. They had a very legacy CMS. We came in, we brought in WordPress, we rebuilt their site, we gave them the tools to publish content in a very different way. And they went from 3 people who could edit the website to 60 people within their organization. That's innovation for them. That's huge change. That changes the bottom line of their business. But that's just putting WordPress into an organization, right? Like, you wouldn't call that innovation. I wouldn't call that innovation, but for them it was. Take another example of one of our publishing clients where we did some research, some usability studies with their newsroom. So we studied this and we saw that the average editor was spending 3 minutes thinking about how to tag the content. And this was before, NLP was easily integrated into every single content management system, right? But what we said was, if we can create even 2 minutes of efficiency and decrease that time, we've just saved you a huge amount of money, or we've helped increase your output, so we've helped you create a huge amount of additional revenue, right? So either thing is a good outcome for them. And we identified that problem, and we helped them become early adopters of using AWS natural language processing to tag the content. And we saw it brought that down to 30 seconds, because now they're not staring at a blank screen. They're starting to get information, reviewing to make sure the tags and the information is right, and then moving on. And so I think it's really critical that different businesses are at different points in that life cycle. And again, it always goes back to, what is the thing you're trying to help that business accomplish? And how do you create a culture within your organization that focuses on that and not on trying to use the cool new piece of technology?
Yes. I would also like to add some point, because that recalls me, you talked about the website, how you rebuild, how you reconstruct in a short span of time, like embrace changes as per the requirement. There was an incident that happened with me. I was servicing one of the client, building a landing page for my ex-client. So I was actually, using a methodology called Agile, like 2 weeks of iteration, where I've created multiple 3 landing pages for split testing, and none of 3 has performed actually. So it was, that has also driven me the safer environment that I create for 1 week, just to show the client, this is what we have represented. Clients say, oh no, this will definitely not gonna work. Understanding understanding the market is the most important thing, like research, development. I think this would also come the part of innovation, how quickly you understand the market, and then you come up with your own strategy that can outweigh your expectations.
If both of you allow me, I'm gonna
Absolutely.
re-navigate the conversation to a word that at the start of the whole conversation I said that it's just not that technology, right? If we have to, and I said, right, the MarTech in business itself is gonna be close to $350 billion by 2027, right, or more, which means the number of tools available, right, are far more today than they ever were, right? And they will continue to come more and more tools, right? And when we start looking at the different tools available to us as agencies to deliver something to our client, whether they're using those tools or whether we're using it to deliver a service, right? Whether it's from marketing automation, social media listening, intent marketing. I mean, and these are some of the just top, right? Predictive or programmatic ad tech platforms and all of these, right? There are so many platforms available, omni-channel, this channel, that. I mean, I think we've got a jargon for every kind of thing, right? How important is it for an agency? Now I'm going to come back from that perspective, which I dismissed off in the first part, but how important is it for an agency to trial and error or to keep on trying these new tech so that you're able to add either efficiency, functionality, or output to your clients, right? So how important do you think?
I think it's about finding a balance, right? You can't possibly keep up with every new thing, and it's not responsible to send your team down every single rabbit hole, right? Because it's just, there is so much noise, as you mentioned. There's 5,000 different tools for trying to buy programmatic advertising or, figure out which audiences you want to drive to your site. So I think it's finding that balance, right? So one of the things that we come up against a lot is subscriptions, right? Publishing clients want to have a subscription base. They don't want to just survive on ads. It's important for my team to be experts in understanding what are the different potential solutions for that. And that becomes a differentiator for me in the market. Similarly, when it comes to content marketing, right? We build sites for Starbucks, for Uber, the sites where they're doing their big kind of content development. It's important for my team to be experts in how do we create an efficient way to create dynamic content for marketing clients, right? So for me, it's more about trialing new things within those confines, about identifying where do we need to be experts to drive our clients' business forward, and let's go down that rabbit hole. Can't go down every rabbit hole, and so we need to be focused in what we do go down, but we do need to experiment within there.
If you can address the same question, but since you've just started an agency, how important is it for you, right, to adopt these new technologies that are coming up, right? Vis-a-vis agencies who've invested in technology, that means they're paying subscription, right? That means you can't switch off and switch on instantly, even though SaaS is supposed to be switch on, switch off. Doesn't work, right? How important has it been for you to bring in a new tech that has been able to allow you to differentiate?
I believe initially it was like a trial and error matter for me, to understand what is not actually working and what is bringing the value to my agency, to the people, to the process, and ultimately goal is, providing immense value to the client. And that's where I define, okay, this would I included, as a subscription basis. This would be my new technologies that I will be using, after doing all the research, all, the set spec and the benefit that I get. And based on that, I judge and I embrace those things.
Perfect. I think it's both of you have captured the element perfectly on that front, right? As much as I've been a tech sales guy for almost 25, 30 years, right? But I've always been tech as an enabler, right? Technology enables you to do your business better or deliver your business better in some shape or format, right? Within the marketing functionality that we do also, for us, technology is an enabler. It's not the end all, do all. It does not define my process, my strategy, my functionality, the way I wish to do things, right? And hence, I think the way both of you have said, yes, experiment, but don't go overboard with it, is what I would say, is bang on. I think we've just got about 5 minutes left, and maybe we want to open up to questions from the room.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Any questions, guys? Or I actually have a question for you, if you want. Actually, I was doing some research,
Either what we said was so awesome that you don't have questions, or
I mean,
what we said was so bad that you don't want to ask questions.
Yeah, day 3,
absolute end of the day,
lunch,
right?
Yeah.
So, in what ways do team members contribute to the identification and evaluation of emerging trend in the marketing landscape? And are there established channels for sharing insights and suggestions?
Within the firm, or
within the firm?
Team members or us, we're all humans, right? At the end of the day, we go through the same learning curve that everybody else does. So our team members also, coming with different backgrounds, different personalities, different experiences, different expertise, are extremely critical in bringing those thought processes in terms of what changes we can do, what tweaks we can do, what technologies we can adopt. I mean, we have not used a particular tech stack before, but hey, we've used it elsewhere, it worked, and this is why it worked. Not change for the sake of change, but change because it worked and how it differentiated. So I think, so yes, and then you've got, depending on the size of the organization, big, small, you can have different channels for communication, Slack or WhatsApp, I mean, or everything works in between. So I think there are options that we kind of do, but at the end of the day, a team member or us, all humans, the learning curve almost remains the same in terms of how we get that ideation into the firm.
Yeah, I totally agree. I see we actually do have a question in the back, or somebody just wanted to hold the mic.
No, I will have last question. Yeah. You mentioned something about the tool, the marketing tool, which is now like going viral, AI marketing tool in general, to increase like traffic, to help you in the SEO, to help you in the digital marketing. I mean, I'm a little bit exhausted actually of how many tools are out there. Yes. So what I'm doing, I mean, I don't have any other solution because I run a marketing agency here in Dubai. So what I do, whenever I see an ad for another tool, I just go and check it like for 2-3 minutes. Then I send it to the concerned team to check it. Like if the tool of the digital marketing, I send it to the digital marketing manager. I tell him check the review, check if we can get benefit out of it. But this is endless actually. It's going increasing every day. So do you have any advice on this? Do you have any tip? Like, do we have to use these tools? Do we have to ignore it? What exactly do
I'm not going to address this as a marketer. I'm going to address it as a guy who's been selling technology for the last 30 odd years, right? Okay. It's never going to end, right? So it's kind of a cycle, right? So earlier we had broader platforms, Mercato, Eloqua, marketing automation, doing different things. Today you've got point solutions, specific, specialized tools only for data segmentation, AI-based, non-AI-based, whichever way. Specialized tools for social media marketing, scheduling. I mean, there are countless tools for just scheduling on social media, right? Sure. It's never going to end, honestly speaking. My advice to all my clients over the years, even when I was selling technology, again, as I've said before, don't change for the sake of changing, right? If something really is working, keep at it. If you find something unique, I would rather, not because you've been marketed to, obviously, so whoever did that has done a brilliant job for a marketer to relook at.
Yeah, because he's targeting me because I like a lot of tools pages and I'm interested on the online to know more about the industry.
Do peer reviews, honestly speaking, right? Peer reviews.
So what I'm doing right, like check every new tool.
No, peer reviews. When I say peer reviews, is not online reviews or whichever. Peer reviews within your network, within your customer. Have they heard of the tool? Have they used the tool? Did it
No,
work?
the customer here in UAE, they are not fully educated about marketing, so
Yeah,
so,
but
we need to
well,
decide.
the industry to industry is different, right? Some of my clients are pretty good marketers. They know what they are doing. But industry to industry, things have changed. But I'm just saying, broader review always helps to identify whether that tool makes sense to adopt or not.
I think there's a couple other things that I look at as well. One is democratizing that. So really making it clear to my team that they can bring anything to the table and kind of sending them out to find those things, right? Because they're interested.
Yeah,
and,
I'm doing
and,
this, exactly.
And I think that's a really valuable thing. The other thing is I've got this, I've got a circle of, 5, 10 different other agency owners or founders, some other senior people within the organization that I'm in. And it's kind of that circle of trust, right? Where you can, hey, have you seen this thing? It's really interesting. Or they'll come to me with stuff. And so I think there isn't a silver bullet to it. I think you're probably doing the right things, but the more you can build kind of a network where you're talking to other people doing similar things, even if they are competitors, I think it's really like you can build a pretty good, group that way.
Okay, and building on my question, what about the AI tool, particularly? What about the AI tool in marketing? I mean, also like every day we're seeing new ads, new tool. So
Can I
I've been testing this as well. I mean, but my team, like the higher management in my team, they said, okay, stop sending us new tools, please. We need to do our job, something like this, because this is a FOMO thing. Like I feel FOMO, like fear of missing opportunities. So there is something in the market I'm not highlighting. So
And you're not wrong, and whoever's sending you that messaging is doing a brilliant job, right, for you to get that FOMO feel, right? I'm going to again talk from a tech standpoint, right? The first time I encountered AI within the technology space, right, that I adopt AI or my product is AI based or ML based or whatever, was I think about 10, 12 years ago, right? 3 years later in another industry event, 30% of the exhibitors said we are AI ML driven.
They are ChatGPT based, actually.
Correct. No, not even ChatGPT based. Because when you talk, what is AI, artificial intelligence, right? It was being repurposed as workflow-based automation earlier, was now being driven as AI.
That's absolutely right, yes.
Correct?
Automation,
but it was actually workflow-based automation earlier, correct? So where we look at today, yes, AI has taken many strides forward. Right? But within the span of these 18 to 24 months, you've moved from pure AI to generative AI, right? Now, what is generative AI? What is this? The whole premise where I would ask you to look at it is that tool essential, right? Is it really, truly artificial intelligent, right? And artificial intelligent for what? Data segmentation, execution of a campaign, execution of a service, designs. Which part is it really bringing that artificial intelligence capability into where you're able to enhance and increase your productivity?
Yeah, you wouldn't know this until you test it, right?
Correct.
Until
No, but they have to communicate that. I'm assuming they're doing that. Hopefully.
But you know what I thought? Sorry to elaborate on this, but we will give benefit for other people. What I thought, like, I need to just establish a department like called research and development in my agency. Seriously, just like one from each, like digital marketing, design, video.
Yeah.
Just their job only to test this tool and see if that's work that will increase our productivity, and then forward it to the team to still use it.
Can I request all of us to create a forum, and you need to share that R&D data on top, so all of us get we can take advantage of that peer benefit, right?
But I think the AI thing, let's be honest, it's bullshit. Most of these things are not AI, and excuse my language.
You are right.
But
Absolutely
it
right,
just
yes.
isn't. And I think the underlying question when it comes to marketing is, do you have good data to make good decisions? And you can apply AI on top of that. But I focus on that side.
You need to have the good data first.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Nothing else matters. So it's not actually in that instance about innovation. It's about making sure that data, the first
But you
part
mean
of
good
it is
data from the marketing campaigns, from the effort in marketing campaigns, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we have good data, but yes.
I would also like to add something to answer your questions. Obviously, it's a fact that there are numerous tools in the market, and not only, that can exactly solve the purpose of your problem, but also that has contained a lot of functionality, like initially the tool that you're using may not be having that functionality, but problem is that does it really solving the purpose? Because your current tool, it's innovative, it's fine. It's not that we just have to change just for the sake of innovation. Yeah. Rather, we should understand what is working for our organization and providing the strategic outcomes.
Of course, I will not change until I 100% sure. Like
Yeah.
it's like deliver
Thank
the
you.
job.
Got Nora on the stage, about to boot us out.
In the nicest way possible.
Yeah. We're seeing a very different side of you today, right? I mean, yesterday when I was getting the award, the videos and everything, very lovely. Today
I'm like, move.
Yeah.
Get off stage.
We're done here.
Yeah.
Fag end of the day, get off the stage.
We
last
also
day
got Nora just
Yeah,
we
go
also
ahead.
got the taste of Nora's new mood, new avatar today, and it's not AI, it's real. Sir, to all the discussion that we have been having, I am trying to focus on the word culture here. What the discussion has been going on is about the early adoption part, which is fantastic. But my worry is, for example, if as a leader of my team, if naturally my job is to keep reviewing the new tools that are there in the market, right? If I keep looking at them and every third day or fourth day, if I keep sending those tools and details to my team to please do a research and come back to me if it is good or not, my team at the end of the day is going to get baffled. What tool are we supposed to use? So a thought on that would be that, naturally, of course, you would be doing that. Aligning to the business, which tool is, serving best. If we tell the team and, give them a period that, okay, for the next 3 months or 6 months, let us try to use this tool to the best possible way and, see the results delivered. If it does not, then let us try out another tool. I'm just bringing the...
Purely from an agency standpoint, believe me, it's not possible to do it beyond a point. You've got a business to run, and
Exactly.
it's just not possible.
Yeah.
But I think we should take it off stage, offline.
Sure.
If you don't mind, because...
Otherwise we're gonna get kicked off stage.
Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
patience and
Amazing. Put your hands together for our panel of experts, ladies and gentlemen, and take the chance to look them up on LinkedIn, connect with them, and benefit more from their knowledge.
That's all right. Actually, my curvature gets hidden.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that wonderful, wonderful panel. And now, coming up next, we have another panel, ladies and gentlemen, titled From Offline to Online, Successfully Transferring Your Brand Identity. Put your hands together in a massive round of applause for our session's moderator, Sunny Goel, founder and CEO of Aquaria Creative Studio. Put your hands together, everyone. Joining their, unfortunately, she couldn't make it today. Her daughter is not feeling well, but Lalian Al-Masri, Chief Marketing Officer of Funding Pips. Joining him on stage will be Mian Muhammad Fahid, the Senior Marketing Executive at Shirawi Enterprises. And last but not least, Vivek Nigam, the Vice President and Marketing President of Desert Cart. I hope you enjoy this upcoming session, and take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you, guys. You are staying too late because everyone is, the room is filled in the first day, but we have a limited number of people around here for the discussions. So it's been successful. Yeah? Yeah. Successfully transferring brand identity from offline to online. So when we are talking about this topic, it's been close to my heart because I'm doing it a lot of things in the same venue, especially considering the stakeholders and customers' mental block. And so virtual world is being transforming a lot in last over a decade. So everybody wants to get online, and people thinks that transforming to the online has been like rebranding yourself, but that's not true. Uh, and transforming to the virtual world has been like dealing with the mass level of the customers. You don't know where and from what kind of quantity they are coming around. So I'm coming to my first question here. So what are the best approaches to plan your move?
First, I will introduce myself. My name is Fahad, and I was working with Al Sharawi Group as a senior marketing executive. And last week, I changed my job, and now I'm in Meta Group as a marketing manager. So that's why I want to introduce myself. And regarding this topic from offline to online, for me, if you are going to do an online conversion, first thing is you have to do with a strategic approach. First thing, you have to make a strategy how you are going to shift. Because in offline also, you want to make a strategy whenever you're going to do a marketing. Same like that, you have to do same thing in online. You have to make your plan like short-term, mid-term, and long-term plan.
So talking about the short-term plan, it's been quick to create a online accounts in every of the channel, like Facebook, in within 2 hours, making a WordPress website, creating account in Facebook, Instagram, and all other channel, TikToks.
No, it doesn't mean that if you have to do a plan short term that immediately you do with all the social media channels. No, you have to see your customer. You have to do your competitor analysis. You have to do your customer analysis, which channels they are using and which channel is beneficial for your business. Like if you are into a B2B business, then TikTok is not for you maybe. And if you are in like a consumer goods business, then TikTok, Instagram, you can focus on that. But for a B2B business, LinkedIn is the best platform.
So what about the Google?
Google, if you start with the website and do with the SEO, yes, you have to rank your website according to the keywords which are related to your industry. And you have to start with Google Ads in the starting because SEO will take time. SEO is a long-term process. It will not do like within 1 or 2 months. People, they have a wrong conception that SEO will give you a result within 1 month or 2 months because clients, they are asking about, okay, if you will start SEO today, how long it will take me to the first page of the Google? So this is a wrong conception. So
no, first page of the Google, you are talking about the SEO. Okay. So SEO has been different kind of like you have a Bing out there. You have been different search engines working geographically. The Google is not available everywhere in the world, and Bing is also there, and there are a lot of search engines. So what kind of things, how you can plan with that SEO, okay, which platform I have to choose to move my business and customer engagement online?
See, as I said earlier, first thing is you have to do your customer analysis, your competitor analysis, which platform they are available in, and which platform your customers are using. If your customers are using Google, yes, you have to go to the Google. And if they are available, like if it's on Bing, on another search engine, you have to focus on that as well.
You want to add something, Vivek?
Yes, thanks a lot, Sunny. To start with, guys, I'm Vivek. I represent Desert Cart in marketing. A pretty interesting topic here. I understand all of you have been sitting throughout the day, so probably all of you are mentally exhausted already. Just another panel discussion. Man, do we have to sit through this? But having said that, the last one with Nikhil, Nehul, and Gab, that was a pretty interesting one, very insightful. I think this is a very interesting topic, transferring from offline to online. I would be highly surprised if there isn't a business who's not online yet. The challenge is not really about being online. It is about how to be there effectively and make an impact. So my go-to points would be adding to whatever you guys have said so far, very powerful ones. Consistency is the key. So whatever your business is offline, whatever your message is, your visuals, your brand identity, And whatever channels you choose to be online on, whether be it Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, TikTok, Snapchat, and whatever is out there, you have to maintain the same tone. Your brand identity needs to be the same. So consistency being the first one. And secondly, you got to have a deep understanding of the online space, how it works, how these different elements like SEO, paid campaigns, content, how do they interact with each other. So yeah, that would be my 2 cents.
So you're talking about that brand identity. So that means you have to change your logo.
No, the logo doesn't have to change. You can probably tweak your logo to appeal more to your online audience, but not necessarily. But I guess there are instances where companies have decided to come up with a new logo as a part of changing their brand identity.
Even recently in Al Sharawi group, we did this thing. We didn't change the logo, but we added a color in the logo just to show that all the groups have same logo. So each company have same logo, but different colors. So it's the identity of Al Sharawi group showing that, okay, all these companies are related to Al Sharawi group.
I guess even in Meta itself, when Meta came up with the new logo, that is a very good example, I would say, that you're saying that you're part of a much bigger group. So
you are being an e-commerce desert cart. So how it is different for the brands and e-commerce? Because when we are saying our stakeholder, ki, let's move to the online, they are daily getting to creating an e-commerce site and sell their product online. So
that is a very good question. So I would again refer back to one of the gentlemen over here. It was from the audience. And he was saying that you have to choose your niche. Because if you are just going to sell everything which everyone else is selling, so it's going to be very difficult for you to be remembered. So you have to stand out to be remembered first of all. So the brand recall, as we call it. In terms of the ultimate objective is the same for every business, whether you're offline or online. Online just gives you a much bigger platform to be in front of a broader audience at almost, I would say, same cost of marketing offline or even less than that. So I would say it is different, but it is advantageous if you're online.
So you're talking about the budget. It's been higher cost of that budget if you're talking about, because you have to create a different team and complete setup to develop that online channel.
But that's the need of the hour, right? So marketing itself is a totally different department. That's the reason why there are agencies who are specialized in doing that sort of a thing. So either you can have an in-house team who does that, or you can outsource it.
Okay, I agree, but that's create a fear within the branch, and that's why major of that brand who's trying to go offline to online and they failed. And there are 70% of that brands, top brands I'm talking about, because McKinsey is sharing this case study and research data that 70% of that brand fail to move online. Why?
I think that would depend upon what strategy they took, really. The various factors why they would fail. When you say fail, how do you define failure? Like if you say McKinsey, everybody knows it in the room probably. I'm guessing that there's nobody here who's not heard of McKinsey. So in terms of the brand recall value, they have not failed.
I'm just referring because they shared a report that 70% to 85% brands fail when they're trying to transform to the online.
So it could be referring to the strategy that they adopted did not work probably at the time. And so marketing is a continuously evolving space. And as some of the gentlemen has already highlighted over here during the last session, there is so much new technology coming in, literally like every week, that I think the businesses are also confused as to what should they be doing or which tool they should be using, and so that they're not missing out. So sometimes in that race, the focus sometimes shifts from how to connect with their customers to what tool is to be used. So that could be one of the reasons or factors, maybe, in my opinion.
Sorry, adding to this one, as I said earlier, we have to do a strategic approach whenever we are going to shift from offline to online. And for strategic approach, we have to do our data-driven decision. For me, as a marketer, if you are not measuring anything, you're not a marketer. So whenever you are going to do anything, just measure your result, data-driven decisions.
So what are the key brand identity element that need to be transformed in your brand kit, brand guide, so that can be easily transformed? Because the major reason of failure because of their logo is being horizontal and not in circle.
I guess the logic behind logo, I know a lot of big companies give a lot of importance of how their logo is designed. I was just reading a case study about Pepsi just yesterday, and I think I saw it on some Instagram channel, how they spent millions of dollars for just making a slight change in the logo, and it is totally not worth it. And the agency who designed it, or rather redesigned it, they gave a lot of explanations or logistical justifications of why they charge so much. I think transferring your brand identity from offline to online is a lot more than just changing your logo. And if you ask me how to successfully do it, I would just go back to my previous point, because you need to understand how the digital space works. Being successful would also depend a lot on how your customers are adapting to it. Being online gives you a great advantage of being you say at the real-time feedback from your customers. So that is giving you a very big opportunity over there to connect with the customers real-time, take their feedback, and implement the changes from the learnings that you get. And as Mia has pointed out, you need to make data-driven decisions. If you're ignoring the data, then obviously you are making wrong decisions in marketing and otherwise as a business.
So you're talking a lot about the data. So what are the best approach to plan your move? And what kind of data you are collecting offline and online, how to collect, how to analyze, how to figure out what kind of things I have to make changes in my brand identity or my strategies along with.
In terms of analyzing the data, so that is where these tools come in. We were just discussing how the AI tools are shaping this industry. So for example, if I had to study user behavior on my website, I would use a tool like Hotjar to see where my customers are engaging and where they're dropping off. And if I have enough data to understand what is happening on the website, which is making a user make a purchase or go off my website, then I can make changes according to that. Another analytic tool, very, very widely known, Google Analytics, for example, doesn't offer as granular detail as you would like, but it does give you an idea of what is the kind of audience that is interacting with your website. And I would let Mia build on this one.
Even if a customer is coming offline to your store, what data you are collecting from them?
The basic thing, because we have that email, phone number.
Yes.
And purchase history, because you are selling that product.
The buying behavior, what he is buying. Yeah. And same online, if you are going online, you have to see, you need only 3 things to retarget them, like their number, their name, and all these things. So you can show them your ads, you can retarget them. So you have to maintain the data. Whatever customer is coming to you, you have to record their online buying behavior, which page he is going to, which product he is interested in, what is his interest. You have to see your customer interest.
So collecting data from the customer has been challenging for the peoples, because people can purchase but they don't want to sign their numbers and email ID and name, because there have been lot of spam mails and marketing mails coming over there. So how brand need to deal with that kind of problems?
I think there are always like SOPs there in place, and that would come under compliance. So obviously, the company needs to respect those guidelines which are given, and I will just leave it at that. If there are companies which are not following that, then it's just totally wrong. They are not going to get any more customers like that, but we'll end up having a lot of spam complaints. Eventually, if a company doesn't follow that, then they do get banned from email marketing.
Yeah. So when we are talking about the brand identity, so I have a very thin line between you created experience, you are a brand. So how you can transfer the same kind of experience from offline to online? Because it's been challenging, because you've been more on the technology side to develop your website, your experience, your call to action, your UI, UX, and CX as well. So evolving terms in the design of that online. So how you have to deal with it?
I would say in terms of experience, being online gives the chance to offer more variety, offer more choices to the consumers. I would say that's an advantage to them. It depends from business to business. Now we have the AR as well as a technology which lets you actually experience the products artificially. So I think that is not specifically a challenge. I would say that is an advantage to the consumer, because through these online channels, they have access to a lot more products and they have a lot more choices to make. At the same time, if you can create a niche for yourself, then they know exactly who to go to if they want a particular product or a service. So, Mia, what's your thought on that one?
Yeah, even if a customer is coming offline to you, what he wants from you, a response, how you are responding to him, how well you are responding to him. Same thing online. Maybe customers are giving a reviews and nobody is replying to them. If it's a positive review or a negative review, doesn't matter. But if you are not replying to that review, he will think, yeah, okay, nobody cares about me. If I'm saying something negative or positive, if even it's a positive review, say thank you to them. Say at least a thanks to them.
So only thank you can work, because I'm been studying a lot about that researches and been transferring the businesses online. So reward programs are also failed sometime. So what kind of things that can be more engaging to the mental block of your customer as well as stakeholders? Because stakeholders are the important part, because they are the decision maker, they are the investor of your future online brand identity. So how you will able to deal and want to share some of that insight, so that can be helpful to grow the people's to create.
So, if I'm understanding the question right, you're talking about customer retention.
I'm not talking about customer retention. I'm talking about customer retention as well as that asking our stakeholder to trust the process because they agree in first 3 months, but post 3 months they have been just stop these things. We are invested so much time and we are not getting return, because every process, every transformation takes times to give you the results.
He meant to say like stakeholder, if you are going online and your stakeholders, they are resisting, they said, no, we don't want to go online, or we don't want to spend more budget on that. See, for me, because I was dealing in the B2B industry for a very long time, and for us, like in Al-Sharab Enterprises, we have a lot of brands which we are dealing with. Some of them, they said, yes, we are ready to go with everything, whatever you said. And some of them, they resist, no, we are not ready to go with them. But when they see the results which we did for other brands, then they come back to us. Why you are not posting about us? Why there is no post about our brand in your social media channel? And same like that, now they are asking us that, okay, we are using all the social media channels like Facebook, Instagram, everything. But now TikTok is very famous. TikTok videos are very famous. How we can start as a brand of like this is a Scania truck. How we can start with the TikTok? Because the audience on TikTok, they are not interested to see the trucks or these type of things. How we can engage with them? So we give them a plan. Okay, if the audience or the customer who are buying trucks, they are more interested to see the solution or whatever the benefits they are getting from the truck. So why don't we make a video and educating them, okay, how to use this truck, what are the new functions in the truck, how to use these functions. So it depends on the target audience. Which target audience is your audience?
When we are talking about brands, it's been global. But in Asia, especially China bans some of that social media platform and their internal platform they are using, like Hong Kong they are using, and India, TikTok is banned. So how to deal with the geographical challenges?
Before I come to this, I'd just like to touch upon the previous topic about the stakeholders being hesitant. I think what you're talking about is the stakeholders not being able to see value in being online, because for them probably in your case, in the question that you're asking, is what they're thinking is whether that can bring them a positive return on the investment.
No, they have less patience. Within 3 months, they can't wait more than 3 months.
So it's setting the expectations, right? Because they're thinking that, okay, if we invest our time and money into this online thing, how is this going to benefit us? So it is, I mean, if you're talking in terms of the agency has to set that expectation correctly, that, okay, if you've never been online, then the step one is to create your brand value and then get the customers to you. Because if you are able to create just one viral video in terms of content, then they will start seeing the value immediately, because they'll start getting new customers. So as long as they can see that value, I don't think they will hesitate in being online. Coming back to your current one, how do you tackle that geographical thing? So my go-to strategy would be, if TikTok works in China, I would definitely advertise in China on TikTok. And so my marketing budget for that particular region would be TikTok heavy. Whereas if, let's say, if you tell me Snapchat works in the GCC region, Saudi Arabia more, I would shift my marketing strategy accordingly. So
that's the things we have to keep in mind before
Absolutely.
planning our action.
Absolutely, data-driven, as Mia has said.
Yeah. So we have to analyze data carefully on that basis of that, how brand is working in the different geography, different political challenges.
Even if you see your customer, all of your customers are not available in all social media channels. You have to see which social media channel, even geographically or even customer-wise, which channel they are available. They are using it. If your customer, like one of my customer, if he is like totally business-minded person, he will not be available on TikTok watching the videos. He will be available only on the LinkedIn. So my target for them will be LinkedIn. So I have to do a 360-degree approach. Okay, for some of my customers, they are available on this channel. Other customers are available on this channel. So I have to target each and every channel.
Okay, so it's been more about, do you hire a agency that has been 360-degree knowledge so that they can analyze your business well?
For hiring an agency, I will give you my example. Whenever I have to do a marketing for any brand or any company, first thing I went to them and I asked them, okay, please, I don't know about your brand. I don't know about your products. I want you to teach me each and everything about your product. So, because if you are hiring an agency and you're not teaching them what product you are selling and you are expecting them that they will boost your business, it's not possible. So your role is there to teach them what you are doing. So from the start, like from the keyword research itself, you have to sit with them, because the keyword research is the base of the online marketing. If your agency start focusing on wrong keyword, it means at the end you will be going into the hell. There is no use of starting these things. So you have to be the role on this thing whenever you start, because for my clients, I go to them and I ask them, please, from the starting, I have to sit with them. I want to sit with you. I want to understand your business. So then only I can perform well.
I would just add to that, sorry.
Yeah.
Because we have a lot of agencies here as well. So just from the previous discussion, I think it was Nehul, and he specializes in the B2B tech marketing. And I am mightily impressed with that, because he has chosen a niche for himself. And that works. So when businesses go to marketing agencies, they typically expect them to take care of everything. And that is where it all fails, because the marketing agencies may be good at creating one thing, but they may not be good at doing something else. So if it totally depends on what the business needs that marketing agency for. I might need a marketing agency to just create reels for me. But if I give the work of running paid campaigns to the same agency, they might totally fail. And then what happens is, the agency loses their business eventually, because the business is expecting that they would do everything for them. And the business is then thinking, oh, agencies don't work for me. So it is very important to differentiate what you want to outsource to the agency and maybe even ask them upfront. And even from the agency's point of view, they can just come forward and tell them that, you know what, we are very good at creating reels. We will create that viral reel for you. Don't expect us to get you sales. And so I'm okay with that. But if you come and tell me, oh, we can do this, and we can also do that, and we can also do that, and we can run paid campaigns for you, you will get 8 ROAS, 10 ROAS, and then you don't do it, then obviously you're not winning my trust, and you're not getting in more business from me.
Yes, most of the agencies fail because they don't know the client's business. They just started, okay, we got a business, let's do it. Let's do ads, let's do social media, everything, we will start it. But they don't try to learn the customer's business.
So the video making and reels making, do that Canva help brands to grow, or it been blocking brands to down?
I wouldn't want to be an advocate for Canva or any other
any of that stock videos.
I would say Canva, yes, it is one of the tools that marketers use, the marketing teams use. It's pretty effective. That's why it is well known. I don't think there's anybody in this room who has not heard of Canva or CapCut for that matter. For from the marketing perspective, it is how effectively you can use those. Because if everybody is just using a standard Canva template, any marketer in this room can identify within 2 seconds if it was made on Canva or if it was something that they thought of.
Even this thing depends on your budget as well. If your client don't have budget to go for a graphic designer or like very high standard videos, then you can start with Canva. It's a basic thing. But nowadays, Canva is just a basic thing. You cannot expect a very professional type of post or videos from these type of softwares. You need a professional person for these things.
I put that point because we are talking about the brands and brand identity. So it's been major failure that brands hire that agency. They do a lot of practice with the free tools, with graphic videos, free web content downloading from that free AI things, and generate the content for the brands. And it's been transitioning the same for every brand in the market. Either it's been different by industry, either it's been different by product, but it's been the same. Because agencies are keeping their budget low and they got hired and the brand fails because of that.
I have a different opinion on that. I don't think it's got anything to do with the budget. Most of the brands think that, okay, they need to put thousands of dollars behind a good marketing campaign video. To that, I would say that if I stood here, start dancing right now, and Marketing 2.0 post this on the social media tomorrow, that is more likely to go viral without them having to spend a single penny. So it all depends on how engaging your content is really, right? If you start fighting right now, throwing mics on each other, that content is likely to go viral without them spending any money, right? So that's the thing. So it's not about the budget. Yes, budget is important, obviously, but I wouldn't necessarily put too much stress into that budget thing when you're trying to create.
Maybe I will get a mail from Canva tomorrow. So we were talking about the brand marketing. So it's been a lot different for the traditional marketing things and the online marketing, because in online marketing we have a very different kind of domain and mass media ranges, and the traditional marketing has been how it will be differed and how it will be challenging for a traditional marketer to upgrade themselves to be upcoming changes in the brand.
If you're not already upgrading yourself, then you are not a good marketeer, in my experience, because you, as a marketeer, you've got to keep yourself updated, and also because this space is ever so evolving. If you are still in the offline era, then I'm sorry, my friend, you're dead already.
Okay, and I would like to have some kind of case study open to any of that. It's been, there are Nike, we have seen that they have transformed that online and they are setting the benchmark, transforming offline to online. So can you share some of that, your case study with the brand and their challenges, how they transform, if you have some of that insight? And open to that form.
I guess what Sunny is referring to is if you want to share some case studies personally that you observed for any of the big brands, if you'd like to share that story of maybe a case study of how a brand successfully transformed from offline to online. And I think Sunny does have, you did actually tell me earlier one, the case of Zara. So maybe
Zara,
you want to start.
Nike, they have successfully transformed everything because online and offline, they created experience, they are transforming because they have lot of things running around. I don't like the McDonald's journey because it's been more on the localization part. But the Zara has been booming like a luxury global brand, and their experience offline and online both are immersive.
I have an example of even the same company where I worked, Al Sharawi. Before COVID, they were focusing only on their name. They said, we don't need a marketing. Our name is big enough in the market, UAE market. Everybody knows about Al Sharawi. We don't want to focus or spend budget on online marketing. And after the COVID, when they saw their competitors, they are doing very well in the market, they said, how we can beat them? We want to do online, and how we can beat them? I said, they are spending a lot of money. They are doing this from very long time, and you are just starting now, or you want to beat them within 1 month or within 2 months. It's not possible. We have to make a strategy. That's what I said. We have to make a strategy whenever we are going to shift online. If you don't have a strategy and you just said, okay, let's do it online, you are not on the right path.
So being an online sometimes been challenging because of the language we are putting on the website, because some of that cookies block Arabic, some of the cookies block Chinese words, and so how we can, do we need to create a different channel for each of the geographical regions?
I think you're talking about the technical side of things. So the cookies being blocked or not, that is a very personal choice. Every user is given that choice when they're visiting a website. And so as a brand, you just need to respect that not everybody is interested in seeing you again and again. And so just leave them as it is. In terms of how you appeal to your audience, I will just go back to, you're talking about Nike or Zara for that matter. You said that Zara, okay, that is a luxurious clothing in your own perception. So what they're doing is they're not marketing their brand, they're marketing the emotion. When you think about Nike, what are they doing? You just do it. When you put on Nike, what do you think? You want to
they personalize the message for each one to touch their heart.
If you market your emotion, your customers are more likely to be connected.
Brand messaging. So, anything more if you want to add, guys?
Any question?
Yes, we have actually three
a lot
questions.
of hands.
You see how much excitement. But I have actually two questions, two parts of one question. The first part to you, Mian. So basically, there is a social e-commerce trend, right? And a lot of users are buying from like social media straight away. And basically, we don't need the platforms that Vivek runs in this case. How do you see it in like 1 year, 3 year, 5 years exposure is a global trend, to which experience it will bring us? And then Vivek, on the contrary, do you think that e-commerce have to adapt the social media not as a channels, but to be part of it? It should be your ecosystem and the infrastructure. Otherwise, you will lose all the customers to the big players in the digital media market. Would be great.
Very good question. Regarding this e-commerce store, he is our expert in e-commerce. He have a brand, Desert Cart. He is also doing a Desert Cart e-commerce store. And before this conversation, I was standing outside with him and I said, Vivek, I want to start my own e-commerce store. Can you give me some suggestion? Why I said that I want to do e-commerce? Because it's a trend now that people are moving and they are buying online. Mostly people, they are buying online. So that's, yes, you have to do this thing, and it will be, after some time, it will be more like people are more going online to buy things as compared to offline. Because offline, they have to spend time, they have to go, or maybe they don't have time to go outside. So they focus more on buying online. Even if you see some things, if you buy from the store, it's the price is different as compared to if you buy from online. Why? The companies, they know that they don't have to pay for the stores. They don't have to pay for the employees. And it is expensive if you go outside, and if you go online, it will be like very beneficial for you as well.
Right. Thanks for the question, Dari. A very interesting one. Do the e-com companies need to make social media part of the infrastructure? Yes, very much. Why? Because one, there is too much of competition. We need to be seen. Secondly, the social media as a platform gives you access to your audience worldwide. And that is the whole point of being in an online commerce company, is that you are not limited by geographical location of your customers, but you can reach out and service to every customer in every part of the world. In terms of the brand recall, yes, again, social media helps, but I personally have a different approach to it. If you're again trying to do everything that all other brands are doing, you will not be memorable, customers will not remember you, and they will not buy from you. Customers only buy from the companies that they can connect with. Also, social media is not just a platform to showcase your products, it is also a platform to interact with your customers, get their feedback, and give them that digital customer service, which is a new thing. From an offline business, it was always like customers are coming and yelling at you, and then you're trying to apologize to them. But this is the major change which has happened with the online thing, is the digital customer service. There are these chatbots, messages that you get on your platforms where you can interact with customers, and they also, they can voice their concerns. If I have a complaint about a company, I'll first find their Twitter handle and make as much noise as I can, and then you will see that the company responds within 24 hours, if not less. So social media is really, really much more powerful beyond just sharing videos out there.
So earlier, so my name is Cranston, and earlier you talked about having a bit of a case study for a business or a brand that moved from offline to online. So one of the brands I had owned was a business called Lawrence of Lusaka, and what we were doing is selling motorbikes. We used to sell motorbikes into Central Southern Africa out of the Australian market. So before COVID, we would have to ship containers of motorbikes, put it into this whole warehouse setting, and then when the customer is driving by, because a luxury motorbike is a luxury good, right? So it's not something you need tomorrow morning, but if you've got disposable income, you want to buy something fancy, plus it looks cool with the girls. So that was what we were targeting in the beginning. COVID hit, and just before everything was all locked down, we were the #1 supplier of superbikes into that region of Africa. The brand was a South Korean motorbike, so it was sturdy, it was super cheap. It had a close to Chinese name, so people would not trust it as a BMW or something like that. So we had the advantage of pricing it cheaply based on that as well. However, when the lockdowns happened, we couldn't ship as many. So the demand was growing, but we could not take them there. So by accident, we moved on to Facebook hard. We didn't even have a website. We went full on Facebook because you can do multi-formats of images and video. And then we created Facebook groups because it was really hot at the time. So whoever was interested in our product, they come into the group, and then we interact with them in the group. And when they make the order, we then ship it. So shipping to order at that point, it's not drop shipping literally motorbikes from a Facebook group. That exponentially grew the business. One time I was sitting with my business partner, and the realization was what we're selling are not luxury motorbikes. We're selling expensive photographs. Someone sees an image, immediately wants it. They see themselves, they embody themselves in that image, and whatever price tag we put there, they're buying without physically seeing it. So really, they were buying an expensive photograph. 50% of it, which was the down payment, would pay for the bike. And then we do the free delivery to your doorstep, and then you pay the balance. Because, this is lockdown, so we don't expect you to move around and so on. So it so happened that the brand became so successful post-lockdown simply because we went fully online. We got to a point where we had no physical asset. We did not generally have a bike to sell. But we had photos of bikes that people were buying, and then we bought the bike and then sold it, if that makes sense.
Absolutely, that just shows the power of social media that I was talking about.
think that's like what people on Amazon are doing, right?
Even I have an example that earlier I had one car, Infiniti QX80. I tried to sell in UAE 2 months, no customer came. I like put it on Dubizel, on different sites, even on Facebook Marketplace. And one South African guy, he called me, he came here, he bought from me, he said, do you have some more cars? Infinity, because this is the place where my customers are. If I'm not targeting only UAE, even I was not imagining that somebody will come out of the UAE and buy this car from me. 2 months, this car is not sold. It was hectic for me that, okay, my money is stuck. But suddenly, the person came from South Africa to buy this car, and he said, I want more Infinity. Can you give me more Infinities? So this is the perfect example of using Facebook as a marketplace.
Very true. A couple of thoughts more on social media, because I mean, I firmly believe that in today's age, if you do not exist on social media, you do not exist. I mean, if you want to be a businessman, not in like, you know, you're a human being, you do exist. But if you want to be known and become visible, you have to be on social media. And thinking of like in terms of competition that we have, I also firmly believe that there is enough for everybody in this world. I mean, we all are like marketers in this room. We are not each other's competition. We all are, you know, there as a support system, right? And if I won't talk about, the perspective of which companies succeeded, you know, after coming online, we have been discussing over the last 2 days, there are so many companies like Blockbuster, right? We discussed. There was Konica that did not adapt, right? Kodak did not adapt. I just did a Google. There are so many of them they are showing that they did not, you know, adapt to the whole move to the online world or newer technologies, and they failed.
But Deloitte adapt all the technologies and still they fail.
Are you saying Deloitte is a failure?
Yeah, Deloitte is failure because of that they lost in the crowd. So you have to choose your crowd better, like the gentleman said, create a community with like-minded peoples instead of just being entering in the crowd blindly.
That's a fair point. You have to do your research.
I agree 100%.
Okay, so to add to that perspective and to shift to it, I want to speak about digitizing your reputation as a leader to bulletproof your career. This is very important in this day and age, and I'm going to give you my case study and my case studies of some of my clients. So the first thing that we basically had to do is position yourself as a leader with all the noise that's going on online. So for me, it was important to align myself with a mission, right? I'm from a small island, you understand, and trying to establish a space online meant that I had to come with something strong that I believed in, which was owning your next level of success, no matter where you're from, right? The second thing I had to do again was understand what it is I could leverage. For me, I realized that a lot of the online gurus were talking about leaving your day job and getting into entrepreneurship. What happened to those of us who actually love our jobs, right? But also secretly want a backup plan? Because here's the thing, none of us jobs right now are secure, whether you want to admit it or not. So I was like, okay, so that's how I'm gonna position myself. As a marketing leader who's excelling, but I could do it in a way that could add value to the people that I lead, the organization I lead, but I'm secretly creating my legacy. But my why was important. Why? Because a couple of years ago, I launched a successful campaign within the Caribbean region. It was a project that the NBA was working on, and I received noteworthy accolades from them. There I was thinking that I was gonna get a promotion, and I walked into the office, and me and about 20 of us were made redundant. At that time, I had no backup plan. So I used that as a why because I know that other aspiring professionals and mothers could resonate with that. Then I had to have a strong messaging. And if you notice, I use the same steps that I've learned in brand building and marketing. So my brand positioning statement was, Build an influential and profitable personal brand, period. Now, the thing is, when it comes to profitability, as corporate executives, we figure out, we're not business owners. How does profitability resonate? But profitability resonates as it pertains to the network you build and the relationships you build. So this came under the positioning, right? That pillar. Then I went into packaging. How do I package my identity, right? I knew that I absolutely knew how to brand, how to market, because I had the experience of doing it with global brands like HBO, etc., because I worked in the telecommunications industry. But I also knew that from my experience, it's true it was a global perspective and global campaigns, but I had to give it a localized, more authentic, feel. So for me, I knew that as part of my identity, I needed to go after persons who are exceptional at what they do, but they're new to personal branding online. So they need, you could look up to them. Then my brand voice, what's my personality? Naturally, I come across as warm, approachable, bright. That comes across in everything, and you spoke to consistency. That has to come across in the way you speak, the way you dress. If you go to my online profile, that same vibe will come across. Authenticity is simple. Stick to what comes natural to you and what would attract your audience. Images, it has to be compelling. What sort of images do you put online? Images that your target audience would like to aspire to. Me at conferences, me at a mom balancing corporate life, me behind the scenes, you understand? Working as a mom, working in corporate, and then still trying to do all of that. And then my final pillar was building a profitable network. I had to upgrade my LinkedIn profile, but here's the mistake I made. Initially, I created a Facebook group, which was a good strategy to launch initially because I wanted to bring in revenue, right? So I created an ecosystem. But as I got wiser, I realized that no, your target audience is on LinkedIn, so you need to reposition yourself there. So I created a profile that, turned into my marketing build-up board. I built a network, and then I got into speaking, engagements, events to network, and so on. So my point is, some of the same strategies that you use for corporate brands, as leaders in this age to bulletproof your success, digitize your reputation while impacting so many other leaders who don't understand how to do it or don't have the skills that you have. Thank you.
Absolutely. Everyone, put your hands together in a massive round of applause. Someone hide the mic. We have no time left at all. Thank you so much. And in the spirit of how exactly as Ms. Sharmalan said, a lot of you do have your target audience on LinkedIn. So in the spirit of that, please definitely follow all of our panelists on LinkedIn. Connect with them. You can learn so much from each other and vice versa. Put your hands together for these wonderful gentlemen. Thank you so much, panelists, for simplifying the topic for us. I trust that we've all gained a valuable insight from this session. And now we are moving on to our last fireside session on marketing beyond trends, crafting a future-ready brand in the anticipation of marketing 3.0. So here we dive into deep strategies, really about transcending trends, which can be very difficult to achieve, and to put your brand at the forefront of innovation. So please put your hands together in a massive round of applause for our next and last speakers. First and foremost, we have our moderator, Zohair Zohaid, the Managing Director of Sigil plus Gale. Along with Rishikesh T, the co-founder of Enabler One. Thank you so much, gentlemen, and take it away. I hope you enjoy the session.
Hello, everybody. Good to see you back again in the room. We'll try and make this
as lively as possible.
As light and lively as possible at the end of the day. I think that our topic today is Marketing 3.0 and kind of the imperative for future branding beyond trends and what's happening next. I think we've been, over the past 2 days, discussing a lot about Marketing 2.0, what has been going on, all the different marketing trends, the tools, the tech, the approaches, and all of that. And I think, this is an evolving space. And, any brand that needs to succeed and survive needs to look also into the future. And future proofing is important. How do we survive beyond, what's coming next and what are the upcoming trends? So I'll start my first question. Maybe we take a step back, Rishikesh. Maybe first of all, introduce yourself, and then we'll take a step back and kind of look at marketing from a B2C and B2B perspective, and then start from there.
Thank you, Zuhair. So my name is Rishikesh Trivedi. I have been into sales channels marketing for more than 20 years, predominantly on the B2B technology side of it. And I'm one of the co-founders of the company Enabler One, which is a company registered over here, and we work with many top-notch B2B technology companies, including SAP, Oracle, Microsoft, HP, Dell, Lenovo, Ingram Micro, Reddington, and the list goes on, right? But as we only work with B2B tech. We don't do anything outside of it. And through the chat and some of the questions, I may be able to explain why we do that, because one of the key things that we've always thought is, you can either spread yourself like sunlight or be extremely focused like a laser. So if you want to cut iron, you have to be laser sharp, laser focused on what you want to do, and only then you can achieve significant results.
Thanks for Rishikesh for that. I think it's an interesting angle when we speak of B2B, because I think we all understand marketing the B2C realm, obviously, but B2B, it becomes more challenging, right? When you want to build a reputation, build a story, and target customers and acquire these customers and keep these customers for the long term, what are some of the key challenges you face there right now, and what do you think some of the challenges would be in the future as well?
Interesting question. So yes, so the reason most of us understand B2C quite naturally is because we are all consumers at the end of the day, right? We are all consuming various elements as we live our day in and day out. But when it comes to B2B, the approach becomes slightly different. From the core difference is that instead of one person, there is a group of people who are going to take a decision. The second complexity comes from the fact that almost 60-70% of the decision makers you will not even meet once, right? So you don't even know who's taking the decision. You don't know what are the thoughts with which they are taking a decision, right? So that increases the complexity a lot, right? You will always find in B2B there are certain influencers who are out there, right? Certain designated roles and people who act as gatekeepers. I'm not even talking about the receptionist, right? Even if, for example, if you want to do a B2B tech, which is, where I have more than 2 decades of experience, typically we would feel that the chief information officer, or if it is a security product, a CISO is the one who's taking a decision, right? But usually you can't reach that guy. So you have to reach through the IT manager. And at the end of it, you will be surprised that even they don't take the decision. They recommend to a set of people within the organization. The CFO then grills them in terms of the financial budget. Why can't you take something cheaper? Why is this the best? And CFO doesn't even come from an IT background, correct? So there are a lot of other complexities that are there, right? A a CFO might have had a friend who is a CIO in some other company, and they might have had a bad experience with some product, and they say, no, I've heard this product is not good, figure out something new. But they will not see that maybe that guy made the mistake, right? So what happens in B2B is, the halo effect, which we typically talk about, right? Somebody had a bad experience, right? And somebody else pays for it, becomes very different in B2B. In the B2C, if you say, okay, no, I tried this product, I had rashes, for example, right? It's easier to know they did not test the product, right? But in a B2B scenario, two businesses are so different, even if it is this, if they're in the same business. So let's say Dell Computers makes computers, right? Apple makes computers, HP makes computers, Lenovo makes computers, but they all are very different organizations. Their processes are different. The kind of culture that is there is different. The kind of infrastructure and the technology they use, the supply chain that they use is very different. So when you have to sell your own solutions into those kind of organizations, to each of them you have to think differently, which is where the concept of account-based marketing becomes very important in a B2B scenario, right? In the B2C scenario, it is very different because you're most of the times you're directly talking to the consumer. You understand who the consumer is. Some complexity comes in terms of education, etc., right? Because your users of the product or service is a kid, but you are trying to market them to the parents. But that's the maximum level of complexity that comes through.
Interesting, thank you. I mean, just thinking ahead in terms of, again, marketing 3.0 and what does that mean in reality? And there'll be marketing 4.0 and there'll be 5.0 possibly, and so on. And I think just a topic and a question to you to answer as well, Rishikesh. I think the change or the trend is, there is B2C, there is B2B, but eventually we think that it is merging as well. There's a overlap between B2C and B2B, at least from even with corporate brands or corporate companies, there's that overlap. When you communicate, you're communicating to the organization, but you're also communicating to the buyer. In your case, or in tech, let's say it is the CTO or the Chief Information Officer, who is also, at the end of the day, a person, right? That makes rational decisions, but are also sometimes driven by emotional drivers. So at the end of the day, 3.0 or marketing overall is all about communicating with humans, right? It is human to human. It is being able to personalize your approaches to target these specific brands and organizations that are driven by human people at the end of the day, right? Your people, brands that buy your services are not buildings, right? There are people in there that make these decisions. And we spend a lot of time at Siegel and Gale being a fact-based and evidence-based driven agency when developing branding programs and uncovering these facts or these insights. So we run research with target audiences, especially when working in the B2B space, and we look at who are these decision makers, identify them, usually in the corporate, whether senior executives. If it is a tech company, it is your CTO. If it is a financial services business, it is your CFO, right? Or the likes. So first of all, accessing or finding those target audiences and speaking to them, and using proprietary tools research tools to understand how they make their decisions. How are these decisions driven? There's a rational way around it, but eventually we try to unlock what is the emotional driver behind it. And that sets the insights in terms of, okay, how did I then position myself, right? And build the brand and the story around that insight. And I think that becomes foundational in terms of how you transcend the current trend, because the foundation will remain constant. What will change is the approach as things progress, whether you're using the latest tech platforms or you're using AI in your marketing, the foundation is there. You build on that, you use that. And whether you are, some people, in terms of content development and copywriters and messages that you put out there in the world, sometimes they're written by people, sometimes they're written by AI. But even in the case of AI, for example, are they striking the right tone? Are they striking the right kind of tone of voice, the right personality that we want to portray as a brand? And that's where the foundation needs to be there so that you can train your people, or in the future, train your AI to deliver those messages on your behalf. So what are your thoughts on that, Rishikesh?
Very interesting point you try to make. So I agree with you, right? Marketing at the core will always remain simple, right? Simplicity is the key. While yes, we will keep on having conferences and conversations around marketing 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, but those are all changes that will happen in the hows and the whats. The why never changes, right? At the core of marketing, it is purely around how can I create a space, a small space, but a clear space in my customer's mind about myself, so that when that customer has a need, that need should get addressed by creating the pull, and they should come to me, right? At a broad level. Yes, marketing in the traditional form, obviously driven by Kotler with 4 P's of marketing, and it keeps on evolving as we go. Even when we look at marketing 2.0, right, we are essentially talking about how traditional models, or as the previous one was talking about, offline to online, correct? So that's what typically started happening. There was a rise of internet, social media came in, and again you will find that the B2C side took a much fast track process in trying to adopt the technologies, because the rate at which the consumers will start adopting technology is the rate at which the marketing of B2C companies will start adopting technologies, right? So for them it became easier. In B2B marketing, we are still trying to figure out, because no sale actually happens B2B, right? So while the previous panelists were quite right, coming from a B2C standpoint, saying, if you are not present online, your business growth is stunted, because consumers have started buying things online. But even in consumer, I'll give you a few examples, right? How many of us would be fairly happy to buy clothes online? Very easy. How many of us actually buy jewelry online? Right? After so many years of online, while there are so many people in this room who may think that almost 60-70% of their clothes and stuff that they are buying is coming online, I can assure you not a single person may have taken anything more than $1,500 of jewelry online. Because we don't. Because jewelry is a very emotional buy. Right? You talk to any lady, that lady will go to at least 5 shops, drag the husband around, right? It's not going to happen. So, while yes, online is there, but offline is equally important. That is what will, at the core of it, drive the marketing 3.0. So, the marketing 2.0 is about adopting digital technologies, and then obviously adopting content writing, there's multiple facets of marketing, as we say. The marketing 3.0 is about not thinking whether it is online or offline, creating a seamless brand perception or a seamless experience for a customer across offline and online. Right? That's marketing 3.0. Marketing 4.0 will be around hyper-personalization. Right? Which is around, okay, instead of having one campaign for 1,000 people, can I have 1,000 campaigns for 1,000 people, right? Obviously, guys, companies like Facebook and Google will take the lead in being able to provide the right context and the right technology to do that, because the rate at which they have been collecting our data is like unheard of, unthought of, can't imagine. We don't even know what they already know, right? At some level, they may know more about us than we do, correct? So that's how I think that the evolution of marketing to 2.0, 3.0, 4.0 is happening at a broad level, right? Then obviously the specific contents, the technology will differ. So in marketing 2.0, we are still talking about websites and things. Marketing 3.0, we are talking about social media engagement. Marketing 4.0 will start talking about AR, VR, and those kind of stuff will keep on changing. But the core of it, which is to drive, is the simplicity. What is my brand promise? How do I communicate? Why do I communicate? And whom do I communicate with, right? What is my customer segment? Even for certain organizations, I'm pretty confident that by customer segment, you might be in different maturity of the way you are marketing to them. Yeah. Correct? So that's how the overall thing.
I want to pick up on that last point. I think this would be the third segment of this conversation. Kind of the seamless integration and progress of the brand and marketing into the future, and kind of the merge between offline and online and other future things that would come. And I think the key underlying thing there is simplicity. And again, those who heard me speak in the morning, kind of, we bang a lot about simplicity as an agency, as Siegel and Gale, the agency I represent today, and it's something that we invest in and measure. So we run a global study called the World's Simplest Brand Index, where we measure brands globally on how simple they're perceived and how simple are the experiences that they deliver. And the byproduct of that study as well tells us that simplicity demands a premium. So depending on the industry that you're in, we can help you define what that premium is. So if you're in financial services, for example, if you deliver a simpler service, you can demand up to 5% extra on your service. So there's money left on the table if you are more complex. And simplicity does drive innovation as well in the workplace. So in that context, as things get more complex in the future as well, as you hyper-personalize and you have multiple target segments that you want to go after, and as markets become more scattered, simplicity becomes the antidote to complexity, and in that sense, kind of becomes a need to be able to future-proof your brand, correct? So, and from that perspective, kind of what is your take on that, Rishikesh?
So, as I was just mentioning, right, end of the day, what happens is one can only have at the most ideally one, maybe two words that we would like to define most of the things are, right? Even in our friend circle, we'll say, oh, that person, he's the crazy one. That guy, oh, he's the tech guy. That guy, he's a good cricketer. That guy is a good, So that's how people end up remembering even other people. The same thing happens around companies as well, in whether it is B2B or B2C, right? End of the day, you have one word or maximum two if you're lucky that you can implant into your customer, consumer's mind about who you are as a brand or as an organization, right? Or if you are looking at a leadership branding, then, as a leader, so we will always, Steve Jobs, he was an innovator, right? Jack Welch, he was a operational taskmaster, right? So whichever way, shape and form you look at it, end of the day, you have one word to work with, and hence it has to be very simple. Then all the complexities are added as part of the communication, right? How do I message it? To whom do I message? How do I send that communication? Am I optimizing the communication time? Email send optimization, social media post optimization. What is the most probable time that they will see the post? Is it a Friday? Is it a Sunday? So those things are additional complexity. As you go into the tactics of it, it will emerge. But at the core of it, it has to be a brand promise, which needs to be a single word. Emirates can get away with fly better, but most of us can't.
No, absolutely. I think that's kind of maybe the last segment we can talk about are some good examples of brands that deliver well on that or are better future prepared in terms of what's next. You mentioned Emirates. I think it's a great example. You deliver a simple message, fly better, and they make sure it comes to life in the actual experience. I would open up to the floor as well in terms of any examples that anybody would like to provide of brands that you think are future-proof, are in a position that we can say they're future-proof and deliver a simple experience. Amazon. Care to elaborate on that?
Yeah, the one word Amazon has been successfully bearing in his client mind, the customer mind, is trust. You can blindly shop from Amazon. If you don't like, you can return. No question asked. So Amazon acquired three things. I think the easy of order, of course, which is the UI UX design and customer service. Within 1 minute, one of the Amazon representative will reach out to you. They will not keep you wait 10 minutes and no, press 1 if you want this, press 2 if you want this, press 3. No, directly a human being will contact you and trust. So that's why I'm very loyal to Amazon because of this 3 words. I think this is a case study. It's an amazing case study. We need to learn from them actually.
No, thanks for that. I agree. I think Amazon is one of the brands that does that really well because they put their money where they kind of operationalize what they say that they will do, and that comes out through the experience. So it's a very good example. Any other examples from the crowd?
So I would like to say Dubai as a brand.
Please.
Right? His Highness obviously has tried to and does believe that all of us are his customers, right? And over the last 12-15 years, whenever I have been to the Western world, whether it is US, UK, Europe, any of those places, and you tell anybody, oh, I'm based in Dubai, 9 out of 10 times the next statement is, oh, I want to be there. Or, oh, I was there last year, right? And that's the power of brand, right? And it takes years to build that, and you need to deliver that as a promise, as a service, and most of us, whoever is living in Dubai, would continue to stay in Dubai because we know that we get better government services and better respect from a government official than in our country's banco. Right? A Dubai police person will give you more respect than a police person in your own country, right? And which is why this has got 200 plus nationalities.
Absolutely, that's also a fantastic example. I think with that, I think we're almost at our time. So if there are any other questions from the crowd, we'd be happy to answer.
While the numbers may not confirm that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Somebody you saying the one way in which we can fortify our brands is down to that simple idea, right? And then everything else like technology and
Have you seen Inception?
yeah, that's a good quote. And then you layer it up with various other complications or other tools, technology, so to speak. At one point, when you shared the example of Emirates, you said Emirates can get away by saying fly better. A lot of us can't. I didn't quite understand that.
It has 2 words.
Oh, that's why. So you're saying simplify it down to one
One
word,
word.
and you're not being metaphorical about it. You're
No,
saying one.
absolutely not. So I'll give you an example, right? So most of us, get it wrong when we think about Pareto principle. Most of us have heard, right? 80-20 rule. All of us know 80-20
Sure.
rule, right? So what does an 80-20 rule say? It says 20% of your effort will give you 80% of the outcome, right? But we stop at that. We don't go deep enough. So think about it. If 20% gives you 80%, then 4% will give you 64%. And then 0.8 or 1% will give you 50%. So what do you want to do? Do you want to do 20 things which will give you 80% result? Or do you want to do the one thing which will give you 50% result? And when you bear it down to your operating efficiency to the simplest form, right? And that will give you a significant leverage over a longer term period.
Is that why your organization is called Enabler One?
That's one of the reasons.
I mean, I'd just like to add to that, and thanks for the question. I think it's a great question. And I think I'd like to borrow here a phrase from one of my colleagues as well. And branding is all about compression. Fly Better or any other value proposition from any other brand, it could be 2 words, could be 3 words, but these 2 words hold a lot of meaning. They're compressed with lots of meaning, and they are rich in nature. I think that is what simplicity is. Simplicity is not dumbing down, is not being simplistic or minimalistic. It is cutting through the clutter, find that exact thing that you stand for, and make sure that you amplify it in the best way possible. And that's how you future-proof your brand, right? So it is packing it with as much as possible, meaning to allow you to have the flexibility and the ability to grow, yet remain true to that core idea. Because eventually, with complexity, as brands grow beyond their current borders or current target audiences, they need to be flexible to adapt to that, right? And with a simple, rich proposition, they can do that. They're flexible because it encompasses a lot without being very generalistic in terms of being everything for everyone. So that's what simplicity for us is.
Fundamentally, it probably stems from this quote by Oscar Wilde, who seems to have written a letter and then apologized by saying that, I'm sorry I'm writing you a long letter because I didn't have the time to write a short one.
Absolutely.
So yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Can we give another very well-deserved round of applause to our panelists, everyone? So now we have come to the end of our conference. I would like to once again congratulate all the winners and all the awardees for their incredible work. And I really want to thank all of you, your troopers. You stayed engaged till the very end, so really a huge round of applause for you. Keep dazzling us with your brilliance, everyone. And just like this, the curtains close on our conference. It was really an incredible journey. 3 days really packed with incredible knowledge, and the Marketing 2.0 conference is an event I'm sure all of us will remember. A heartfelt thank you to our exhibitors, hospitality partners, media collaborators, and our fantastic attendees. We hope you all had a blast. May you have absorbed heaps and heaps of wisdom. Don't forget to connect with our panelists on LinkedIn. You all saw their names. I think most of people have their names as is. Post your content on LinkedIn using the hashtag marketing2conf. And yes, I hope to see all of you here next time. And let's consider what's next on our calendar. We have 2 more US and Dubai exhibitions on the horizon. Super lively and amazing opportunity to network. So if you are interested, please contact Jatin Sindhu or visit our exhibit booth near the registration desk for more information. All right. How are y'all feeling? I want to sleep. I hope you all really enjoyed your time here. I really admire how interactive you all are with each other, the respect you have for each other. It's definitely a unique, I think this conference hall has been an incredibly unique conference hall. You're actually listening to each other. So that's amazing. So it's time to sign off, everyone. We'll be back next year with an even more spectacular edition of Marketing 2.0 Conference. Until then, keep networking, reshaping, and marketing this landscape. Huge round of applause for yourselves. What? A crazy picture? Yes, let's do that. Everyone, please come join us on stage.